Fellow Falcoholics, what is up? Welcome to day 3 of the Falcoholic Lives Draft Party 2022. Apologies for the late start. Evan's having some technical difficulties. He'll be back in here. We're just having a little bit of difficulty. Well, because first I couldn't hear him, but he could hear me, and then I could hear him, but then he couldn't hear me. So, we're working on that behind the scenes. Yeah, and so far, two of my, and this is just great because as soon as, that's what happens. As soon as I don't go on the air immediately, two of my players immediately get drafted. I think I made a mistake with how I set up this mock. I think I must have missed a pick because you will know that you will see the draft orders out of order. I had to cobble this together, from memory kind of last night, but we're going to at least make sure that I have all these right players in here. So let's see. Yeah, we had to kick off round 3. That's who I missed. Missed JT Jones. That was the player I missed somehow. I don't know, but it's gonna be accurate after that pick. So we're gonna update the tracker again. Thanks for your patience today, guys. It's day 3. Nothing ever goes as planned on day 3. So we had Cade Otton come off the board first to the Buccaneers. My tight end too. So damn it, that they they get a really good player. I love Cade Otton. And then my other boy, Dameon Pierce, coming off here to the Texans. And then my third boy, immediately after that, the player that was, I think, the highest player left on my board, Perrion Winfrey, goes to the Browns at pick 108. So, that's just great. All of my guys just immediately flying off the board. And I don't even have Evan here to console me. So, again, guys, welcome to day 3. The picks are going to be flying hot and fast. I really appreciate everyone for hanging out, everyone for spending the day with us. This is going to be a more casual day. We're going to have guests coming in. We're going to have guests coming in throughout the day, and it'll be good. I don't know exactly when people are going to be arriving. Like I said, it's a little more casual, but we should have some interesting folks for you all day long. Evan is going to be, allegedly co-hosting with me if we can fix these technical problems. And then Adnan will be here for a while. Adnan's actually writing up the picks for the site today, so he'll be dropping in and out as needed for that. But the Falcons do have 3 picks today. They don't have the 4th rounder anymore because they traded it up. But they did trade it for a good player in Arnold Ebiketie, so I can't be too mad about that. But they will be picking, I believe, at 151 or something like that. I can never remember the exact number of the picks, but it's in the 150s in the 5th round. They'll be picking at 190 in the 6th round, and then they have their 6th round comp pick for Alex Mack. That is pick 213, I believe. So some later picks today. They do have 3 of them, so we will certainly get some players in here. We can't rule out that they do make some moves. It's possible. But, we will be waiting with bated breath to see that they did. The Falcons generally, even under Fontenot last year, most of the guys they took, I had no idea who they were. I don't think I had ever seen Ogundeji before. I certainly hadn't watched any Taquan Graham. Avery Williams was the only one I knew. So, I'm expecting to be surprised by these late round picks, but that's not shocking. Solaire with the $1 tip. Thank you so much, Solaire. He says, day 1 was your fault. You never answered my Q&A question regarding locking Terry in the closet. Yesterday, though, I found a way to lock Terry in the closet, and I made the picks in disguise. Oh, I should have known. Those picks were great. It definitely can't be Terry. Yeah, I should have known. So, yeah, thank you, Solaire, for doing the Lord's work and making sure we got those good picks in. But, yeah, guys, we'll definitely kick off the show with some pick discussion. I definitely want to get Evan's take because he wasn't on the show last night about these guys. We'll get some other people on throughout the day, some Falcons fans, some other people from the community. I know you guys enjoyed having Jake and Damsky on. That was a lot of fun. So those guys are definitely going to be coming back on. I think we all had a good time. And I'd like to do that, especially this offseason, is get more people from the community, get some patrons in here too. I know we have to get George on. That is, that I've made that promise. So we'll get George on here for some takes. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting offseason. And, with these draft picks, it seems like it's shaping up to be an interesting, potential season for the defense in particular. And we have obviously offensive potential to look at as well. Yes, thanks, Solaire. Drive safe. Yeah, you can always. Yeah, I think you said you're gonna listen to the audio. Don't try to watch the stream at the same time. That's not allowed. That's not allowed under law, as far as I'm aware. So the audio is good. That's a good strategy. Vil Terenius. Is that how you say it, Vil, or is it Terenius? Or is it Billy? I don't know. I've always said like Terenius, I think. It sounds like a Sith Lord, so that's what I would go with. But you let me know. But yeah, Kevin, do you think we should draft good players? Yes, yeah, I think that would be a good move overall. But you can't hit on all of them, so maybe you should strategically draft bad players too. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see what the Falcons end up doing here today. All right. We had those 3 picks come in real fast, and then we haven't had anything here in a minute. Okay, close enough. All right. Yeah, I don't know if I have hope for saying it perfectly, so thank you. All right, let's see. Yeah, we still haven't gotten pick 109 for the Seahawks here. Again, guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. If you have any burning questions, we should be able to get to more chat questions today. If you have anything burning, you can send it in via tip/donation. That's the link to that is in the show description. Also, it's going to show up on the ticker down here. I think it's just streamlabs.com/Falcoholic Live. Maybe just the Falcoholic. I can't remember these days. I've got a lot of links that I try to plug. So they all blend together. But look for the ticker down there in the middle, right under the microphone. That'll give you the exact link. It's also in the show description. Those are very much appreciated. And thank you, everyone who has been tipping this weekend. Thank you to all of our patrons. I know we had a new patron. I need to make sure to shout out our new patron because I don't think I did it yesterday. So let me pull up the newest member of the Patreon. We love all of our patrons, guys. Thank you all so much for your support. Yes, our newest patron, Sweet Davy Brown, at the fan level. Thank you so much, Sweet Davy Brown. Looking forward to getting to talk and hang out with you a little bit more over these Q&As. We're going to have a Q&A next week at some point as well. So, all right, let's see. Next pick, I believe, is in. It is, oh, no. Yeah, Kobe Bryant, the corner from Cincinnati. I like him. I think he's a good player. Yeah, this is about where I thought he might actually end up going a little bit higher than this. I know there were, early in the season, he was sort of thought of as maybe a day 2 guy. But yeah, we were talking about it last night. I sort of see him as more of like a matchup corner. That somebody that matches up on the bigger receivers of the NFL. I think he's going to struggle with the shifty guys. So that definitely fits what Seattle does, right? These big, long outside corners for cover 3. That Dan Quinn style makes a lot of sense. So that's a good pick, I think, for them. And if you look at our pick ticker here on the left, you'll see that the last picks of the 3rd round are incorrect because somehow I got off when I was putting them in manually. So everything after 105 should be accurate. I made sure all the right players were off the board before the 4th round started, but I was off on apparently some of them. I got them out of order, so that got jumbled a little bit. But everything starting with the 4th round will be correct. So those will be caught up. All right. Ravens on the clock now, pick 110. I think the Ravens have had maybe the best draft of any team. Yeah, that's up on the screen on NFL Network. But Kyle Hamilton at 14, Tyler Linderbaum at 25. Then they come back and get Ajabo, and then Travis Jones. I mean, they're going to have 6 picks, I think, in the 4th round if they don't trade them, which they haven't traded any yet. So they might just take all these players. Who knows? They might try to trade out of some of these and get next year's picks or something like that too. I don't know. But yeah, the Ravens have been crushing it, so I'm interested to see where they go here. They love to just sort of take best available players. Hey, Big Low Country, what's up, man? How you doing? Hope you're doing good, man. I saw you were on the air last night a little bit too. I apologize. I can't. I can't watch other streams while I'm streaming. It doesn't generally it doesn't play nice with what I'm doing. But I hope you had a good time breaking down those picks last night too. Oh, Daniel Falele. Oh my God. Yeah, this is the Ravens. Just damn it, Ravens. How do they do this? How do we let them do this every year? everybody's taking my guys. Like just now that the fourth round's hit, it's just like every one of these, Kobe Bryant was like kind of one of my guys, but like all the Otten, Pierce, Winfrey, Falele, those are just like my guys. So, I mean, yeah. How did the Ravens keep getting away with this? How did the Ravens keep getting away with this, man? This is ridiculous. So next up will be the Jets at pick 111. We'll see which direction they go. Yeah, I mean, Falele was a guy I definitely liked for the Falcons. When his testing came in the way it did, I think you have to put Falele's testing like sort of in context of the fact that he's like 6'8", 680 or 684, no, 384 pounds, which is still a lot. When you put it in that context, I think he's still a good athlete, but I don't know that he was athletic enough for the wide zone. I think if he maybe was able to drop some weight, I think that could be a possible, like, that could be a way for him to play in the wide zone. I think I still like the potential fit there. I still was happy to draft him for the Falcons, but I think that's maybe why, he hit that 29.5-inch vert too, which is pretty impressive for someone that size. So yeah, I'm guessing that's why he wasn't higher on the Falcons list. And I think a lot of teams that run the wide zone we're gonna possibly drop him a little bit. So, that's just a damn good pick for the Ravens. The Ravens, once again, are just cleaning up. Jets are next. Jets have been having a great draft as well. So, yeah. We will have guests in here at some point. I have to like go easy on it. I can't literally talk every minute of the next 5 hours, or by the time we get to hour 5, I will not have anything left for you. So, I'm gonna have to take some some water breaks here. We got Max Mitchell going to the Jets. This was a guy a lot of scouts seem to like. I was lower. TDN had him at I think 222, as you can see on their board there. I think that's a little low, but I think he was definitely an interesting player. I wasn't super high on him, but he definitely is a big, like, sort of NFL frame sort of tackle. And so I think in the fourth round, that's certainly a worthy pick as someone who can possibly, develop. Speaking of guests, we have Adnan Ikic, allegedly, although, there he is. He has appeared. Adnan, how we doing?
Doing well. How about yourself? This is
Good,
this is huh?
Oh, go ahead. I just said good. So yeah, go for it.
Oh, I said this is where all the diehards come.
Yes.
Day two of the draft show. It's easy
Yeah.
to be there on day one.
Oh yeah. Day
I'm
two,
on
even,
day
especially when you have
two.
4 picks. Everybody watches when they got
Day
4 picks,
three.
but day 3, this is where the true degenerates come to play. So, welcome draft degens, welcome.
This is the 12 to 7 p.m. right now.
Yeah.
The 12 to 7 p.m. on a Saturday.
The true diehards. So, thank you degenerates for spending the day with us. We appreciate that. We got the Giants pick coming in now, 112. It is
You can
another one of my
today. It's a
guys.
beautiful day.
Another one of my guys. My guys are just flying off the board. Daniel Bellinger now.
Daniel Bellinger.
Yeah. Love Bellinger. Love Bellinger. His testing was outstanding. One of the best blockers in college football. Didn't have a ton of production. They didn't throw him the ball much, but at the Senior Bowl, he looked like a tremendous receiver. He was one of the better receiving tight ends there. And then, he had his crazy testing at the combine. And yeah, I'm not surprised he ended up going here. I know on a lot of boards he was like still like a late day 3 guy, but I thought he was going to go in the 4th. That's what I ended up projecting him in my positional rankings. So, I hate it because the Falcons can't draft him, but he's a damn good player. So.
Yeah, it's. uh, I think the Falcons don't have a fourth rounder.
No.
The price of doing business with
Yep.
to go up in the second round, but there's some value, guys. There's some guys still on the board. Who knows? Maybe the Falcons trade up again. Uh, but yeah, today mostly you're building up your special teams immediately, right from the start. And I think the special teams will be much better with Troy Anderson, whom I don't think is going to start right away. But he should be the starting linebacker in year two, probably there to replace Deion Jones after this probably being Deion's final year.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, it's one of those unsung things. The day three picks where they start off as strong special teamers. D'Angelo Malone could possibly make an impact there as well, but and they hopefully develop. That's what the
Yeah.
Falcons have done a good job of getting in the past few years. Foya Luakin, sixth rounder, Russell Gage, sixth rounder, drafted specifically as a gunner, and he really grew into that wide receiver role.
Yeah.
So that's what we'll be looking at today. We probably won't be judging these guys on their immediate impact. I don't even
Yeah.
think we'll be judging some of the guys yesterday, most of the guys yesterday on their immediate impact.
Right. I mean, it's sort of like you need some of those guys to hit immediately. Like Ebiketie, you sort of need him to be like a
Yeah,
starting
yeah.
pass rusher. You need one of D'Angelo Malone or Ebiketie to become a starting pass rusher this year. Like you sort of need that. But otherwise, I agree. Like Troy Anderson, he seems to be the most controversial of the picks, and in a lot of ways, I get it, and I'm sure we'll talk about that here in a minute. Ritter though at 74, it's like if you didn't want them to take a quarterback, can you be mad about Ritter at 74? I mean,
No, you can't be mad at any quarterback at 74, to be honest. Like that was a hell of a pick. That
yeah,
was the value in that pick was absolutely insane. We were talking about possibly having to trade up from the second round to take Ritter, and lo and behold, every single quarterback outside of Kenny Pickett fell, and I'm sure the Steelers were regretting the Kenny Pickett pick yesterday
yeah,
because they probably could have waited and gotten one of these quarterbacks in the second round or the third round.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. I agree.
but but yeah, this was I don't know. This was such an insane draft class regarding the quarterbacks, just because we've gotten so used to the quarterbacks. Um, we've gotten so used to the quarterback tax. Quarterbacks being overdrafted, and last year's class was much better than this year's. But regarding quarterbacks, but you're talking about the top three picks last year were all quarterbacks, and it was like solid quarterbacks. And the Falcons were in play for QB. Four of the top 10 picks were QBs, with Justin Fields going number 10. But man, this is the worst quarterbacks have gone since I can remember.
Yeah.
The last time there was only one quarterback I think taken in the first round. I think that was the EJ Manuel year,
Hmm. Hmm.
where the Bills took him, and then you had Geno Smith to the Jets. But even there, you had some quarterbacks going in the second round.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was nobody in the. I don't remember the last time there was one quarterback taken throughout the first two rounds of the NFL draft. Ritter was the second QB off the board, and we got him in the third.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I had Ritter as my quarterback too. I know there were some people that really didn't like Ritter, and there were some people that loved Ritter. And the Commanders take safety Percy Butler from Louisiana here. But like, I think even people that were low on Ritter had him in like the second round range still. Like, just because like, and I think it's sort of one of those things. It's like you don't get it. Like the NFL falls all over themselves to take quarterbacks every year, and then this year they don't. But at least the Falcons benefited, right? Like they benefited from it.
I think every team that took a quarterback outside the Steelers really benefited from it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not going to be upset. And this, unfortunately, is where the Falcons would have picked if they were picking today, if they hadn't traded this fourth round pick. It's the Giants instead. But again, Ebiketie is a worthy player, in my opinion, to give up
Yeah,
a
he
fourth
was
rounder
not going to
for.
be there. He was not going to
No,
be
no, no,
there
no.
in Atlanta's pick. Seattle would have taken him.
Yeah, Ebiketie is a guy that was getting first round buzz. I thought that would have been a little early, but I think early in the second round is exactly. I had him as a 79 in my grading, which is like 1 point below a late first rounder. So, and then we got another safety coming off here, Dane Belton from Iowa to the Giants. So, is Dane Belton basically worth, passing on Arnold Ebiketie for, basically, is what we're talking about here. Dane Belton, yeah. Not a guy that I watched much of. I didn't honestly watch that many safeties this year. I watched a few. I watched a lot of guys at the Senior Bowl because, I wanted to know something about the guys before I got there, but I just sort of felt like if it wasn't Kyle Hamilton or like one of these safeties at the top or like one of these really late guys, like, and there's no way I'm going to be able to watch all these late guys. They weren't really going to take a safety. Like, and they may still take somebody late, but like a Juanya Thomas from Georgia Tech, big shout out to him. Played high school football at my alma mater, Niceville High School. I didn't even know that he was from there until after I had started watching his tape. So, I legitimately liked him before I found out he was from my alma mater. But now that he's from there, Falcons have to draft him for sure. Another defensive back here, Damari Mathis, coming off the board to the Broncos, cornerback. Some people had him as a safety from Pittsburgh, but Mathis is a guy that I know has some fans. Yeah, I think he's actually listed as a safety on. He was the top safety listed on the board for TDN remaining right now, but yeah, that doesn't surprise me that they would think of him as a corner because he's got 5'11", 196. He certainly could play corner as well. Kieran Welsh says, "Hey, us doubling our sacks just only puts us at 30th in the league." So, so we got a long way to go. So
that would be a start.
That would be a start. At least we're not the worst anymore. So
if this team got 30 sacks this season, that would be fantastic.
That would be fine. Like, I mean, it's not impressive, but it's like at least that's like normal. Like that's like a normal sack number. So, man. I would say I still can't believe they only got 18 sacks, but we looked at that depth chart going into the year, and we were like, this pass rush, there's no way this is going to be a good
yeah,
like, there's
no, we were
way.
talking about just how bad the pass, all of training camp, we were just talking about how bad the pass rush was.
Dante Fowler Jr., thank you, Dimitrov. Thank you.
I remember really getting hated on for writing an article talking about how Dante Fowler was going to decide if Quinn was going to get fired or not. And then he did.
I know I had someone tweet at me about Pierre Strong. Yes, I like Pierre Strong. I tweeted out, and I wanted to talk about this, like, that the guy that I would say, if you think the Falcons are going to take a running back, I think Jerome Ford is who I would put money on. I wouldn't put money on any day 3 pick. I think that's very stupid, and the return's probably not that great either, so, not worth it. But that would be my guy, Jerome Ford. I know for a fact the Falcons spent extra time with him at the Cincinnati Pro Day. Because you probably heard this story, guys. The entire Falcons brass was there at Ritter's throwing session, and then they all left except for Michael Petrie, who stayed and worked with Jerome Ford for like another hour. So to me, that's like, okay, they like Desmond Ridder, and they like Jerome Ford. So Jerome Ford probably still going to be there in round 5. Obviously, we don't know, but I think if they want to take a running back, he's the one I would sort of think is high on their list. But there are a lot of available running backs, and that's definitely something we can talk about in terms of best available players. But before we get to that, now that you've had a night to sleep on the day 2 haul, sort of what are your overall feelings on it? Are you happy with it? I mean, I know I am. So.
Oh, it was fantastic. Like, I would probably give yesterday's picks an A- overall. And I know doing draft grades is pretty taboo, like the day of. But it was, I loved it. I loved the draft. And I know people are upset, and I wasn't happy about the team passing on to Kobe Dean over and over again. But please don't be that person where the Falcons don't take the one player you want, and then all of a sudden the entire draft is just terrible. And it's like, oh, no, this draft was awful. They didn't take Nakobe Dean. I mean, yes, I wanted Dean, but there's a reason why that man fell to 83.
Yes, and we should say it because a lot of people still don't get it. Like, it's all over Twitter, guys. There's a reason Nakobe Dean fell, and it's not because he's bad at football. It's because, and I think this has been fairly vetted at this point, but apparently Dean had some sort of shoulder or pectoral injury. Surgery was recommended. He thought that it would get better on its own and didn't get the surgery, but now it looks like he's going to miss the season because it has not gotten better. So he's basically looking at a redshirt year. which is a big medical red flag for any player.
especially a
And
smaller linebacker.
yeah, yeah. So that's why he fell. He still went in the third round because he's a great player, but that's why. And then this is another one of our guys that we've taken in some of our live mocks. Ioma Uwuzurike from Iowa State, someone who's getting a lot of late hype. He goes off the board pretty early. I know that was somebody that we'd often taken in the fifth round in some of our live mocks. So yeah, I'm not surprised he went earlier than expected. He's got tremendous size. Yeah, he would have been in somebody I would have also said like maybe for the fifth round pick if he falls there, someone to watch. But yeah, and like there's some people that are like, oh well, like I bet Troy Anderson's going to be out of the league in 3 years, and Nakobe Dean's going to be great. It's like why would you say that? Like, you're
Yeah,
like wishing
it's weird.
players to like
No,
flunk out because they're not the highest one on your list? I mean, get your
yeah, no,
priorities straight, guys.
no, people are legitimately weird like that. It's like it's not Troy Anderson's fault that the Falcons took him over Dean. It's not Troy Anderson's fault that Nakobe Dean is hurt and that's why he fell. 32 GMs all passed on Nakobe Dean, most of them multiple times. And, the Falcons opted to go after Troy Anderson, which was a good pick. Like, Troy Anderson is a legitimate football player. I don't think he's going to be an impact player from day one, just because he hasn't been playing linebacker at a high level. He started out as a running back, a quarterback, all throughout college. But I think he has the highest RAS score of all time for a linebacker.
Yep,
Like
yep.
he is an athletic freak, a 10.0. He ran a 4.42 or 4.41 40 time, high motor, great in pursuit, never gave up on the play. And, you know, this is a dude who he has all of the tools to really put it all together and be a great player in the NFL. But again, I just don't expect him to be an impact starter from day one because he hasn't been playing linebacker for that long. Um, but he's going to be an instant impact special teams guy.
Yeah.
He's gonna see the field on special teams. Like I'm sure the special teams coaches are absolutely licking their lips at the prospect of getting Troy Anderson in there as a gunner. He's perfect for that role right from the start. And I think the Falcons are really sort of, preparing him to take over that Deion Jones role. There is no more Foy Lewikins, so it's going to be important for guys like Rashawn Evans, Michael Walker they're gonna get their chances this year. Anderson may step in if there's an injury. He's gonna be mostly depth, but don't hold it against Anderson if he doesn't make an instant impact from day one. Just because, well, on the defensive side of the field, he's gonna make an impact on special teams, but he's just pretty raw as a linebacker, and he still needs some time. It's also a big step up to go from the FCS immediately to the NFL, especially for someone that hasn't been playing that position, for most of his life.
Yeah.
Um, Desmond Ritter, we talked about a third round value for who was my quarterback too, uh, on my board right after Malik Willis. Would I have liked Malik Willis? Yeah, absolutely. But I'm not going to get mad at taking Desmond Ritter. Like I would rather roll the dice on someone who could potentially be our quarterback of the future than someone like a Deidrin Sanat or Desmond Southward or Duke Riley. These are third round picks of old for the Falcons who just ended up being massive busts. Let's not mince words here. Um,
Yeah.
and the thing is, if Ritter busts out, if he doesn't end up being a high impact player, at least you roll the dice on a quarterback. It's not as a strategic failure, and it's not as catastrophic as if you had a first round quarterback or a quarterback in the top 10 and he ended up being a butt. Like if we took Ritter at 8, then yeah, all the pressure is on him to be an instant impact starter from day one, and who's going to be, just the guy immediately. But Ritter also taking him in the third round, this also doesn't necessarily take you out of the running if you want to go after a quarterback next year.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah. Yeah.
if the Falcons really have a bad year, which is definitely possible. I don't see this roster, even after this draft, is one that's going to win many games this coming season. But let's say they're there next year and CJ Stroud or Bryce Young falls in their lap, and these guys have been, fantastic. Again, last year there weren't any setbacks like with Spencer Rattler. You There's nothing stopping you from taking someone like a Bryce Young if you really want him in the top five and if you really think he's going to be that guy, because Ritter's still going to have trade value. Like these backup quarterbacks, you can easily flip them even after a year. And if anything, he may even have a bit more trade value because he'll have that year under his belt of working, in an NFL film room, working with NFL strength and conditioning coaches. He won't be that guy who needs a year, so to speak.
Mhm.
And who knows, maybe he fights it out with Mariota for the starting job. Arthur Smith was saying that it was going to be an open competition this year between the quarterbacks. So it's going to be really, really fascinating to watch in training camp and in preseason. It's going to be super fun to watch because this is the first time the Falcons have had a quarterback
Yeah.
competition since, '08, if you can even call that a QB competition,
Right.
back when Matt Ryan was drafted.
Hmm.
Um, and the third pick, Malone, D'Angelo Malone out of Western Kentucky, another wonderful pass rusher. I think Malone will make an impact immediately from day one, because I think he played all 4 years at Western Kentucky,
Hmm.
and he's someone that just has that impact speed rush immediately. He does need to work a little bit on in his run game, in his run defensive game, but the Falcons aren't taking him to be a run defender,
Yeah.
especially with Atlanta's, you know, depth or lack thereof on when it comes to edge rushers. He's gonna be an instant impact guy in my opinion, and I think both he and the team's second round pick, Abby Katie, I think they'll both be day one impact guys. And we've been saying we wouldn't mind seeing the Falcons double dip at edge, at pass rusher
Hmm.
for
Hmm.
years now, and they did it. They finally did it with two guys on day two, and with two guys who I think will immediately start.
Yeah, I agree. I like all those takes. I pretty much agree with all of them. And it's interesting to me. You mentioned, Ebikadi and D'Angelo Malone. They're very similar style of player. Ebikadi's got better length. Ebikadi's a little bit bigger. Ebikadi's a little bit of a better athlete, like in terms of some testing. But um, other than that, like very similar players. These are two speed rushers, explosive, bendy types of guys on the edge. Both are elite athletes. So the Falcons do have that. They've also got a more like well-rounded three-down guy in Lorenzo Carter, and then I think they have a guy in Ogundiji who I think is probably best suited to a base package role. But he does have some juice. It's not like he can't rush the passer at all. But in terms of his size and length, you sort of think of him as more of a traditional run stuffing outside linebacker. So they have more of a stable of guys now, like that they can go to. Like if they want to really just get full pressure, they can go to Malone and Ebikadi and Carter. Probably is going to play a fair amount in there too. But it's like this was the position outside of wide receiver, maybe. And I would have argued that this needed more investment in wide receiver. Because despite the Falcons not having a wide receiver one, they do have Kyle Pitts, and they had a couple of guys that I think are capable complement guys. Like Auden Tate can probably be a fringe wide receiver two type of player, and with Kyle Pitts, he's probably more like the third option. And then Damiere Byrd, I think, is someone that is really underrated. I think Damiere Byrd's going to be a good wide receiver three for this team. And then they also have Zacchaeus, who I think is someone who's going to have a chance to get more snaps. I mean, he got that second round tender. They clearly like him. He's going to get an opportunity as well. And again, this isn't like a star-studded elite wide receiving core, but it's fine. Those depth guys were fine. At edge, it was just much more dire. Like you have Carter, so it's like you have a guy maybe that can you hope can be like a better edge, but Carter had 5 sacks last year. They all came in the last 5 games. So he was really turning it on, and you're hoping that he can replicate that. But this is not like a guy that's consistently been a tremendous pass rusher. I think he's always been sort of a good complement guy and a good run defender, also capable coverage player too, which is nice to have. But they added 2 electric pass rushers that they really desperately needed to add to that group. So I think you look at this group now and you've got, like Carter and Ebiketie and Malone as your top 3 guys. Then you've got, Ogundiji as someone who can be a complement as well. That whole room just looks so much better. It's not like it's all of a sudden great. Like, this is just step 1. But I think in Ebiketie and Malone, I think Ebiketie is probably like an edge 2. Like, I don't think he's like a Von Miller sort of elite pass rusher, like 12, 15 sack a year type of player. I think he's like a 10 sack a year player. I think that's what you're hoping for from him, plus some good coverage and run defending. So you're still looking to get that like elite guy to be next to him, but like you can't, like, the cliche, like Rome wasn't built in a day. Like the worst pass rusher in the league is not getting fixed with one draft or one free agency or whatever. You have to start building it out somewhere. And I think adding these 2 guys that are good values, that are good role players, I think Malone is a really good pass rushing specialist, like a designated pass rusher this year, to give you that extra juice on third down that you just didn't have last year at all. I think that's a great pick. So I agree with what you said there. We did have a couple. Go ahead. Yeah.
The thing about Ebiketie is this is someone who really, really prides himself on his technique, on his pass rush. And, I don't think it'll be a Vic Beasley situation where, sure, he's mostly a speed guy, but I don't think Ebiketie will go years and years in the NFL without developing more moves. I think so, I think on Twitter he puts the word doctor in front of his name,
Dr.
which
Arnold
I mean,
Ebiketie. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I feel kind of some type of way about that because you're not actually a doctor, then, but whatever. But yeah, so he puts doctor in there because he says he's a doctor of pass rush, just like a friend of the show, Chuck Smith, does as well, I noticed. And, that he's someone that really, really prides himself and who really stakes his personal identity on his pass rush. And, I think that's one of those intangible things of someone who really, really, wants to go out there and wants to improve and wants to keep improving. I'm sure the coaching staff really liked that when they sat down with him, when they interviewed him, when they talked to him. And, I think it'll pay dividends moving forward because in the NFL, you really have to adapt, especially as a pass rusher, because you are now going up against the best, the people who are the best in the world at standing in front of someone and blocking them. So it will take some time, some work for every single rookie pass rusher, but it's nice knowing that we have someone in the building now who's really gonna, go out of his way to improve as much as he can at his craft.
Yeah, I agree. We did just see the Panthers trade up again here. So this is a team that had, I think they actually had a fair number of day 3 picks, but it is interesting that they just keep trading up like over and over again. This team's already like low on draft picks next year too, and they're just continuing to trade up. They really think they're close. It's really cute, honestly. Like the Panthers think that they're like, they see the Falcons and they're like, oh, we're better than them, and they're wrong. They're wrong. But one team is like trying to hold on to their picks in the future and this year, and the Panthers just keep trading up like they think it's gonna really magically, things are just gonna turn around for them. So at least their defense is good. So
I don't think the Falcons and Panthers are either gonna sniff the playoffs this year. But yeah, I think the Panthers have a much better defense than Atlanta.
It's a good pick. I mean, Brandon Smith, a linebacker. He's another very athletic linebacker, big prospect. But he super raw. He just he got worse this year than the prior year, which is never a good sign. But crazy athlete. Apparently he in high school ran a 4.38 or something like that, which is really crazy for someone who's 6'3". But his 40 at the combine was still good. It was like a 4.5 something, low 4.5s. But yeah. So, but yeah, continue with what you were saying about the Panthers. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I think the Panthers may be better than the Falcons this year. But we'll see. We'll see moving forward. Just from a talent perspective, having McCaffrey, having DJ Moore, if those guys are healthy, McCaffrey especially, having that good defense. But I don't know. Like you're saying, I don't think that the Panthers are close enough to the playoffs to be mortgaging draft picks.
Yeah.
Especially with Sam Darnold as their quarterback, Matt Rule as their coach. I think they may be going on a new coaching search next season.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe Matt Corral will win the job out of training camp. I mean, he's definitely better than Sam Darnold. So, I mean, it's so. I mean, I guess the problem is that's not really a low bar to like a high bar to clear. Patriots taking a cornerback. Water is wet. Jack Jones from Arizona State going to the Patriots there at 121.
Or maybe they could have gotten Strange at this pick.
Maybe. I don't think they could have got him in the fourth.
Yeah,
but,
not the fourth. I'm exaggerating, but still. That was a WTF selection.
Yeah, that was. So I think I mentioned it in passing yesterday, but I took a video of Travis Jones and Cole Strange, like a one-on-one of them at the Senior Bowl. And this like video had like, maybe 1,000 views. Like it was seen, by some people that were interested in the scouting. That's all cool and everything. And then as soon as Cole Strange got drafted, somebody in the Patriots sphere like found this video and just started RTing it. And then it's been retweeted like a bunch of times. Then as soon as Travis Jones, Cole Strange, people saw it. Then as soon as Travis Jones got drafted, it got picked up again. So now this video has like 200,000 views or something like it's
wow.
just like it's so silly. It's like this random Senior Bowl clip. So this is a lesson for everyone. If you go to the Senior Bowl, take clips of one-on-ones. You never know which one is going to be the one that blows up. I assumed it would be some of these high-profile players going at it, that those would be the popular ones. No, it's Cole Strange versus Travis Jones. So you never know which one's going to blow up, guys. It's wild out there, but it's like everyone's trying to dunk on each other for the Cole Strange pick or something. It's hilarious, but it ended up working out well because it's like Cole Strange goes to the Patriots and then Travis Jones to the Ravens, who are sort of rivals. So there's definitely going to be some gentle ribbing going on there between those two. All right. Waiting on pick 122 of the Raiders. We got George Costanzo at the $3. Thank you, George. He says, "Can we take a minute to appreciate how awesome it was to watch Marinero troll the hell out of everyone with the Vikings pick announcement? It reminded me of when Namath said, 'I want to kiss you.'" Yeah. Then they had to bring on the producer to tell him to get off the stage. They're like, "Sir, just please read the
hurry
pick."
up already. No, like literally, he was out there just giving his life story of when he was drafted.
Yeah.
Like, when I was drafted, I was in like a small apartment like 50 years ago. Like, dude, nobody cares. Like, just get on with it. Just make the pick. Like, I promise you, Vikings fans weren't caring either. Vikings fans especially wanted to just hear the pick.
Yeah, just get on with it. Like, there's enough downtime. Like, they should let him, do his little speech, after the pick. Just give the pick, then talk for a few minutes until the next pick is in.
Yeah,
like,
but
that's
nobody
fine.
would care though.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone would know. Everyone would stop caring. So. Dez in the chat asking, does anyone think Desmond Ridder will beat out like Felipe Franks? Yes, definitely.
Absolutely.
Definitely. But I think Franks is still going to stay on the roster. I think the Falcons are going to carry 3.
Franks is Atlanta's version of Taysom Hill. Like, yeah. The coaching staff just loves him.
Yeah. I do think Ridder will be the backup and Mariota will be the starter week 1. Who knows how long that holds. But I think Franks will stick around as the third quarterback. That's how he stuck around like that last year, and then he eventually became the number 2 quarterback. I think he makes a lot of sense too as a long-term backup if they were to go to a Ridder long-term. I think he makes a lot of sense as Ritter's backup because he can do the same stuff. He's got a big arm. He's got the athleticism. So I think honestly, he is a good backup for Ritter. Like he gives you some of the same sort of stuff, the same style of play at a lesser level. And Felipe is a great athlete. It's just like Felipe. Like if you think Ritter has accuracy problems, please don't turn on Felipe Franks' tape because that man is scattershot. But
Yeah,
there's always the chance he's going to beat him out. Yeah.
Yeah,
Ritter's he's going.
There's not much that can make me upset at a third round pick quarterback not working out. If you can't even beat out Felipe Franks to be the backup in year one, then it's like, all right,
that's a problem. Yeah, no, I'm not at all concerned about that. He's going to beat Franks because Ritter's maybe like the other than maybe Pickett, the most pro ready of all these guys. So
he'll be battling Mariota. It'll be a competition with Mariota. See who's going to win that starting job. I think Mariota will win it coming out of training camp. Just because, Mariota is obviously, a professional and has been for years, and he knows Arthur Smith's system. He played in it in Tennessee, but Arthur Smith has in the past, and Tennessee's coaching staff, they have in the past had a history of yanking Mariota in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
Or another quarterback.
Ooh, yeah. That would be so mean. I just feel bad for Mariota. But I mean,
I wouldn't rule it out.
I wouldn't rule it out, no. But again, yeah.
I wouldn't rule out Mariota winning the job and then Ritter taking over in the middle of the season. And I mean, Mariota isn't really the most durable of players either. I
feel like
we were spoiled with Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan is a guy that never missed any games. Quarterbacks get hurt often.
They do.
So it's nice having that back because if we didn't take a quarterback, then Mariota goes down. It's what Felipe Franks sees, maybe Josh Rosen if they brought him back.
Right. Yeah, no, they're not bringing back Rosen. I think you just roll with what you got
at this point.
I feel like Franks is honestly an intriguing third quarterback. I have no problem with that. He offers you some utility in other parts of the game. I don't think he was impressive at all as a tight end, but he does offer you some little things like that. I think he can, play special teams as the third quarterback. And for all the reasons I said, I think he offers you a similar style of play to a Ritter and to a Mariota. I think he makes a lot more sense as a backup to those guys than he did to Matt Ryan. So I think that makes sense. Well, we got another dog coming off the board here. Zamir White, Zeus, going to the Raiders at 122.
Fourth round is about where I expected it. I thought maybe there was an outside chance of him falling to the fifth. But how about Isaiah Spiller just falling after that dreadful 40 time?
Yeah, that must have been what did it. And I wasn't scared off of him, but I did find myself drop him to running back 3 because I think he was threatening for running back 1 when I had projected him as a 70, 80 level athlete. I thought he was faster. And then he ran that 40 and had dropped his, RAS. He's just an average athlete. It's not a bad athlete still, but that ended up dropping him to my third running back. But I didn't think he would go this late.
Every Texas A&M player just was dreadful in that 40 time. People were making jokes saying, "Oh, were they running up a hill?" Because it was just so unexpectedly bad overall.
Yeah. It's bizarre because he doesn't look that slow. I don't think he's a burner. I never thought he was a burner, but I thought he would be faster than that. But I mean, it's not clearly this isn't a who was that Georgia running back from a few years ago who ran a 4.8 something?
It was Holyfield. Elijah Holyfield.
Yeah, and his career ended with that 40, man. If you're gonna run a 4.8, don't run. Do not run. It's not don't do it. Do not do it. You can have all the questions in the world, but it's better to not have it officially out there. Do not run if you're gonna run a 40 that bad. Just say, sorry, I tweaked my ankle today.
It was Elijah Holyfield. I feel like if you have that much on the line, and you're gonna run the 40, you're gonna go to the combine, do your stuff at your pro day. if you have that much on the line where it's, possibly millions of dollars at stake, possibly the chance between like being given more chances in the NFL versus less, because if you're an undrafted guy, you have one chance to make it.
Yep.
Whereas if you're taken, you know, third, fourth round, then you'll be given a few chances. Teams will want coaching staffs who took you will want to justify it by giving you as many opportunities as possible. I would literally go out, get the watch, the stopwatch, and I would just have, a family member or friend time me. Like
I'm
I
sure
would
his agent
prepare.
timed him. Like,
Yeah, I would prepare for the 40 with my own 40, like, privately. And, for all the broad jump, the like, the strength conditioning, the bench press, all of that. But especially the 40 time, because that's something that people really put a lot of stock into. And if you see that you're slow, then like you said, just don't run it. Come up with an excuse. Say that
yeah,
you like tweaked your ankle or something,
yeah.
because there's too much on the line at that point.
Like, there's plenty of guys. Like, freaking Drake London didn't run a 40. Drake London didn't
Yeah,
run a
that didn't
40
affect his draft
ever.
stock.
Now, like, Holyfield wasn't like top, prospects. So like top prospects can get away with a lot of stuff that like and I think Holyfield always was going to be a day 3 guy at best. But so maybe that's why, maybe that teams were concerned or whatever. But oh man, is that a kicker? Cade York. Before the punt god, I am insulted. I am insulted. Um, Jesus, I don't even.
Arise is right there for in your 5th round. That would be a fun selection.
Yeah. Well, Cade York is not in the TDN database, so I'm just gonna have to pick a random player to like fill this spot. I'm gonna go to like literally the lowest player on the board and just pray that somehow this guy doesn't get drafted. Greg Eisworth II. Your name gets to pop up, buddy. Oh, we got a special guest joining us, guys. Here we go. Hey. Hey, man. How you doing?
Yo, what's up?
Hey, man. Been a while. It's been a while since we've seen
Yeah.
you. Hope you're doing good. I love your podcast, by the way. It's tremendous. So.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to put together over the last few weeks. Are we live right now?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, okay. What's up, everybody? Yeah, so I don't know if I got introduced before. I'm Charles.
Yeah.
I used to work at the Falcoholic. Unfortunately, I can't quit the Falcons, so I just decided why not just do this again.
Nobody ever really quits the Falcons.
Yeah.
I know.
You just keep coming back.
I will say I got close in like 2019. I was like, this sucks, dude. Like, this isn't fun. Like, we're still feeling the heat from the Super Bowl. And then when Arthur Smith got here, it's like, all right, I'll check it out again. And now I'm back.
Yep. Yeah. Speaking of, did yesterday get you back in? Because I liked yesterday.
Yeah,
what do you think? Yeah.
Yesterday was cool. I really liked the trade up. When they first traded up, I thought it was going to be for Ritter.
Yeah.
But then it ended up being Arnold. I don't remember what his last name is.
Katie. Yeah. It's
yeah.
a tough one. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, but he's a good player. Like I know my friends Justice and Derek Klassen thought that he was like a first round quality player. So I went back and watched him last night, and he's someone that should look. If he's not starting week 1, something has gone horribly wrong, especially on this defense. So yeah, I think that Evan Ketty, he's someone to me that has like Pro Bowl upside. In a way that's like actually attainable. So I was really pleased with the pick. Troy Anderson pick, I honestly had never heard of him before that pick got made. I went back and watched him. I was like, I get the dice roll like for a team that is not anywhere close to, competing, but he's a guy that's pretty far away from me. Like to me, it was like watching linebacker John Kaminsky when I was watching the tape again. And the D'Angelo Malone, I think he's a guy that can develop into a starter maybe for you on the edge. So it's fun. It's been a good draft so far.
Yeah. Like Malone at the Senior Bowl, I was like, is this guy like a pass rusher? Is he a linebacker that they have out there? But he put Falele on his butt at least once. He was whooping Trevor Penning too, just getting up under their pads and just messing with them. I really appreciated him because everyone knows Trevor Penning's an asshole. But Malone was just not having it. He was defending the defensive line's honor. So that definitely gave him some extra points in my book.
Yeah. It's a good start to a draft. And I'll say this, I feel a lot better about this class than I did last year, because I remember last year I was watching the guys after they had gotten picked, and I was like, Richie Grant's okay. I mean, hopefully he can be a starter. And then I got to Jalen Mayfield. I was like, oh man, we fucked up. Then I got to Darren Hall, and I was like, I'm out.
Yeah.
On this class.
Yeah.
So this is what this time so far, I think you've got potentially 4 future starters, maybe even 5, like with all if Troy Anderson, that's like the wild card to me if he hits, because he's a guy that used to play quarterback before he plays linebacker, and it shows. It definitely shows sometimes on the field. Like, he's not always used to taking on 300-pound guards that are coming his way, and that's going to have to be something that hopefully he can learn. But when you look at the athletic profile, I mean, he's like 6'4", 240, runs a 4.42, and like that range, it really shows on the field in coverage. So, if he can figure out how to be, a lot bit more physical when he's coming downhill, and maybe put on some weight and some strength. I think maybe that's a guy who can be a starter. And I think good for him is he's in a situation where he doesn't have to start right away, because they have Rashawn and Deion Jones. So I'm going to take a wild guess that this is Deion Jones' last season in Atlanta.
Right.
So,
I mean, there's buzz that he might not even make it past June 1st, or past June 2nd, I guess technically. But
they could trade him and get rid of some of that money.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll get any value for him next year.
Play last season was totally unacceptable.
Oh yeah,
It was.
You can't quit. You can't quit. Like, you can play poorly, play injured, but if you just go out there and mentally check out, then it's like, I think that's the cardinal sin for any coaching staff, especially one that didn't draft you.
Yeah, Dean Pease does not play that, so that's why I was shocked they didn't just trade him for peanuts before his roster bonus kicked in. I'm guessing there were no takers, but nobody wants that roster bonus. But it's post June 1st, maybe for a late day 3 pick, maybe we can make something happen. But he doesn't seem to fit the Pease defense really either, and it's like it's a weird fit. But I feel like somebody he can still be a good linebacker. He's just not in this defense really. So.
Yeah, even by the end of the Dan Quinn defense, he wasn't a good fit for that either. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of feel like he's one of those guys, just like, I got my bread, I made it.
Yeah.
So maybe like if he does stay on the team this year, the thought process, or feeling the heat of potentially getting cut, maybe that lights a fire under his ass this year, because I find it hard to believe that the guy that we were calling the best coverage linebacker in the NFL a few seasons ago, just forgot how to play football. So
right,
we'll see what happens.
Yeah, this guy, he can cover. We know he can cover. He just didn't want to cover. He didn't just all of a sudden forget how to cover. So it would be great if he could do that, but I guess we'll see.
Be perfect. I mean, because Deion, but you have Rashawn who can be the hammer and do some of the dirty work that Deion really sucks at now. So it's an interesting linebacker trio, and then you throw in Michael Walker too in the mix. So I'm pleasantly, I wouldn't say happy, but I'm intrigued to see what this team looks like, because I don't know. I feel like there's players that we know can play better. Deion. I think that last year was probably an aberration for Grady Jarrett, where there was just so little help around him. There's nothing you can really do. Hopefully Ebiketie helps with that a little bit. But I think this team's in a better spot than they were last year, which is, I thought that last year's team was horrible. And they just managed to win 7 games somehow. Like, when you look at the point differential, they were like bottom 4 in the league, even though they won 7 games. So I think that on paper, this team is more talented than they were last season. But I don't know if that's going to show itself in the win column.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's a tougher schedule this year. You lose Matt Ryan, and like that's the thing people don't get. Like when you have a quarterback like Matt Ryan, you're gonna overperform your roster when you have a franchise quarterback. Like you can do it, and like I don't think Mariota is gonna be like a bad quarterback here, and we've got Ritter too, and who knows how that's gonna shake out. Like I don't think either of these guys are giving you Matt Ryan. Like it's just not gonna happen. So you're not going to have that sort of trump card on your roster to help get you over the top against teams that don't like they played a lot of teams with bad quarterbacks last year. When you got Matt Ryan, you have a good chance of beating teams with bad quarterbacks just because you have Matt Ryan. Even with a terrible offensive line and a severely depleted receiving core, Matt Ryan's going to make something happen, which is why he's the best quarterback this team's ever seen. So we've lost that. So it's going to be hard to do better without Matt Ryan.
Super gone. I think this team it's going to be bad this year, and I think my biggest worry is is Marcus going to stay healthy? I don't know.
Right.
That's really never been his thing.
But
if he can, like I do think that this is like it's kind of an intriguing bridge option because like he's had moments where he's looked good, and I think honestly the last time that he and Arthur Smith were together in Tennessee. And this is not like coping, not saying that Marcus is going to be great or anything. Just literal facts. Like he was going through something where he had an injury that was causing nerve damage in his hand. And it's kind of hard to throw the ball if you can't feel the ball.
Are you sure?
You point back to that's the worst year in Marcus' career where he got benched for Ryan Tannehill with Arthur Smith. But, hopefully he's not dealing with like an injury that is that big of a roadblock towards playing quarterback at NFL level. Like I don't know. I feel like there's a situation where Marcus could come in and play like a top 20 quarterback this year, and you have some watchable moments. But I think the biggest impediment is the offensive line. Still, like this team is so far away from being good. You're not going to be able to fix everything in one draft. So I think the offensive line still a huge problem point for this team, but maybe Jalen Mayfield and Chris Hennessy take another step.
Yeah,
I think
that's
will.
The prayer. Yeah, I think it's
Hennessy
okay to
will.
like. Yeah, go ahead, Anand. Go ahead.
I'm big on Matt Hennessy. I think his numbers last year, like his PFF scores, he actually graded out higher than Alex Mack last year, according to PFF.
Which is wild to me, but
I thought he sucked.
Mostly terrible. Because his run blocking was absolutely like tremendous. He hasn't really been the pass, or he's still like very young. He hasn't really played that many games in the NFL because his first year was more of a redshirt year. So last year was pretty much a de facto rookie season for him at the center position. But yeah, Jalen Mayfield, I don't have much hope for. I think Hennessy will take that step forward. We definitely need a guard, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I feel like if you wanted to go in and say like, okay, we're gonna hope that either one of Mayfield or Hennessy, or maybe you throw Dahlman in there, like one of these three guys is gonna be a starter for us. I think that's okay. Obviously, it's not ideal, but like it's okay. But like saying, oh yeah, Jalen Mayfield and Matt Hennessy are both going to be good starters for us. That's we're getting into wishful thinking territory with that one. So, I mean, it's pretty clear we're not. I mean, maybe they'll draft someone on day 3, but like
maybe you can get Alec Lindstrom.
Yeah. I mean,
gotta
get the family connection. Yeah.
I would if Jamari Salaire, or I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
Oh yes, Salyer or something. Yeah.
Salyer, yeah. If he's there in the 5th round, I think they should try to take him.
Oh yeah,
he shut down Hutchinson in the Orange Bowl, and I think he's a guy that could easily kick inside to guard and maybe even start for you there.
Yes, yeah.
And you can get these pesky Georgia fans off your back.
I was gonna say it'll make the fan base happy.
Oh no, we didn't swing the Kubi. I'm a Georgia fan too. What's the big deal, bro? It's okay.
Yeah, I mean,
you want to cope with himself in here? I thought you liked him.
Yeah, I think you should want him to go somewhere else if you really like these players.
Yeah. The Eagles, like that's a better fit for him. Come on.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm surprised the Eagles took a linebacker. I thought they just never did that. It's just the first round they don't take linebackers, but
they need to. Goddamn.
Like the Packers with wide receivers.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah. Salyer's like my he was one of my like top 8 guards. I think he's a guard fit for sure for this team. So if he happens to last to I think he's like on TDN's board right now. He's like the third best player available overall. I think they had him at like 59. So like, yeah, I mean, I hope he makes it. I guess I'm sort of doubting it considering, but I don't know. Yeah.
Who knows?
I mean, Tariq Woolen's still there too. That one's wild to me. I thought for sure somebody would swing on him at this point, but.
Someone tweeted something funny at me today. Because I tweeted out basically we brief grades for what the Falcons have done so far, and somebody tweeted at me, "Oh, maybe this team could win the NFC South." I'm like, "Oh, okay, but here."
Oh yeah, did the Buccaneers die or like?
Spring hope is eternal.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take third place in the NFC South. I think we can be better than the Panthers.
Yeah,
I think that's a fair goal to have.
Yeah,
be better than the Panthers. They have Sam Darnold and Matt Corral. I'll take Marcus Mariota over both of them.
Yeah, that's what we were joking about because they traded up again today, and it's like I feel like the Panthers just perpetually think that they're like close, and they're just not. Like Ike Ekwonu, great pick, love it, but like
but I don't understand why they think they're close because they just had the 6th pick yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah,
it's because Matt Rule
pick up a good team, bro.
Yeah,
it's the same thing as the Falcons when they had Dan Quinn for a year later than when they should have fired him. Like Matt Rule doesn't care about their future. He cares about his own job security. So he's going to mortgage the future to try and be as good as possible now. But the issue is after they fire him, then it's like, oh, what do we do now? The same thing as the Falcons about a couple of years.
You got to pull back some of this control, for Matt Rule because you can't. He like you said, you can't let him go to the job system though because the Panthers still exist after Matt Rule is gone. So I don't know why they're letting him do all this stuff. I don't get what the Panthers doing at fucking all.
No,
you're in a worse spot than you were before you hired Matt Rule. It's crazy, and like you've come full circle. Except this time you have fewer assets to do something about it than last time, and now you have the Sam Darnold contract stuck on the books, so you might trade for Baker Mayfield too. It's a mess.
That I just don't get anything. They made the right call going with Icky at 6 instead of a quarterback.
I think that was a good pick.
That was good, but like that's like the only smart thing they've done so far. Like, and I think they've taken good defensive players. I think that's the one thing they've done is they've drafted good defensive players. But the Robbie Anderson thing is not working out. The Sam Darnold thing is definitely not working out. I think anyone could have told you that before that was made. And then what kills me about that, which this is what made me know that this was going to fail for them. They were like, we're going to trade for Sam Darnold and pick up his options. Like, all right, that's really bad. And then they're there at 8 because they thought that there were going to be no quarterbacks at 8. And it's like, okay, maybe you're right. They get to 8, Fields is there, and they're like, nah, we don't need him. We got Sam Darnold. It's like, all right, well, I that's everything I need to know. Thank you.
Speaking of Fields, good God, that kid's never going to make it, man. He's fucked. It's over for him.
The Bears. Yeah. Well, maybe the Bears will sabotage him. Prospect. Yeah, and then the Falcons can get him. Yeah. We'll send him a 6th rounder. Yeah.
Maybe you tank his stock enough this year. The Falcons play like dog shit. You trade for Justin Fields, then you draft Will Anderson #1 overall.
Hey, let's go. So I'm down.
You're coming back into a quarterback room next year with Marcus Mariota, Justin Fields, and Desmond Ridder. It works for me.
Yeah, one of those guys is going to be good, Yeah,
but someone's got to at least be average there.
Yeah. I think that's the main concern too with the Ridder pick is like maybe he's just average, and sometimes teams overvalue the average quarterback. I mean, you look at a lot of these guys, but average would be good for the Falcons right now. So like, especially for a 3rd round pick, that's what I love about it. It's like, I think if you wanted to get mad about the Falcons taking a quarterback at like 43 or 8, like I think, it's like, okay, I get it. But like Ridder at 74, like, I don't know how you're mad at that. It's like, this is like the most ideal time to take a quarterback. Like if you don't like what you see this year, that's not a pick. You're not like, oh, we have to stick with him because we spent this premium pick. It's like, no, he's like, if he turns into just a good long-term backup for you with that 3rd round pick, that's good value for a 3rd rounder for a quarterback. So
yeah, people just want to be mad at the world. You know how
yeah.
I mean, I feel the same way too sometimes. Sometimes you just want to be pissed off and rant about shit.
Yeah. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. It is fun. So, I got my ranting out of the way with when they took a receiver at 8, but at least they took a good receiver.
It's looking
I
like
was
a better
pretty
pick
hyped
now,
about
though.
that pick.
Yeah.
Look, they're not going to be good, so let's be watchable again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, and also just like the idea of like if Arthur Smith wants to get back to maybe being, more of these play action crossing stuff, you didn't really. The personnel was so bad last year, you couldn't even really do it at a high level. But did you just watch Drake London on some of these plays where he gets the ball in his hands in space, and for a guy who's 6'4", 220, like it's crazy what he can do with the ball in his hands. I think just him and Kyle Pitts, there's a lot you can do with that if
Oh,
those
yeah.
guys can stay in the field and stay healthy. So, I get people are, wanting a tackle or an edge rusher at that spot, but I don't know. I think you just drafted Mike Evans. That's better after the catch. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like I sort of disagree with like the philosophy behind taking like wide receiver at 8, but it's not anything to do with the player because I think Drake London's good. Like he was my wide receiver 1. He was my 10th overall player. It's just like, oh, I think like I would have preferred a defensive lineman or whatever. But like at least it's a good player. Like as long as it's a good player, it's hard to get too mad about it.
We're heading right back in the right direction, man. And honestly, the way I'm looking at this Falcons draft is you have holes like literally everywhere. Like I was talking to somebody the other day, and I was like, the only pick that the only 2 positions at 8 where I would have been like, oh hell no, would have been tight end and running back. That's it. Like literally any other position, I've been like, yeah, I get it because they need that. They're really that bad.
Yeah.
So I don't. I guess this year, after we finally admitted that we're tearing it down, positional value doesn't matter quite as much to me. Once we start getting a little bit more competitive, I think I'll start factoring that in. But you're just so goddamn far away. Just find some good players.
Yeah, and you look at it in hindsight too. Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
The Falcons, this is going to be a pretty fun Madden team at least.
Oh yeah,
this is a great Madden team.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great Madden offense.
Underrated aspect of this, yeah.
Mariota, Pitts, Drake London, C-Pat, and then you got Damian Williams and Mike Davis. Like, hey, you can score a lot of points virtually with that.
Yeah. All you gotta do is and then if you're playing in franchise mode, you can go in and make these guys gods anyway. So if only they care about franchise mode as much as I do, but they just don't. So. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna run and grab a beer real quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, and we will get the rest of these picks coming in. We've had a bunch come in while we were talking, and we will go from there, guys. I'll be right back.
I'm also really surprised that there's a punter off the board and it's not Matt Ariza. I did not see that coming.
I don't even know the name of the guy. I just saw that he went to Penn State.
Jordan Stout. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not degenerate enough to have scouted punters. No offense to anyone who has.
Not quite my thing,
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe the Falcons are setting up to take Ariza in the 5th. They need a punter.
Yeah. Oh, another punter just got drafted.
Is that right?
No, it
Jake
was
Camarda.
He ran a 4.5. Yeah, that was.
Oh
crazy.
yeah, I remember that.
I remember that. Yeah, he blacked out and ran a 4.5. Hey, maybe he should play linebacker for the Falcons.
Hey, maybe he's faster than Drake London for being.
A lot of there was a lot of Drake London slow jokes that made me laugh. I don't know. I think he's a better athlete than given credit for, but he's not James Williams,
Yeah, he didn't run his 40, but he said that he ran a 4.5 flat, which I mean, maybe
that's about what I'll put him at.
Yeah. It's not bad. I mean, his speed isn't his game.
He's a big receiver. It's all right.
Yeah. It's not like Calvin Ridley who shies away from contact at every chance that he gets.
Yeah, I think the Drake London pick and the Ebiketie pick it's a shift towards trying to be more physical. So.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I think Arthur wants to be more physical on offense, especially.
It'll be nice. The Falcons have been finesse for as long as I can remember. The last time this team was more physical than finesse was probably the early part of Matt Ryan's time here when they had that amazing offensive line. Yeah, Claybo, Harvey Dahl, Justin Blaylock.
Just get behind those guys. Those guys were fucking road graders.
Oh my God, they were amazing. And then
Now we don't.
yeah, even the 2016 team that like had a really good O line, like that was such a finesse offensive line. Like those guys were pretty small in comparison to other O linemen. But
Yeah,
it just worked out because nobody ever got hurt somehow.
luck, just luck.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, I guess you can get down zone blocking, and that kind of helps you, mitigate that lack of physicality. But it would be nice to actually be able to push around some guys for a change.
Yeah, yeah. I think we're still still a little a ways away from that, but
Still two or three
uh,
drops away.
yeah. I actually have to run. I feel bad because you're the only one on the stream,
No, you're good,
but
man. You're good.
yeah. But it's been cool. Hopefully the Falcons don't fuck up later today. Because but how many picks do they have?
They have three more. They have a fifth rounder and two sixths.
All right, so that's enough to do something interesting at least. But maybe I can tap back in later. But I gotta hop right now.
Yeah, of course, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yep, later.
Yeah. All right, chat. I'm the only one left. I'm kidding. Yeah, I know Kevin will be back in about a minute. Uh, yeah, no, I will say I'm very happy that the Falcons traded their seventh rounder, just because I don't want to have to care about the seventh round this year. Like the seventh round is like it's cool if you really have a guy that's going to go undrafted that you really really like and you really want the rights to. Like sure, but it's like I'm sure it's just annoying seeing people debate and talking about how dumb the team is for taking so and so guy in the seventh round. Like, who cares, bro? It's the seventh round. Um, yeah, no Twizzlers today. I may have someone. I actually gave away that massive box that Twizzlers sent me, just because I was like a lifetime supply of Twizzlers, and I was never gonna eat that many. So I mean, don't tell Twizzlers, but most of that got given away. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really surprised that Ariza is not only not going to be the first punter selected, he's not even the second punter selected. No offense to Camarda, Go Dogs, and the other guy who got drafted. Like I said, I don't really know the punters like that. I just know that Ariza is the dude at that position. It would be fun if Atlanta got him on this punter run, but I'll feel some type of way if Alec Lindstrom or Sailor is on the board and they take a freaking punter over them. Um, Kansas City Chiefs pick is in. That's a team that's such a well-run organization, man. Like those guys didn't give their wide receiver all that money and like back their GM into a corner with their owner saying that he's going to be a Falcon for life.
All right, I got it at the very tail end of that. What was that rant about?
The rant was about the Kansas City Chiefs just like doing the smart thing and trading away Tyreek Hill and getting value for him before they had to pay him, as opposed to the Falcons a few years ago, just like Arthur Blank publicly stating, "Oh, Julio's going to be a Falcon for life," and just like taking away any leverage from his general manager in those negotiations, and just destroying the cap by giving Julio what he wanted after
Oh
he
yeah.
held out with 3 years left on his contract. That was such a
Yeah.
stupid thing for the franchise to do.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I can't argue with that. It when you make public statements like that, it like weakens your general manager's position. And it's just you sort of have to, man, it's difficult. It's difficult to work around that. All right, let me get caught up on all these picks that have come in real quick, guys, so I can update our tracker. I'm guessing Charles. I know Charles didn't have a ton of time, so I'm guessing he had to take
Yeah.
off. But yeah,
Two
Charles
punters
McDonald,
went.
guys. Oh, two punters. Wow, did the punt god go?
Ariza did not go.
Oh wow, the
It
punt
was
god.
Jordan Stroud and Jake Camarda.
Oh man, another dog. Okay.
Atlanta's pick is coming up
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Let me
slowly
get
but surely.
yeah.
Oh, Isaiah Spiller did go to the
Yeah, he did.
Chargers
He went
right
like
after
right after,
Zamir.
literally the second after you talked about him, he went. Like he went right after Zamir White. So
Maybe I shouldn't talk about any of the dudes that we want.
yeah, you could be real careful. Be real careful today. All right, so we had, let's see. Yeah, Jordan Stout, Hassan Haskins, Romeo Dubes, Jake Camarda. Is he on their board? Nope, Jake Camarda is not on TDN's board. So once again, I have to scroll down all the way to the very bottom of the board to add someone that hopefully will not be, no offense to this guy. I hope that you do get drafted, but just not to throw off my simulator. Not until like pick 213. Any picks after that doesn't matter for the simulation. Then we got Camarda, another punter. Go Dogs. Then we had Spencer Burford. I wonder if they have him as interior or... Yeah, they have him as a guard. Okay. And then Josh Williams, the corner from Fayetteville State, someone who was interesting at the Senior Bowl. And then we got Cordell Volson, the offensive tackle from North Dakota State. All right, I think we're all caught up now. But yeah, we did.
Just got picked.
Yeah, Volson's just now getting picked. Yeah, that's just getting announced. Okay, we're caught up. Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about Isaiah Spiller. Unfortunately, he's not going to be available for the Falcons. We did see Pierre Strong Jr., who I know we had some fans of in here. He went to the Patriots at pick 127, so that's another running back off the board. And then Hassan Haskins actually going at 131. That was a guy I thought for sure might be there at the 5th round. He almost always was in mocks, but he goes to the Titans, which that definitely is a Titans running back. So I guess that aspect of it doesn't shock me. But the running backs are getting a little bit thinned out here as we get further into the 4th round. We are pretty close to the start of the 5th round here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks left in the 4th. And then the 5th round will kick off, and the Falcons will have one pretty shortly after that gets started. Yeah, guys, didn't get a chance to sign off. Charles Riley was here, but he is Charles McDonald at 4verts on Twitter. Tremendous follow. His new podcast, The Exempt List, is on Underdog Fantasy, where he is a staff member there. It's a great site. Tremendous podcast, a lot of fun. If you know Charles, you know he's got a brand of being just a fun commentator. So if you enjoy his work, you'll love that podcast. Lots of great guests on there too. All right, let's see. Yeah, I don't... Yeah. So we got Camarda and Stout. So there is still a chance that Ariza could be there at the 5th round. But there's a punter run starting now, Adnan, so we have to be careful.
I'm not going to be distraught if we don't get a punter. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. It's hard to get too excited one way or the other, I guess.
I don't know. We may be punting a lot, though.
That's true. This
So
is a guy that might get a lot of value. Yeah. Get a lot of value out of that pick.
Like the Ravens taking a punter, that's like, that offense is good. John Harbaugh goes for it on like 4th down so much. Like he doesn't even send Justin Tucker out there. Like,
Yep.
And I know as a Justin Tucker fantasy owner last year, that infuriated me all the times that they went for it on 4th down in field goal range.
The nerds are winning, so there's only so much we can do.
Those damn nerds.
The nerds are taking over. Yep.
Yeah. They haven't played enough football for my liking to just know about the grind.
When's the last time you strapped on a helmet and got out there, nerd?
There's this movement by like some people that are like, oh, for the NBA, it's like, oh, no awards should be nobody should be allowed to vote for NBA awards unless they've like played at least like college level basketball. Like, dude, shut the hell up.
Like, just because you played the sport doesn't mean you have good opinions on it either. Like,
yeah, like we've seen that in every sport.
Yeah.
And someone's like, oh, you shouldn't be allowed to like vote unless you can make 6 out of 10 free throws. Like, how's that qualification?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of analysts spend a lot more time keeping up with the sport than people who played it at some point. It's pretty obvious. Like now, like I think people that haven't played professional football, professional basketball, whatever, should not represent themselves as if they have done that, but it doesn't cheapen their analysis in any way. I mean, they either have accurate like analysis or they don't, and whether or not you played the game or not doesn't necessarily determine that, because there are plenty of bad commentators who played the game. It doesn't give you good takes, you know, like good takes have to grow organically. You can't just force good takes, and just like I think it can be helpful, certainly, particularly for understanding like the inner workings of the NFL and what it's like to be a player and go out there on Sundays and all that stuff. Like obviously that's something that, you know, I'm 29 now, so I have to send that ship home soon. You know, I'm probably not going to be an NFL player at any point. I'm still holding out hope for a couple more years, but I'm never going to be able to talk about that, you know, but it doesn't mean that I can't talk about other things, you know, scouting stuff, analysis, play calling, all that, you know, that if there's no reason that people can't have an opinion on those things. Now, the opinion might be wrong, but you can still have an opinion. So, all right, we're waiting on the Patriots pick here at 137. Let's take a quick look at some of the best players available. Sam Howell at quarterback still on the board.
Maybe they could have gotten Strange here.
Maybe. You never know. The stranger things have happened.
Yeah, Sam Howell is still there. Another quarterback that really fell.
Yep. And that means, you know, Carson Strong is going to fall late too. And it's like, I wasn't in love with Carson Strong, but I still felt like he was third round worthy. But apparently everyone's sort of, you know, off of the quarterbacks in this class.
Everyone's sort of.
Hey, Randy, how you doing?
I heard you say Stranger Things.
Yeah, and then you were like,
Oh
I had
my
to pop on.
God.
That's my cue.
So,
That's the cue. Yeah.
that's how I do it. I
That was
I
perfect.
wait for the perfect opportunity and then jump in.
That
Yes.
was literally perfect.
Yeah, that was a great seg. That's possibly the best seg we've ever done on this program. So tremendous work there, Randy. Really paid attention.
You know what, Kevin? It was all you.
I just teed it up for you, and you came right in. So
That's right. That's right. You threw me a softball.
Yeah. How you doing, Randy?
Better than Thursday.
Yeah, good. So you were also with me from the philosophical disagreements with the wide receiver pick at 8.
You know what? I tuned into the Falcoholic live on Thursday night, and I was like, all right, this is the temperature in the room.
Yep.
But I think, what's up, Evan?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
Can you really?
We can.
Oh my god, that's
So
crazy.
it's all good. Yeah, we know. I know
That's
you were having
nuts.
trouble
I don't know
earlier,
what
so
I did.
yeah, we
Evan,
got it
how-
fixed.
Evan, how's the ankle doing?
Still swollen. Have it in a little bucket here and been icing it. But yeah, not great. I can't walk. This has been my mode of transportation, my computer chair. So
Oh, well, at least you
Yeah,
have the
well-
chair. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about on yesterday how Dave breaks Evan's ankles every year to make sure that he has to do drop stuff.
Yeah,
At
he
this
can't
time
get.
of
He
year.
can't
They
escape.
came-
Yeah.
yeah, they came for me and Adnan. Adnan hurt his leg, so they're coming for the youngins. So
Yeah,
I
I
guess
know.
Kevin's next.
Yeah. Have you seen? You haven't actually seen me get out of this chair. I turn my camera off every time, so you don't really know how I'm
Yeah.
getting around in here.
Guess-
Yeah, I've made too many jokes, too many age jokes in our chat, and you know they figure they should just teach all of us a lesson at this point.
Yeah. I'm just glad this works because me and Kevin were like troubleshooting it all morning and just wouldn't work. So
Yeah.
should I
yeah.
shut this off? Does this bother anyone?
Uh,
Like the background?
I don't know.
Yeah,
It might be like
probably.
copyright issues. You probably
Okay.
don't
Well,
know
let me
yeah.
go ahead and turn that off. then.
yeah. Like I know Dave had it on. Like it was funny because Dave had it, and I could see the reflection in the window, and I'm like, okay, well, they're
Right.
gonna have a hard time getting us for that. But like, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. But yeah, I have to have it on. I have it on like another tab, but even that, I go in between so many tabs right now. It's wild. I have a lot of tabs open, but shout out to YouTube.
So what was the
TV.
deal
Yeah.
with the punt run that wasn't even the punt god going?
Yes, Evan, as our special teams expert, I need you to weigh in on why the punt god has not yet been selected.
I have no idea. Jordan Stout, like I get it because they were kind of talked about, and Camarda is a good punter.
Yeah.
But like, I didn't see that coming. I mean, I also didn't see Malik Willis going in the third round. So there's a lot, I guess, we don't know. But yeah, I mean, weird.
It is weird. It is weird.
But
it's a little
fine
bit
for the
unexpected.
Falcons because we didn't have a pick in this round. So,
Yeah.
maybe he'll drop into the next one.
Yep. Maybe we can get the punt god here momentarily. So apparently I missed the 137th pick. It's okay. I'll get it. Oh, it's Bailey Zappi. Bailey Zappi before Sam Howell. That's wild, man.
Did
Going to
Sam
the
Howell like go on a murder spree or something?
I don't know, man. That's wild to me. I mean, I liked Bailey Zappi at the Senior Bowl. I thought he acquitted himself well. Like, he was worthy of being... He was in, like, the same class as those guys, so I thought, this is a guy that can definitely play in the NFL, but I wouldn't say he... Oh, Calvin Austin, damn it. I was like, if I don't say Calvin Austin's name, he's going to the Steelers here at 138. I was like, man, if I just don't mention him, maybe he won't go, but all my guys going today. But, yeah, the Zappi thing, I didn't think he was better than Sam Howell, but... Man, that is interesting. And the Patriots just took Mac Jones, so it's odd, I guess. But I mean, it's around 4 picks, so that maybe they're looking for that long-term backup. But kind of, I don't think you had to worry about him going necessarily with Sam Howell and Carson Strong on the board. But it's the Patriots, Good luck deciphering anything about their draft strategy in general. That's what prompted the Stranger Things reference with Cole Strange. So,
Yeah, Cole Strange.
Forgot Randy in here.
he should he should do an NIL with Stranger Things. He should have. That's just a missed opportunity.
You really should.
Yeah, you should have helped him out with that, man. You got to give him the inside plug.
Randy, what do you think of the Falcons draft so far?
I like it. Yeah, I was like, I obviously I don't love a wide receiver in the first round. We've done that so many times. But we needed a wide receiver, and then to get Ebiketie in the second, I was like, okay, that actually works for me for the first 2 rounds, and then to get Ritter in the third,
Yeah,
was wild. So I'm like, yeah, great. We got, who could possibly be our QB1 of the future in the third round. Is awesome. It got me thinking actually that maybe the Steelers had maybe jumped a little bit to get Pickett at 20. Because it was like, well, no one, like, you're the there wasn't a run, right? Like, every time the Falcons go in on somebody, there seems to be a run on that position, right? And when the Steelers went Pickett, there was not a QB run. So it was like, nope. Everybody's just waiting it out.
Yeah, it felt like they really misjudged it. I think they were expecting to start the QB run, we're gonna do this now, but it just didn't happen. I don't know if they didn't have good. The Falcons apparently have had amazing intel so far.
Yeah,
they started the wide receiver run. They were ahead of it on the defensive end run in the second, in the second round. I wouldn't call it a quarterback run in the third round, but they got the first quarterback out of 3 taken. So it's been impressive so far what Fontenot's done. Normally the Falcons get caught with their pants down when those kinds of runs happen. So it's nice. It's nice being the ones to catch everyone else by surprise for a change.
Yeah,
I
agree.
Yeah. The Dimitrov era is over. So yeah, hopefully this draft works out a little better than last season's.
Last year's. The jury's still out. The jury's still out.
I think last year was I think all along this team was 2023 is when we need to start winning games. We need to have a winning record in 2023 or at least be close. So if you take it in that context of this is the earliest class, we can take some long-term guys. And I think that's what they focused on. And obviously we'll see. Obviously Kyle Pitts, slam dunk. He's going to be great. But Richie Grant, jury's still out. I love Richie Grant, charge on, but we need to see something this year. And Jalen Mayfield, again, huge swing of the bat. He did he did start all the games last year. So how many third round picks
You know
start? You know,
what?
all 17 games. Yeah.
That is one way to put it.
Yeah. So hey, you know, there's that. But
That is a thing that happened. He did play in every game.
yes.
Well, I mean, he was on the field.
He was on the field. He did stand in the way, and his run blocking
Yeah.
did get better over the course of
Yeah.
the season. So there was at least that.
Well, low floor there.
Yeah, you know, well, you know, when you're scoring in the single digits in terms of PFF grade, which I wasn't even sure that was possible. It is technically. Then you have only he can only go up from here. He can only go
Yeah.
up. So you know, there's
Yeah,
nothing
maybe
but
he broke
positivity.
some records in
Yeah.
that way.
In a good way. In a good way. Let's see. We had a tip coming from George Costanza with $3. Thank you so much, George. He says, think London is going to have a better year this year than Calvin Ridley would have.
Well, yeah. If
Yeah.
Ridley was playing this season, played like he played last season for sure.
He just doesn't seem to be a great fit for this offense. But yeah, I mean, George was saying, you know, he's sad about Calvin Ridley not being here, basically upset at him for the gambling, understandably. And he think he could have been a really good wide receiver too for this offense, and I agree.
Ridley, I don't think Ridley would have been on the team this year if not for the
I
gambling
agree.
thing. Like,
I
I
agree.
think they would have traded him to Philadelphia.
Yeah,
Or-
for a first.
Sound
which
like
would've been
that
great.
was pretty
Yeah.
in place.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, it worked out for Philly. They got a much better wide receiver for that exact same pick.
Yeah.
You're right. Yep. Hindsight, but
Also,
I would, yeah.
Do you know what's insane? AJ Brown right now, I think, is the same age as Calvin Ridley when he was drafted.
Well, there you go. That
Like,
tells you everything you need to know.
AJ Brown is 24.
Wow.
That's
He's
wild.
been around forever.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing about drafting some of these guys when they're like 20 years old or whatever, like Kyle Pitts. It's like you're going to
Yeah.
get 3 contracts at least out of these guys, assuming they hit. So, I mean, it makes a big difference. It makes a big difference.
Ridley's 28 this year for comparison.
Yeah. That's just unfortunate. But, I mean, we always knew that when we took him. And again, I think my philosophy is you draft for the rookie contract and anything after that's sort of gravy. Because it's just so hard to predict, like, where are you going to be in 4 years? Where are you going to be in 5 years if it's a first-round pick? Like, trying to forecast, like, are we going to extend this guy if he's a Pro Bowler, or are we letting him walk, or are we trading him, whatever? Like, that's just hard. So you draft for the rookie contract, and I think there's certainly, you could say that you would give, you know, extra points to someone who's like 20 or 21 or something like that. But I'm not going to ding a guy for being older in general. But yeah, it's just, it makes it more difficult. Like, I think that's what you're getting at, Adnan, is when you have to make a decision on are you going to give a big extension to a guy that's 28? You know, it's a little bit more difficult than a guy that's 25, where, you know, he's going to play out this extension before he hits 30. So it does make a difference. And I know there's a lot of teams supposedly that really weight that heavily in their drafting.
And it makes sense. Like, also, if you're like 23, 24, and you're facing guys who are like, you know, 19, 20 years old, like, obviously you're going to have more of, you know, a strength advantage. And then you have to evaluate, you know, how much of your good play was because you were, you know, more physically ready, physically stronger. But at the very least, I think that's more so when it comes to the trenches, where your weight and your strength is much more in play as opposed to wide receiver. I know in the NBA, that's a big thing, where a lot of guys who are not 19, 20, a lot of those older prospects who are 22, 23 years old, they generally get passed up on in the lottery, and they generally don't, you know, have as booming of a career as the 19, 20-year-old, just because you get someone into the league at 19 and 20, and then you can, like, you know, mold them up, and by the time they're 23, they've been in the league 3-4 years and they're still developing, as opposed to someone who's 23 just coming into the league. So I think there was like an evaluation about it where most of those older prospects don't generally end up being stars. You know, there are exceptions, of course, but they're, you know, for the most part, the rule is you want to go with the younger guys if you're really looking for that star potential.
Yeah, it's sort of like Madden, right? You know, you want the guy with the star developmental trait. You know, you got to get that going so you can level him up faster. But it adds like a runway for these guys, particularly if you're taking like a more raw player. It gives you more of a runway where it's like this guy doesn't have to hit in his first like 3 years, or we're not going to extend him. Like if with Kyle Pitts, say you took somebody like him who's 20, later. If he's that young, it's like, well, if he hits in year 3 and he becomes this elite player, like we're not afraid of giving him a big extension because he's going to be like 28 when he finishes his extension. With Ridley, it does complicate it because it's like, okay, well, he's going to be playing until he's 32 on this contract. And again, like receivers, they're generally fine through 32. Like I would say for a lot of receivers, 32, they're not really going to have a drop off. But like 33, 34 and on is when you start to see some wear and tear pile up. And with the guy like Julio, this is an unfortunate example. Like it just all sort of came to a head at once for Julio with that hamstring. He just couldn't get past the hamstring thing. And I feel so bad for him. He's still my favorite Falcon. I have no hard feelings towards Julio or whatever with the trade. I think, I'm over it. But it's just unfortunate for him because it just became an issue so quickly. And that's the fear when you get into the mid-30s is that a bad injury can end a career at that point. Whereas for a guy that's in his late 20s, it's much less likely for that to happen.
Yeah, I think Deebo Samuel saw the season where Kyle Shanahan just rode the wheels off Julio. And he was like, no, he's not going to do that to me.
He sure did like Debo last year.
Yeah, no, he did. I think Debo was like, fuck that. I'm out of here.
I'm out. I'm out,
and good
guys.
for him. Like they played him at running back. They played him at wide receiver. And then they had the audacity to try to pay him like a running back. They tried to give him running back money. I would want to get out of there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you got to. Yeah. He was smart to look at what Shanahan did to Julio.
Yeah, I agree.
Because Julio is never the same after Matty's MVP season. Like that was like when you're like running him 300 yards a game. It's like, dude, leave him alone. Throw the ball to somebody else.
Yeah, man. I mean, that was if you had Julio in fantasy that year, you won your championship because that was how much they fed him. And it was clear that like it was cool to see Julio like. They really should have got that man 2,000 yards. Like they could have done it too, and they could have got Matt Ryan 5,000 yards in 2016. They really should have done that. But it was like Julio. You could see it. Like this is like Julio getting a chance to put up stupid numbers and just getting funneled the ball. And there's just nothing. Some teams like you could just tell. Like if they didn't have a corner that could match up with Julio, they had no chance because you just shred them with Julio over and over and over again. And I love that man. So. All right.
What's the next pick? 151?
Yes, 151, I believe, is the number.
So
we're getting close. We're getting close. We're within 10 picks now, I believe. So we're getting close, guys. We got another corner coming off the board here. Jacoby Durant. I'm not familiar with him. This is the part of the draft where occasionally I start to not know who these people are.
I would be worried if you did know who everyone is.
Yeah. I don't know everyone. I watched 100 players, at least 2 or 3 games this year, which was a big milestone for me, but there's like, 250 guys that's going to get drafted. So I've heard of a lot of these other players. I haven't necessarily watched them. So the analysis might be surface level, but
what we're
can't be choosers.
Somewhere soon we'll have the next Tom Brady.
Hey, exactly. You just keep look. We should just draft a quarterback late on day 3 every year because he might be Tom Brady. Yeah,
that's right.
That's science right there. There's.
Who do you think has had the best draft so far?
Ooh. Probably one of the teams that had all these first round picks. I mean, it's not fair, but.
Ravens,
Jets,
I really like what I've seen from them.
Yeah, the Ravens are just always good. I feel like the Ravens is always an easy choice. The Jets, I like the Jets draft a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just feel bad for the Jets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just know
it'll probably amount to nothing, but
it just doesn't matter. Like
good moves.
Amazing on the Jets.
And it's still the Jets.
Revis, remember Revis playing on the Jets? It was just like, wow. Like,
they made the AFC Championship that one time. I was like, I just have to cheer for them because this is never going to happen to them again. And then
because they had LaDainian Tomlinson too.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, like towards the end there.
Yeah.
Trying to think, the quarterback was.
Yeah. It was like.
Who was it then?
I should know that. I've already forgotten this quarterback. He was like, AFC Championship quarter. That was literally like
When
his
was it?
one good
Pennington,
year.
right?
It wasn't
Was it
Pennington. No,
Okay, it was
wasn't
after
Pennington.
that.
It was I can't remember, but somebody. I'm gonna pull up Pro Football Reference. We're gonna find this out.
Yeah.
It's day
I'll do
3.
that.
Got nothing better to do. Yeah.
I'll take a look. See.
I got it. Let's see. New York
Oh,
Jets.
you do? Okay.
Yeah. Go back a ways. Just look for the one winning season. It shouldn't be too hard. No, well, they did have a winning season in 2015 with Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's like the Fitz Renaissance
magic.
or whatever.
I remember
Yeah.
when Fitzpatrick like broke all of their passing records that
Yes,
year.
yeah. Let's see.
Was that in like
Wow.
the first half of the season, and then he just started throwing interceptions?
I think so.
Is that what he
yeah.
does?
Something like that. Oh, it was Mark Sanchez. That's through the
Was it?
quarterback.
Oh, my
I was gonna
goodness.
say, I was gonna say Sanchez, but I was like,
Yep,
"There's
it
no way
was Sanchez.
Sanchez."
Yep.
comes from the AFC.
11-5.
Wow.
Yep. And they lost the AFC Championship to the Steelers. It was actually a close game.
Yeah,
So-
that Fitzpatrick Jets team, they had like 10 wins that year, right? 9
Yeah.
or 10?
Yeah, no, I think they had 10 wins. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they were just unfortunate to miss the playoffs that season.
Yeah, it was.
Which, I
just
mean,
really
whenever you go
unlucky.
10-6 and miss the playoffs, then it's like,
Yeah, it's so rare, but yeah, that's bad luck. They deserve to make it. Get that Fitz magic going. You never know what can happen with Fitz magic in the playoffs. So probably
the-
not good things.
the worst ever was the Patriots, like when Brady tore his ACL, still winning 11 games with Matt Castle and missing the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Every once in a while, you get a weird story like that, and it's like that's what like this extra 7th playoff spot was like designed to fix. But I feel like so far it's just resulted in like terrible playoff teams. But hopefully,
It's
one of
been
these
some
years.
bad games. It's
Yeah.
been some really bad games in the wild card round.
Yeah,
like the
wild card
divisional
weekend.
round last year was amazing.
Yeah, that was one of the best weekends of football
yeah.
I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, it was amazing. So like in some ways it's like I don't know, I don't care. Like get extra playoff football. If the 2 seed can't beat the 7 seed, it's like you need to not be in the playoffs anyway. So like you better be able to beat the 7 seed. So
It makes it feel better regarding the regular season too. It's like more
Mhm,
teams are in it. It's exactly why Major League Baseball added the second wild card team, and now they added a couple more wild card teams. So it's like as long as you don't overdo it, as long as you don't make like 25 teams go to the playoffs, then it's like, all right, what are we even doing here?
yeah, I agree. So it was a little bit interesting, right? Because the Falcons were like in it technically for a while, so we got to keep talking about like if everything goes right, they could still make the playoffs. So that gave us a couple more weeks of semi-relevance. So
Yeah, those were exciting times, and I was like, man, the Falcons could go out in round 1 this year. Let's go.
I'm so
Let's get
hyped to
there.
see them get wrecked by the number 2 seed in the playoffs. So
Yeah.
but
A
at
team
least
with
we'll have
any
made it.
semblance of a pass rush.
Oh, Sam Howell just went. Wow.
Oh,
Finally.
hey, to Washington. That's a good fit, actually.
First round.
It's a good fit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
he's
good
be-
value.
He's
too,
better than
fifth
Carson
round.
Wentz. So that's great value.
Yeah,
They-
we
they
were
get an
born in
upgrade
the
on-
same hospital.
And you know who originally owned this pick? The Carolina Panthers. So they didn't even need to
Yeah.
trade up for. They didn't even need to trade up for Matt Corral. They could have just got Sam Howell right here. Man, Panthers.
The Panthers.
The Panthers. Just so many things you could say about the Panthers. We could have a whole show dedicated to how badly that team is run. So if you ever start feeling bad about the Falcons again, you could just always look at the Panthers to make yourself feel better. But
Yeah.
that is the official first pick of round 5, though. So the Falcons are coming up here fairly soon.
6 quarterbacks off the board total.
Yep. So yeah, 6, 7 picks now until the Falcons.
There's some years where 5 or 6 quarterbacks go in just the first round.
Yeah.
Oh no. There's not that much to talk about. It's the 5th round of the NFL draft. Kevin, you've been on fumes for how long? How many hours of the show have you done this weekend so far?
Each of the last 2 shows was like over 4.5. So that was 9, and then today's going to be at least 5. So we'll be like,
My
we'll
goodness.
be a significant amount of broadcasting at this point. So hey,
That's
what I
why
do,
Dave
baby.
pays you the big bucks.
That's why Dave pays me the very limited bucks, but
The
bucks
bucks.
I will gladly accept nonetheless, because Dave knows I can't do better. So. He just knows I love this damn site too much to leave, so he's got me in a bind for sure. All right. Yeah, well, we are inching closer to the Falcons selection here.
Yeah, this is where like I'd hate it if they like traded it away, where we're like waiting, we're like like you said, inching ever so closer, and then they finally get there and it's like, oh, it's been traded for a 4th rounder next year, which wouldn't be the worst trade, but still.
What like position do you think it's going to be? And I'll read off some of the best of. Well, we already know if it ain't the punt god, I'm getting off here.
Yeah, it better be the punt god. Yeah, or else we're leaving. Yeah, we're just gonna wrap the show.
But I mean, running back's probably like
guard
tapped out now. Like,
I think it could be Jerome Ford at running back. I would keep your eyes on Jerome Ford. I know they like him. That's my insider take. Yeah.
Darian Kennard, Kentucky, Jamari Saylor, or
Salyer.
I don't know how you say it. Salyer.
I think it's Salyer, I think, but
Salyer. Marquise Hayes from Oklahoma. Apparently someone named Chris Paul from Tulsa, but that's guards.
He's good. Yeah, Salyer is who I would go for if they're going for a guard.
Yeah. And then I guess defensive tackle. I don't even know who any of these people are.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that we haven't.
Yeah, I thought they would have addressed that earlier, but
yeah, it's like at this point, it's like Salyer I think could be a starter. So like
Alec Lindstrom's still floating around if they want a good PR.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there goes into offensive lineman Darian Kennard to the Chiefs.
Well, they went the top guard apparently on here.
Yeah, it's only a thing if you were at the Senior Bowl, but Darian Kennard wore a very interesting hoodie to the Senior Bowl media day, and I'll just say that before he wore that hoodie, he was being projected to go in the 3rd round. So I do wonder if that had anything to do with it. So we'll see. I don't think if I was an agent, I wouldn't have let him wear it. I'll just say that. But Darian Kennard is 100% himself at all times, so I think you sort of have to respect that. But if I was an agent, I wouldn't let him wear that. So, but
I have to Google Darian Kennard hoodie.
Yes, it was a statement. I'll say that. I wonder if anyone actually took a picture of it at the Senior Bowl. I was tempted, but I didn't want to be the weird guy. Just like, hey, can I take a picture of your hoodie? Snap. I did chase down Desmond Ridder after his press conference. I was too nervous to ask him like in that conference itself, but as soon as he got off the podium, I chased that man down to ask if he had spoken with the Falcons because I wanted that scoop. I believe that was the first official confirmation that the Falcons were interested in Ridder. So give me my props, people. Give me everything I deserve for doing that intrepid journalism.
You're like, hey, Desmond, get over here. I got a question for you.
I literally chased him. He was like leaving with his handler, and I was like, "Hey, Desmond, did you talk to the Falcons? Did you talk?" And he was like, "Yes." And I was like, he like looked at me a little bit like slyly too, and he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Okay, cool." So nice guy. He gave me the scoop. That's
got to be tough scoop, though. Like, being a prospect like that, and like, because they're always thinking like it's a ongoing interview like the entire time. You say one stupid thing, and it's gonna blow up in your face. Yeah, that's got to be tough,
man. Yeah, that's what I say. Like every time I interview these guys, like because we got a chance to talk to thanks to Evan, we got a chance to talk to Charles Wiley from UTSA and David Aneni.
Both are available still, right?
They're both still available. Yeah, I was talking to Wiley's agent this morning, and he's hopeful that he's going to go today. I'm hopeful too. Great guy. Same thing with Aneni. Yeah. It sort of feels like the Falcons might not be the team because they already took 2 edge guys, but I wouldn't rule it out. So it just, when you talk to these guys, I always like to let them know before the interview, like, this is like going to be 100% softballs. So like, do not panic about this being some crazy interview where I'm going to ask you like to get into your past or something. Just like, it's 100% softballs. And, these guys have it stressful enough. They don't need me adding crazy questions to their docket. All right, let's see. Yeah, that was a good idea though, Evan. Looking at available players because I've been keeping my mock draft up to date.
Well, like, do you think corner? I mean, like Tariq Woolen.
Hell yeah.
But
Hell
we've got
yeah.
a ton of corners, but still,
I don't care.
value-wise, I mean,
Yeah. No,
yeah.
Tariq Woolen. Yes,
You-
absolutely.
You can
Yeah.
never have enough corners.
That dude ran a 4.26.
Kingsley-
He's 6'4".
Yeah,
He's 6'4". I mean, how many humans can do that?
Kingsley,
Like, period.
Nagbari.
That
Yeah,
would be a
Kingsley-
guy that
Before.
that would be a guy I would target in Madden. Someone
Yeah.
with that height and speed.
Make him play running back and just like let that dude truck people. But yeah, Tariq Woolen, like the tape is not great. I thought he acquitted himself fairly well at the Senior Bowl, going up against that higher level of competition. But like he's 6'4" and ran a 4.26. Like, in what reality does the NFL not draft this guy already? Like, I'm shocked. I thought somebody would pull the trigger on day 2 just because like there's literally like 10 humans on Earth that can do that. So yes, absolutely, you should take a chance on this guy.
Plus, at this point, it's like go for the value, go for
Yeah,
the best player
yeah.
available. Like, why not? I mean, because like you can technically say they have needs at other positions because we've got a ton of corners, but still, if he turns out to be like pretty decent, you got good value for 5th round.
Yep.
Jojo Dawman, I've heard of him.
Jojo
Is he
Doman,
pretty
yeah,
good?
he's good. He's good. Yeah, I
Doman?
like him.
I mean,
he's
we
a coverage
probably
linebacker.
don't need another.
Yeah,
Yeah.
coverage linebacker. I don't think he's the best fit for this system, but he's a tremendous coverage linebacker. Might be a safety transition too if you want like a big safety. Oh, Micah McFadden, my son. Well, I'm happy he's going in the 5th round, but yeah, there was one of my guys. I was like sort of already preparing myself for this because they took a linebacker early, but I love Micah McFadden, man. He tested out super well, like way better than I thought. And his thing is he's just a blitzing demon. Like, this dude had like, it was like 16 and a half tackles for loss or something. Just like blitzing all the time. They didn't even try to play him in coverage. They're like, every 3rd down, you're going to blitz every time. And I feel like Dean Pease would have loved that. But they got Anderson, who's a better athlete and better size. So I'm not super upset, but I'm glad he gets a chance to go early because some people were saying he was going to go like 7th round. And I was like, this dude deserves to go way earlier than that for sure. So happy for him.
He's probably the one I'm most excited about because I didn't know like a whole lot about him.
Yeah, Anderson.
But just like everything about him is exciting.
Yeah. Former
Fastest
quarterback.
linebacker too, right?
Yeah. Which one?
Wasn't he the fastest linebacker at the?
Anderson. Yeah.
combine?
He was. He ran a 4.42, which is faster than Kyle Pitts, by the way. He's not as big as Kyle Pitts.
Right.
But somebody like used that against Drake London yesterday. It was really funny. They were like, "Oh yeah, well, I guess we just drafted a wide receiver playing tight end because Kyle Pitts ran a 4.4." It's like, okay. Like, so because an alien ran a 4.44, which is like literally the 2nd fastest time ever for a tight end, like that means that like if you run a 4.5 as a wide receiver, that's what Drake London said he ran. I don't believe him, but I think he ran a 4.55. But again, a 4.5 is a 74th percentile time for a receiver. So that's not slow. A 4.55 is like a 65 percentile or something time for a wide receiver. So like Drake London's not slow. He's maybe average, maybe a little bit above average, but like don't compare anyone to Kyle Pitts ever under any circumstances. Someone also was like, "Oh yeah, well Troy Anderson ran faster than our wide receiver." It's like he's literally a 10 out of 10 in terms of the athletic score. Like he is the fastest, most athletic linebacker of all time. So if that's the linebacker you're gonna compare, like don't do it. It's pointless. It's a waste of time. Doesn't mean anything.
Plus, it doesn't. Well, and like Mike Evans ran like a 4.5, and
Yeah, he ran a
that's
4.53.
He's big. Yeah, and he doesn't suck. So
Oh,
yeah, I don't.
He's
get
really fast for his size. Like you see him dusting people downfield because he's so big. I mean, it's
that.
the 40 is overrated in general. Like as long as you're in the 4.5s or lower, it's not a problem. It's fine.
And it's more of what acceleration because like you might hit your top speed if they let you run before you hit the line. It may be a little different for some guys because it takes them a minute to get to their top speed or whatever. So it's more what acceleration.
Yeah.
How quickly you can hit your top speed.
Speaking of wide receivers, Khalil Shakir going to the Bills here. That's good value. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the type of wide receiver you are. Like Jameson Williams for Alabama, when you're a deep threat like that, the long speed's important. But Drake London in this offense is going to be like a short yardage and intermediate type of guy. If he ran a 4.55, I would not be at all upset. He claimed he ran a 4.5. I suspect if he ran a really good 40, like he got the right start and all that, he could run a 4.5. That wouldn't
Plus,
shock
Kevin,
me.
what is the difference between a 4.45 and a 4.5 like that?
I
Like
mean,
it's
yeah.
so like,
It's meaningful from like a percentages sort of standpoint, but it's not really
Yeah.
meaningful in terms of a game speed. I mean, it's faster, like, you know, it's maybe like 10
Yeah.
percentage points in terms of percentiles, but functionally, it's not that big a deal. Like I would say for a guy like Frank Darby, if we're going to talk about slow 40s, like
There's a name that I forgot existed.
yeah, I'm going to pull up his RAS because
Don't forget about Darby.
I honestly still don't understand that pick at all. I'm just still sort of like, I don't understand.
He's a deep plate threat.
Yeah, we're going to pull up this RAS right now.
So on here, when the picks are made, do you guys just announce it when it happens, or
Yeah,
do we
whenever
stay
it,
silent?
yeah, I sort of just wait
if
till
you
it gets
see it.
announced. Yeah.
Adnan
okay,
makes
wait
the
till it's
sound. He
announced.
goes doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
I see.
I've gotten
waving his
really good
arms.
at it. I did
Yeah.
it 4 times yesterday.
Yep.
Although
yeah, it
I'm
was
sure
good.
the chat spoils it first, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It
So
does-
like, oh, go ahead.
I didn't want it spoiled the first couple rounds, but now that
Yeah.
I'm actually
Now
writing
just
them
get
up,
it over
I'm
with.
looking.
He needs to.
like,
yeah.
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 Yeah, we're almost there,
Well,
guys.
because I'm
Just a couple
doing
picks
the
away.
Instagram and Facebook, so it's like I need to know ASAP for Instagram.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like those few seconds make a difference, to be honest.
They do. They
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, like on day 3, you can spoil it as much as you want, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of pointless, but we will try.
Yeah, Frank
We're only
Darby.
2 away.
That's a guy who didn't really do anything the preseason last year, and if he does nothing again this year, then he could be a practice squad candidate.
Yeah.
Not
yeah,
that I'm
I
not
mean,
rooting for him. It would be great
No,
if he just
no.
like showed out and was a nice wide receiver 4 on this team.
Oh
this
yeah.
year.
Oh, I hope he does for sure. Like this is not anything against Frank Darby, the player or the person. It's just like I thought it was a weird fit. He is a little bit thick. He's 6 foot,
Thick.
201, so he's got that thickness. If you wanted to make him more of an underneath guy, but he's a 5.92 overall RAS, which again not alarming. But he ran a 4.61, and this is a guy that was a deep threat in college. And I'm sorry, you're not going to be a deep threat in the NFL running a 4.61. And he ran a 7.15 3-cone too, which is pretty bad. So, I just didn't really see anything from him. The production wasn't there this in 2020 he didn't play a lot at all. The year before, the production still wasn't that good. So it was just a weird thing. But again, you're talking about a late 6th rounder. It's just like a dart throw, so it's hard to be upset about it. It's just I didn't really get the fit either. We got here Cole Turner, the tight end, going to the Commanders. Another guy that I liked. I think that's the top tight end left on my board at this point. Tight end cleared out fast. There's not really any good tight ends left in my opinion, like guys that I would really be targeting here. So, yeah, that position cleared out before the 5th round, so that's a little bit surprising to me.
Come on, can we get some spoilers for the Falcons?
You need it, yeah. Maybe it's just that no one cares anymore. That's the Sony.
Who have you been
Yeah.
following, like for the quickest you've noticed on
Huh?
Draft Diamonds gets a lot of them early.
Draft Diamond?
Yeah. I don't really like
I've done
that
a
account in
really
general.
good job of avoiding any spoilers so far
Yeah.
this draft. But now that
Oh,
it's day
okay.
3, now I'm looking out for them.
Yeah,
That's what I
haven't seen
mean.
it.
Like, who are you checking to see, or
To be
just
hon-
checking the feed?
To be honest, I'm just checking the feed. Like, there's always
Oh, okay.
something that's going to be on there.
Yeah,
Like, my feed is a lot of Falcons-centric stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, so the Falcons are officially on the clock.
Well, that's
Whoa.
exciting.
Here we go already.
I know it says Houston's still on the clock, but Atlanta's on the clock officially.
Yeah, no
No leaks. I'm impressed.
leaks at all. Also, I just saw a tweet that made me sad that said that the Cincinnati Reds are 1-15 since splitting the opening series with the Braves 2-2. So
It's the Braves curse, man. After they beat you, it's you just never the same.
Yeah, this is where we got Drew Dahlman last year.
Their first pick on day 3. Yep,
Mm.
that's true. I like that pick. I mean, I think Drew Dahlman's still got potential.
His RAS score was off the charts.
Yeah.
I think second
Smaller
biggest
guy,
to only
but-
Creed Humphrey, I think, for his position.
Yeah, it's clear that they pay attention to that after seeing this class as well. I don't think they drafted. I mean, Drake London didn't have an RAS, but Ebiketie was an 8.9. Troy Anderson was a 10, obviously. Desmond Ritter was a 9.6, and D'Angelo Malone was like a 9.07 or something like that. So these are all elite athletes. So I think we can tell it's starting to come together that they really do value these elite athletes.
For the record, I will take credit for noticing it last year.
Yep.
I don't know if I was the first one ever, but I don't know. I'm sticking that feather in my cap.
Yeah, go for it. Thomas Booker from Stanford is the pick here.
And for the record, I don't get the Hennessy hate. I think Hennessy will be very good this year. Like
Oh,
that's my
I
bold
see who the
prediction.
pick is, but do you want it to know or no?
Well, no, we'll wait.
Uh,
Is it somebody that I talked about?
I don't think so. I've never heard
Okay,
of this person.
that's what I was expecting. So
You've never heard of this person. Okay, that's a good
Never.
sign.
let's see.
Never. It's
I
not
guess-
the
I
punt
guess it's
god.
not a punter, huh?
It's not the
No.
punt god, yeah. Listed as
You would have
Smith.
seen me run around in circles if that was the case, but
Yeah, even though he can't physically run.
I
right
know,
now.
I know. I would have went through it. I don't care.
I'm a little confused too, because Evan, it seems like you've changed rooms.
No, I shifted so that I avoid copyright.
Yes,
Gotcha. Okay,
good
so
job.
you got the
Yes.
TV on. You
Yes.
just switched it around. Okay.
Exactly.
I
Is
was
it
like,
offense
what?
or
Wait,
defense, Evan? You can tell me that. Is it offense or
It's
defense?
offense.
It's offense.
It is
okay.
offense. Oh, actually, they're announcing it right now.
Okay.
Well, there's the running back.
It is a running back, okay. But it's not Jerome Ford.
Nope.
No.
Tyler Algier.
Oh, it's Algier. That's the one that Aaron said it was going to be. I'm not shocked by that either. Yep, it is Tyler Algier. Okay. Yeah, not at all shocked. Tyler Algier is a Arthur Smith running back. 5'10", 224. Well, almost 5'11", but height's overrated for running back. Yeah, I mean, I had some questions. I think that in terms of physicality, that's his best trait. Like, he is super physical, downhill sort of guy. He had 23 rushing touchdowns this year, which I think that they're bringing it up on the broadcast right now. Yeah, so, I mean, that's obviously a red zone monster. Obviously got the size, tremendous contact balance. I'd have to look up his RAS testing because I don't remember if he even did the drills at the combine. But again, not necessarily like a elite athlete sort of guy. Oh, wait, I spelled his name wrong.
I mean, how many
Wait.
running backs do we have already? I feel like we have like 4.
Yeah, we do.
Make
That's what I'm
5.
saying. I mean,
Or is it 4?
we've got
I mean, yeah, does this make
Cordarrelle,
5?
Mike Davis, Damian Williams, and Quadri, and Caleb Huntley. So this
Yeah.
would be 6. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so Tyler Algier, he's a 7.44 RAS. Obviously, the size helps him out. Explosive, though, he has a 771st percentile broad jump with a 10-foot broad. That's pretty damn good. A 7.09 3-cone, which is well above average as well. And yeah, his long speed's not special. He ran a 4.6 flat, which is above average for a running back. So you hear 4.6, you probably think slow. For a running back, that's very much average. So that's not a problem. But the thing that stands out, yeah, he ran a 1.56 10-yard split. So the explosiveness, that short area quickness, he's got that. And that's sort of backed up by his broad jump too. And especially when you take into account he's 224 pounds. Those are solid numbers. I think a 7.44 is perfectly fine for a running back. So it's interesting. I'm surprised they went for Algier over like a Jerome Ford. I thought Ford offered you a little bit more. But it doesn't surprise me because I think that he's a great fit for like a zone scheme rushing attack and obviously checks the box of a big physical runner that they sort of needed to complement the guys that they have. So yeah, what do you guys think about the running back pick?
I don't know anything about him aside from what I just heard.
You can repeat what I said. It's okay.
Well, he's
No,
a,
I
he's, a,
mean-
he's a Mormon.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, that's true.
They said they were going for high character guys, Randy. So
Well, there you go. There you go. He's a far cry from Deshaun Watson.
let's see. We got safety corner going here to the Broncos. Delarin Turner-Yell. Yeah.
Favorite thing about Tyler Algier so far? Thick neck. Real thick neck.
You can tell. Yeah. Yeah, this guy is not in the database. Delarin Turner-Yell, not in the database. So
I'm looking at 2 pictures of Tyler Algier, and they're totally different.
Very different people, 100%. So
yeah, I don't. He looks a lot thicker in the second picture. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, at the combine he weighed in at 224, so he's pretty jacked at almost 5'11". I imagine he's probably pretty jacked.
Well, tied for most. Well, cut off. Said tied for the most, I think, rushing touchdowns last year. Is that what that said?
Yep, 23 he had.
Let me go back to it.
Okay.
So he was, in all of college football, he was 4th in total rushes, 3rd in rushing yards, and then tied for 1st in rushing touchdowns. That's pretty solid.
Yeah,
Here,
I mean,
did his return?
let's see.
Top 10 returning. Oh, top 10 returning. Yeah, top 10 returning running back.
Yep.
That we're looking at. Looking at a guy.
Yeah. We got who wrote this? I guess it doesn't say which. I wanted to give a shout out to the scout that wrote this at the Draft Network, but it just says TDN, so I apologize. I don't know who exactly wrote it, but one of TDN scouts wrote this. He was a two-way player in high school. He played outside linebacker and running back. All-time leading rusher for his high school in his high school's history. He aggressive physical running style. Downhill freight train, possesses good burst, agile for a big back but not overly elusive. And he also has solid hands, just not necessarily a dynamic route runner. So it sounds exactly like the type of guy that they would be interested in. I'm not at all shocked by that. I think they wanted a big early down grinder to complement what they have right now, which is Cordero Patterson. Again, you don't he's a dynamic runner and can be, but you don't want him taking 15 carries a game. You just don't want him doing that. That's not his best role. Mike Davis can take some carries too, but
yeah, sorry, I was writing it up.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, what do you think now that you've
This
written
is
it
a
up?
behind the scenes look at
Yeah. What do you think about
we
that
work
pick?
here.
Non, now that we've written it up.
I mean, he's fine. I think I'm finally, my lifelong dream of seeing the team finally go committee will maybe finally be realized.
Seems like it.
Because you saw with Cordero Patterson last year, he broke down toward the end of the season because he got too many touches. And with Patterson, you'll kind of want to utilize his receiving skills more than anything. So I think this is a move where if you put if you get more of those running backs, and I was actually surprised that we still have Mike Davis on the roster. I just thought it was a foregone conclusion that he would get cut. You have Davis, you have Damian Williams, you have Quadrialis, and now you have Algier. If you can get some of these running backs to be, productive, you can utilize Cordero Patterson more so as a wide receiver coming out of the backfield. You can put him in the slot. I think this really unlocks the ability for Arthur Smith to use Patterson more so than he did last year, where it was kind of a default, nobody else was running the ball well, so you had to put Patterson in the backfield, and you couldn't really get as creative with him as you would have wanted, even though he got really, really creative with him. So we'll see where it goes. I mean, in a vacuum, he's fine. He led the FBS in rushing touchdowns last year, so he has a nose for the end zone.
Yep.
So maybe Atlanta's red zone offense will be pretty good this year. You have Kyle Pitts, you have Drake London, you have this guy now. So guys who should feasibly be able to get into the end zone with their height, speed, we'll see where we go.
Yeah, we'll see. I like the pick. I think it's a good compliment. I think I had Jerome Ford higher, but again, like it's sort of flavor at this point. Like which on day 3, it's like what's your favorite flavor of running back? Go pick that one. So, I like it. I thought they were going to take a running back here. That was sort of my guess. That was the position they really haven't addressed. They did add a bunch of veterans there, but this could spell the end for Mike Davis if they need that money. They can still get that money. So, I think a core, and that's the issue. Is like I think they were willing to hold on to Mike Davis in case they decided not to take a running back. But with them going for the running back here, you sort of think whoever the most expensive guy is that's not Cordell Patterson, obviously, probably going to get sent home. Because now it's a logjam. Like you're probably keeping 4 of these guys on the roster. So you've got obviously Cordell Patterson at the top. You've got this 5th round pick in Tyler Algier, who obviously you are expected to make the roster. And then you've got Damian Williams and Mike Davis and Quadri Olison and Caleb Huntley now for those last 2 spots. And you sort of think, Damian Williams is a lot cheaper, somewhat similar skill set to Mike Davis. They might go that route to save the money, but we'll have to see. But I always sort of thought it was unlikely that he would make it all the way through just because they can save so much money by moving on. He's like the last guy that can really create savings for them. Oh, there goes Tariq Woolen, finally, to the Seattle Seahawks. Most unsurprising Seahawks going for a great athlete. I am shocked. Yeah, it's like I don't know. You think that like keeping Mike Davis would allow for the Falcons to go after like a Tariq Woolen there because it's like, oh well, you're keeping Mike Davis around so you can take the best player available at the 5th round pick, but you just go after a running back that you need anyway. So I don't know. I guess I don't see the point, but I guess we'll see. I don't know. I guess it's possible that Mike Davis just still stays on the roster, but
yeah, he could still get cut. To be honest,
well, that's what I'm saying. They could save the money at any time. It's not like it was bonus related or whatever. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Waiting for the Jaguars pick here at 154. We do have a bit of a wait for the Falcons to come back.
We have to wait again.
190.
That sucks.
Yep, 190 and then 213. So we won't have to wait super long between those two. And if they make those 2 picks, we'll probably start wrapping it up after 213 because I think it's extremely unlikely that we see them trade into the 7th round with no additional picks this year. I just don't think that's going to happen. So,
a shout out to Terry Fontenot for trading that 7th rounder.
Yes, great job. Great
If
job.
it was up to me, we would never pick in the 7th round again.
Yep, just trade them for better picks or for players,
Yeah, what'd you guys think of moving up to get Ebiketie?
I like it. I don't think he was going to be there.
Yeah,
so.
I think Seattle would have taken him.
Well, they ended up taking Edge, right?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Let me check.
Yeah, I can't remember, but they took an Edge. So, I mean, that kind of tells you, unless that was their guy, that the Falcons maybe had an idea that's who they were targeting.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, yeah, I think that their intel has been spot on. I mentioned it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
They got ahead. They started the wide receiver run. They got ahead
did.
of the defensive end run. Like it's been impressive. Seattle got Boy Mafe out of Minnesota.
That's right.
Yeah.
Which between the two, Kevin, which one? I mean,
I think you could make a case for either one. I mean, you could definitely make the case that Ebiketie is more pro ready and a better 3-4 outside linebacker. Certainly, Mafe is the one that had the crazy, testing. And Mafe lit up the Senior Bowl, whereas I think Ebiketie had sort of a quiet Senior Bowl. But yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of pick your poison. I think for the Falcons, them going with Ebiketie doesn't surprise me because he's more of a 3-4 outside linebacker. I think Mafe can do both, but it just depends. So yeah, I don't think there's really a good argument for one or the other. To be honest, it probably just depends on what you want.
Mhm.
But I'm fine with Ebiketie. I like that pick a lot.
I
Matt,
mean,
well, let's go here.
I hope that Ebiketie is better since we gave a fourth rounder for him too.
Yep. So I hope so. It wouldn't shock me. I mean, they're both really good players. It's just I feel like the Falcons probably were preferring the instant impact sort of potential of Ebiketie over a Boy Mafe. That's my guess is what the deciding factor was in making that pick.
And
Yeah,
clearly
imagine
they.
that. It's like a second rounder making an impact on day one.
I know
No,
it's
can't have
weird.
that.
It's going to take some getting used to, but
Second rounder who knows the playbook? What? Yeah, obviously they valued him over Ojabo as well, who went after Atlanta's original second round pick. Which is wild. Ojabo, like, that's a guy we were talking about possibly with our first at one point.
yeah, that's
But,
true.
That's the
Yeah.
nature of the NFL draft.
It
You
is.
just never know what's gonna every single year. It's something unexpected happens.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why
the-
it's such
the
great
Q-
TV. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, the QB stuff this year is insane.
Yeah, it really is. It's pretty
Well,
crazy.
like there was mocks that had Willis at like 2 to the Lions and stuff like that, but it seemed like everybody thought he'd at least go in the top 15.
Yeah.
And then to go third round, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think people were like, well, no quarterback will go in the top 5. And then it's
Right.
10.
But yeah,
15.
but they'll go. Yeah, no quarterback will go in the top 5 rounds.
Yeah, almost. Jesus.
Yeah, we
There's
eventually
your
have
own
gotten
Ford.
6 now, but I was there.
Ford.
There we go.
There's
To
your
the-
Ford, yeah.
Yep.
Or to the Browns, so there's not going to be a reunion with Ritter.
Nope. So, yeah, I'm surprised the Falcons went with Algier over Ford, but I mean they're similar. I think I liked Ford a little bit better, but again, I mean we're sort of splitting hairs here, so I'm not gonna make too much of a stink about it.
Shout out to the Cincinnati program too. This is a lot of guys drafted out
Yeah.
of Cincinnati.
Oh yeah.
And that is not like a big time school either.
Oh, I didn't know he played at Alabama first.
Yeah, he transferred. He transferred this
I was
year.
confused why they were showing an Alabama highlight.
Yeah. Yeah, Alabama said they were going to start Brian Robinson, so Jerome Ford went to Cincinnati, and
Oh.
obviously it worked out well for him. So good for him.
No. We have to poop on anyone who ever goes into the transfer portal for whatever reason,
Yes,
Kevin.
because they're just greedy, and they don't care about their
Mhm.
team.
The NIL is ruining their game.
How dare you pay the athletes? How
Yeah,
dare
my
you?
Guess what
beautiful game where the athletes don't get paid anything.
Yes, it was 100% pure before this. So
I am old enough to remember free agency being controversial in the NFL.
yep. Back
And
in the
it's
day.
like, what are you talking about? Like, let people like get their money.
I've never understood how people can just gatekeep other people's like earning potential. It's like,
Mhm.
what
Yeah,
are you doing here?
It's just weird,
Yeah.
man.
Especially when the
remember,
coaches have been making like all this money and like going wherever they want.
Yeah.
Like Dabo Sweeney talking about how the players should like never get paid and how it's like unpure. Like, dude, shut the hell up.
Unpure. Oh God, Dabo talking about people being unpure. Have you seen this man?
Yeah, that's maybe my least favorite person in college football.
Yeah, and it sucks because I like a lot of Clemson players, but he's just so unlikable, just intensely unlikable. But I don't blame the players for him. So Zion McCollum going to the Bucks here. I believe he was a 10.0 RAS guy from Sam Houston State. So big outside corner, lots of potential. Good pick for the Bucks, unfortunately. The worst team just made a great pick. So unfortunate. Zion McCollum.
What do you guys think of? I don't know much about D'Angelo Malone. What do you?
Yeah, we had Damsky from Twitter on here last night, and he loves D'Angelo Malone. That's like his boy. I saw him at the Senior Bowl. He was pretty darn impressive. Trevor Penning, the offensive tackle, really got on a lot of people's nerves for being sort of an asshole and taking these practice reps and pancaking guys and all that. And I get it. You're trying to you're trying to, hype yourself up and, get yourself that media coverage and all this. But it was funny when D'Angelo Malone, who honestly I thought looked like a linebacker or something, not like an edge rusher. He's undersized. He put Trevor Penning on his ass a couple times by just sort of using his leverage and getting up under him. He did the same thing to Daniel Falele. So that stood out to me. Like, he's a smaller guy, but he knows how to use his stature to get push on guys and to generate. And Tyreek Smith, speaking of edge rushers, going here to the Seahawks. He knows how to generate push without having great size. And I don't know that he's ever going to be like a guy you want playing on base downs in terms of stopping the run. I don't think he's like terrible there, but I don't think that's his best fit in the NFL. He's going to get washed out by these monster offensive tackles. But in a 3-4, you can hide your edge guys a little bit more sometimes. And I think as a pass rushing specialist, which is what they need, honestly, I like the pick. I think he can be a pass rushing specialist for sure.
Plus, he's from Atlanta, right?
He is. Yeah, I didn't know that either. But yeah, he is from Atlanta. His entire family are Falcons fans. So.
Also, bro, D-Led has to be doing this on purpose. Like, this man trolls to get the reactions. And so his tweet about Tyler Algier, he just tweeted out hashtag Falcons take BYU running back Tyler Algier. And then in like the little like brackets, he just wrote has fumbling issues. And like that's it. That was
not like he leads with the fumbling issues, not the had 23 touchdowns in 2021.
No, all he writes about the pick is has had fumbling issues. That's it.
That's D-Led's brand, man. He knows how to get the clicks. You got to respect it. He just loves to shit on everything they do. And,
he's getting ratio, that's for sure.
It's like, yes, that was the thing I would bring up first. Let me just dunk on, the Falcons draft pick as soon as it comes in. Like, don't even give this young man some dignity for like 5 seconds before you start shitting on him. Just like start immediately. It's going to prepare him better for the media coming forward if he doesn't immediately get 1,000 yards this year or something. So, maybe DW's or D-Led is just doing the Lord's work here. So
yeah, so someone just wrote on the comments, you could have just said congratulations or something.
Like it's just like, oh yeah, the Falcons take Arnold Ebiketie, terrible parentheses, terrible human being, and then just go from there. So didn't help my mom cross the street, something like that. Just like, wow, somebody really digging deep on this guy's character here. So.
Yeah, 50 broken tackles for Algier, most in the FBS.
The thing with Algier,
he's got fumbling issues, guys.
Yeah. Got fumbling issues, not anything else. Okay, remember, he does have fumbling issues, to be fair. He does. But the thing with Algier, BYU's offensive line is really good. So he did often get a lot of free runways. Thor Nystrom did really like Algier. I think he has him in his like top 15 running backs. He's a bruiser. He's really good at turning. Like if he gets to the second level, he's really hard to tackle, and he can get you those chunk 10, 15-yard gains really frequently. But I think his main questions with Algier was sort of if he doesn't have a good running offensive line, like if that offensive line is not good at blocking for him, he's not necessarily special at getting out of the backfield and creating yardage if it's not blocked up. So we need to see the Falcons get better on the offensive line at run blocking, or he's probably not going to make that much of an impact. But again, this maybe is a future-focused pick where you're saying, like, look, maybe we're not the best run blocking team right now, but when we get the offensive line in place that we are praying that we will, then he can start taking advantage of a good offensive line and really being productive when you have a good offensive line.
We're going to spend a lot of money on offensive line next free agency.
Yeah, it probably at least one starter, I'm guessing. So
people are saying he had 4 fumbles. That doesn't seem like a lot.
I guess it probably depends on how many carries he had, which he had a lot. But I mean,
he had over 200 carries last year. He had 260 carries.
So take that for what it is. I mean, 4 fumbles is still a lot, but again, I tend to think that is more random than people usually give it credit for.
All right, I will be back at around the next selection.
Okay, thank you, Adnan.
All right, I see you guys soon.
See you, man.
Bye, Adnan.
Adnan just abandoning us, the dregs of day 3. Yeah.
You know what? Sometimes you gotta poop.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to.
Kevin can't poop.
You say that, I'm about to leave for 5 minutes to go poop. So
You're the captain now.
You come back, and it's just a Stranger Things podcast.
Yep, yeah. It's
Oh,
just
wow.
we've officially I'm sure I mean, honestly, when we get into the late sixth round, I think that's probably more interesting than the picks that are coming off the board then, for sure. Yeah, honestly though, I am going to drop out for like 2 seconds to grab something else to drink because I'm getting parched.
That's
with
fine.
all of
We'll
this
take it over.
commentary.
It'll be fine,
You can
Kevin.
take it to
You
a
can
stranger.
trust us.
Like, I would prefer you wait to drop any Stranger Things nugs until I get back. But if you need to do it, you can. So, yeah, all right. I'll be back in just a second.
Sorry about pooping and dropping nugs.
You got to go too?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'll wait.
I don't know what I would do if it was just me. It would just be awkward silence.
I'll take some callers.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a host type, so I'd just be like, well, you guys having a good day? But how is life, Randy? Good?
I was like, yeah, man, it's good.
Good.
It's good. Excited about this draft. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
It's gone way better than I thought it was.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously we'll see how everything shakes out, but the way that it's looking like we've got some good guys. And the fact that we got a potential quarterback of the future.
That's what I don't get.
74.
Some people were actually upset with that, saying, oh, well, you can get good guys in the third. And it's like, we're already labeling this dude a bust. Like, the good thing with taking somebody in the third like that with Ritter is if he turns out to be your quarterback of the future, you risked nothing.
Right.
Like a third round pick, that's tremendous value.
Which we had 3 of.
Right. And then if he sucks, like, or you just don't see enough from him, that's like, well, we don't think this is a quarterback of the future. It doesn't prevent you from taking one in the first or second round next year. So I mean, I personally, I loved it, and it seems like his ceiling isn't as high as maybe Willis's or whatever, but at the same time, it seems like a safe selection where like he should be pretty good. I mean, it'll be determined, and then he can sit behind Mariota, who's I think like a perfect person to start off the season and maybe even finish it, assuming things go correctly. But that's a good player to learn behind. It could be totally worse. So I mean, I liked it. I thought day 2 was just great across the board, like with that Troy Anderson guy we were talking about. Just good, a lot of good moves.
Yeah. Yeah, I like those moves on the shoring up that front seven like that. Yeah, I get the I still have issues with the O-line, but yeah, right. When we have more room, once all that money is off once all that dead money is gone next season,
we'll
have the opportunity to come in and maybe do something. And obviously, we have the draft next season too, which hopefully we're not picking as high, but if we are, then whatever.
It happens. So that's an interesting spoiler, Randy. I appreciate you letting us all know. Oh, Kevin's back. Okay. Hey, Kevin.
Oh yeah. Damn. Yeah, I just missed it. Oh man, it's so close.
Oh wow, can't believe it.
Yep. Yeah, guys, Stranger Things next season coming out, in late May. So, hit that up. Gotta get that plug in there for Randy. So, in case
Also,
you hadn't heard, yeah.
Yeah, watch Godzilla King of the Monsters. Randy's also in that.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I die in the first
I
10
don't want to spoil it, but yeah, he does die. And that's usually where I shut it off, and I'm like, fuck this.
Yep. Yeah. Kill off my man. No, I can't.
Leave
can't
him
do it.
alone.
But pay for the movie.
How dare you?
So how does that pitch go? Did they tell you you're gonna die in the first 10 minutes when you get the job for that, or?
No. I got the script after I got hired.
Yeah, they were like, "Oh,
but
yeah."
you know who kills him, right?
What's that?
Is it Godzilla?
No, Tywin Lannister.
Oh man,
Yeah,
Lannister gets you.
Lannister.
Wow,
Yeah,
there's a
I
lot of
know.
backstabbing going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't know. I literally started reading the script and I was like, I get to page 10 and I'm like, and I'm dead.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well,
great.
hey, you get to cash out quick then, right? You don't got to stay on set very long.
You know, I was happy that I asked for as much money as I did ask for. So
Yeah. Well, that's double-sided. You don't know how long you're going to be in terms of screen time, but you still got to ask for the same amount. You don't give them a discount.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I did that ended up working out well.
That's
for me.
funny. Yeah.
But I also did my own stunts in that movie, which is I'll probably never do again.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
did you hurt
seems
yourself?
like it
I
seems
didn't
like
hurt myself, but I
dangerous.
was sore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was sore. So I get shot in the face. Spoiler alert. And I did.
But we
that.
don't technically see you die. That's why I was hoping you would come back.
Right. So they actually
and
had
that
to.
didn't.
They had to cut me getting shot in the face. There is.
Oh, there was like a deleted scene or something of it.
Well,
wow.
they covered up the shot basically by CGI.
Oh, okay.
Fast break. And it was literally the only thing. I was talking to Mike, the director, and when we were doing just coming in and doing some ADR, which is just like audio, some additional audio stuff for the movie. As I'm talking to Mike there, he's like, yeah, you're getting shot in the face was the one thing the MPAA was like, you can't have that in the movie. That's an R.
Oh,
Wow. Yeah, and I'm sure
So
you
they-
did.
Wow.
Probably got all this makeup and everything for that, and then just
No makeup. No, because
Oh.
they knew they weren't going to do blood or anything.
okay.
Because that for sure would have been an R.
Yeah,
But they were
yeah.
like, there's no blood. It's just like a bang. And then, like
Yeah.
my head cocks back and I collapse. And they were like, yeah, too violent. And I was like, yeah, it's because everyone loves me. And they don't want to see me
Yeah.
get shot in the face.
No, they can't
Yeah.
stand that. That's not wholesome enough. Yeah.
But the getting shot in the face and falling, I did that 52 times.
Oh my god.
jeez.
Wow.
And so, yeah, it's, it's just basically like reverse burpees.
Now, is that because it was like something happened in the scene to where it's or you didn't fall correctly or like what
No,
causes
man, that's
it?
just shooting a $200 million movie. You do everything 52 fucking times.
A little good curtain peel back there on that one. So yeah.
It's like Randy, your arm went.
We're
like
paying
this
this
and
money.
you
We're
go like
getting it
this.
perfect. Damn it.
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't even like perfection. It was just like, okay, we're just gonna get another angle. We're just gonna get another angle. And I
Wow.
swear to
Oh, wow.
God, when you make those big, huge budget movies, you could literally make like a 360-degree VR
Mhm.
movie out of
At
like
that
all
point.
the footage that they have, because
That's
like
funny.
every one of the big budget movies does that. They just shoot from every possible angle. Yeah, you've got like all the coverage in the world. You could literally make it just a walking around with a headset on and like walk
Yeah.
around and watch the movie,
That's
which they'll
funny.
do at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah. All right. There's officially the second player that TDN doesn't even have on their like top 400 guys that is gone now at 162. It was Montreal Washington from Sanford, so I had to put the furthest back wide receiver in the board there instead. So I apologize that our tracker is not up to date, perfectly. But this is the time of day now. People just randomly get taken. I don't know who they are. And then after that comes the only top 100 player left on the board. No, wait. Jamari Salyer from Georgia is the one guy that's still in the top 60, but Kyle Phillips, wide receiver from UCLA, goes here. I think he was a standout from like the Shrine game. All right. Let's see. We got Kevin Wood the second here with the $2 tip. Thank you so much, Kevin. He says, looking forward to this season. Probably won't be very good, but I'm looking forward to see how we use Ritter and all the young weapons we have now combined with Pitts. Got London plus Patterson and Auden Tate, who I think I was a very underrated pickup. Also, Kirby is 1-0 versus Dabo. So, they get that Clemson, Georgia thing going there too. So, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, let's see who we got left. The top guys remaining. Mad Tom K. Salyer to the Falcons at 190. Hell yes. Like, please, let's make that happen. Since we said his name, that probably means he's going to get drafted any second. But
right, we got
yeah.
like 29 picks. Well, 190.
Yep. And he should be. I mean, he's like 59 on TDN's board. I think he was like my 8th overall or 7th overall guard or something like that. So yeah, there's no reason he shouldn't have been drafted by now.
Yeah, I would love to get a couple guys to get in there and compete a little bit.
Yeah, anything at this point.
Yep.
Do have a trade? Yeah, a trade. The Rams have come up to this pick, so a little bit of
wow. The Rams
there.
actually have picks in the draft.
I know they probably had to trade next year's picks just to get in here, but I think they have a couple on day 3. But so it was the Raiders, I think here. It's now the Rams, so that's interesting. Little intrigue, spice it up for you guys.
ESPN showing Drake London highlights for some reason.
Hey, look, when Drake London's highlights are pretty good, so just a good way to fill it out.
It's on mute, so I can't tell if they're talking about the Falcons or just him. But...
Maybe they just like Drake London. It's probably some fantasy hit because they can't talk about the Falcons. It's
probably.
not allowed. But let's see. Top players left. We talked about Jamari Salyer. If the Falcons are looking for a nose tackle, John Ridgway's still there. I like him as he's my top defensive lineman left. I think. You think he's higher ranked? Yeah, he's except for Kingsley and Igbare. He's my top rated defensive lineman left. They're probably not going after a running back, but there are still some good running backs. Lecitus Smith from Virginia Tech is a pretty good guard prospect. Darian Beavers at linebacker, if they're looking for that big sort of Dante Hightower sort of stature kind of guy. I have a hard time thinking they're going after a linebacker, though. Rasheed Walker at tackle is still there. That guy is just like a plug-and-play tackle. I mean, he's not special. He's probably just like a solid starter, but I mean, if he's still there at like 190, I mean, that's pretty good. So I'd definitely get on board with that. If they want a higher upside guy like a Kellen Deesh or a Dare Rosenthal, also potentially good options at tackle.
They want the punt god.
Yeah, the punt god. Yep.
I mean, it's not going to happen because it just makes too much sense.
Yeah. We need to get the punt god, though. I would love to get the punt god. It'd be funny.
Well, because right now, I mean, they're the only punters. What's his name? Who was on the practice squad?
Don Maggio or whatever.
Don Maggio, yeah.
Yep.
Who they weren't really. I mean, didn't somebody beat him out, or they ended up getting rid of him and bringing him back? They've kind of saw what they need to see from him, but. That's why I'd be shocked if they didn't add somebody else.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if they're going to, I guess, just sit and wait for UDFAs. But, I mean, I think at 213, if Arise is still there, they'll just take it because that way they don't have to risk him to undrafted free agency. But, I mean, they probably feel like they have a good chance to get him as an undrafted free agent because, again, all he has to do is beat, Dom Maggio. So, that damn Maggio, He's tenacious. Kyron Williams coming off here to the Rams, another running back for Los Angeles. They just can't help themselves, ladies and gentlemen. But Williams tested out really bad, unfortunately for him. But his tape is really good. So, I mean, I don't hate it at this point in the draft. Really, really good pass catcher. Good pass protector, too, even though he's tiny. Yeah, we're at the point where they're showing other players instead of the guys that are getting drafted now on the highlights. They're showing Derek Stingley highlights, because it's well, is there anything to show on these guys? You could show Kyron Williams highlights for sure. He's got some.
Which one you watch, ESPN or NFL Network?
I usually watch NFL Network, but
it's stupid, but I like the music on the highlights better on ESPN.
Yeah, it's very hype.
So that's why. Yeah. And it's the same it's been from the 90s or early 2000s.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I agree.
Yeah.
So if I could have the audio on, maybe that would be the tiebreaker for me. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Kent LaPlatte, who's the guy that runs RAS, doesn't have that wide receiver Montrell Washington in the database. So it's not just TDN that doesn't have him. He doesn't have any athletic testing data on him either.
Jason Gaines brought up a good point and bringing back Thomas Morstead. I'm not sure why they didn't, but
yeah,
that's why I thought they were going to address punter in the draft because of, I mean, he got, I think a 1-year deal from the Dolphins, so it's not like they paid him like a crazy amount or something. But that's why, to me, it was like, okay, they must be looking towards the future and be trying to snag somebody in the draft. But to this point, that's not the case, considering really the only ones worth drafting aside from the punt god are already gone. So,
Yep, I agree. Yeah, it's interesting how it's fell and who the Falcons have gone with, and it's I just don't know why you wouldn't just bring back Morstead, honestly. Like, I don't think it would have been expensive. It would have filled the need, but I'm guessing they
I didn't see what the amount was, but 1-year deal for
it
a
wasn't
punter,
much.
not going to be crazy amount. Yeah.
And they let Josh Harris
that's
go
what he did
too.
Great last
Yeah,
year.
and so but the special teams was fine. It's just like,
that's the weird thing. They
Yeah.
like literally, I mean, getting rid of Josh Harris, and then you end up bringing in two long snappers who pretty much their contracts probably about what Josh Harris ended up getting paid anyways.
Yep.
I don't get it, but
I don't get it either.
now.
My guess is that they feel like it's a reset. They just want to get a young long snapper, the next guy they're going to have for like 10, 15 years, and then they want to get a young punter too.
But that's
do the
what's
same
stupid.
thing.
Long snappers can play for like ever.
Yeah, forever.
Like the Lions dude, I think they just got rid of him, and he was their long snapper from like 2004 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's crazy, but
it's just unnecessary. But
it is.
Defensive end is Sezi Otamuo
In their own backyard too.
Yeah, from
I
Minnesota.
watched a lot.
The other Minnesota edge rusher. Everyone talks about Boye Mafe, but no one talks about Ezezi Otamuo. Oh man, he's big. He's like 280. Okay.
Oh, he's at the Senior Bowl?
This guy wasn't at the Senior
You
Bowl.
don't remember seeing him?
No.
Oh, was this 2022 Reese's Senior Bowl participant?
Oh, maybe he was. Maybe I just didn't recognize his name at all.
Or he didn't actually play. Didn't some people not play?
Yeah, I mean, some people were there for interviews but didn't practice because they were hurt, or some people didn't play in the game.
Are both networks showing Weezer playing right now? Or is it
No,
just ESPN?
NFL Network's not.
Oh, okay.
So maybe ESPN has
it's
exclusive rights to
useless
Weezer. Yeah.
with no sound, but
Yeah. Nothing says
any
NFL like
been to
Weezer.
Vegas?
Yeah.
Looks like fun.
I've been to Vegas. I've been to Reno. I went to Reno for an international science fair in high school, and it was like you could tell it was like discount Vegas. But yeah, I haven't actually been to Vegas itself. It seems cool. Seems like fun.
Yeah, it's good. These drafts, I mean, not that Vegas really needed promotion, but it's good promotion for these cities. Like, I think next year's Kansas City, I think, for the draft.
Is
So
that
that'll
it?
be,
I didn't remember if it was
I
settled.
thought
or
it
not,
was.
But yeah, I know they were considering Kansas City for sure.
And then I think Detroit's maybe a year or two after that.
Yep.
Can't remember.
Yeah, I think it would be cool to get it to some of these like random, like Buffalo. That would be cool because I could probably go if it went to Buffalo.
Yeah. I was hoping Jacksonville or Tampa or something, but because I'd love to go to that, but probably another decade. They don't really they haven't really had any drafts in Florida.
No,
I remember.
True. Yeah, I mean, I think they were always in like New York City for a while.
Yeah,
just like every time.
Oh, that's true. I don't know why I keep forgetting that. Yeah.
And then just recently, yeah, I mean Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Vegas makes sense. I think Vegas is a good city for it.
Vegas does make sense.
Yeah, everybody likes to go there too. So if they're just trying to get, they're just trying to get media to go there. Like, you're not going to have to force anyone to go to Vegas. So.
Right.
Tyson Anderson from Toledo coming off here. Another one of my safeties I really like. Shout out to Toledo. Good pick. I like Tyson Anderson. I thought he was a fit for the Falcons potentially. He ran that 4.36 40, which is insane. But versatile, interchangeable safety. Really excelled in the box at Toledo. But with that 4.36, you sort of think like he should be able to have the range to play anywhere at that point. So. Right. Let's see. We got 167 next. Dallas, who I know a lot of people were pissed off that they took Tyler Smith in the first round. I don't think Tyler Smith's bad, though, to be honest. Tyler Smith's fine.
Did I hear it right that he was bow-legged, or he had like a thing where he was bow-legged and they had to like break both his legs to fix it or something when he was young?
I have no idea. I haven't heard that. It's entirely possible.
That's
but,
what I thought. I thought they were talking, because I was like, damn, that's insane.
That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't hear that specifically. He was at the Senior Bowl. He was good. I know a lot of people love his like physicality. He's nasty. He also, I think, led college football in holding penalties. The man it's either a pancake or a hold. There's no in between with Tyler Smith. Like, he's either going to pancake you or it's a hold. So you got to coach that out of him or it's going to be a problem. But I mean, I certainly get the appeal of that type of physicality and nastiness.
Yeah, it was called Blunt's disease when he was young. Left
That's crazy.
both his legs bow-legged, so he had to get. I thought they said, because I was like, damn, that's insane. I thought they said the doctors had to like technically break his legs to let him regrow straight or something. I'm like, geez,
Yeah.
he's been through a lot.
Yeah, that's crazy. Deron Bland of Fresno State. Again, this is another player that's not on the board. Yeah, not on the board at all. This is fifth round, man. Usually I can get a little bit further into day 3 before I'm out of players, but Allie Green the fourth, you're going up on the board, the lowest ranked corner, and we're just gonna have to have that as a stand-in. First team All Big Sky, Fresno State corner. Yeah, I've not seen him at all, but Cowboys, he seems like he's big. He had 8 pass breakups in 2019. Two interceptions. It's not bad. There's some good numbers. Surprised that Baylor corner, the one that ran like the fastest 40, hasn't been drafted yet, just because like Kalen Barnes or whatever his name is, he's still out there. He's fast as hell. I don't know if he does anything else well, but he does run in the 4.2s. So if you can do that, generally that's enough to get you drafted. People are just mad at D-Led for that tweet, man. I'm glad you brought that up. Just like, D-Led's like, oh, I was nice about it when I asked him. It's like, I don't care if you ask it to him in a press conference, but like, that's literally the only thing you tweeted about him, other than the fact that he was from BYU, was a running back, and the Falcons selected him. It's like,
plus you're announcing the pick basically,
you know what you're doing.
So...
Don't try to get out of it. You know what you're doing. You're trying to like drum up negative energy around the pick. Like,
it would be like if when London got drafted, it's like Falcons select wide receiver Drake London, slow ass 40 time. Like,
man,
like,
didn't
why?
run the 40. Football questions about how much he loves the game. He didn't run that 40, so.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Just don't lie about it after the fact and pretend that that's not what you were doing. Like, I don't care. Like, do your thing. Like, that's sort of your brand, D-Led. Like, I don't mind. Just like,
yeah, if you're gonna troll, just own it.
Yeah, just don't try to weasel out of it and be like, oh, I'm not being a dick. It's like, you're being a dick. It's okay. Like, I mean, I get it. Like, fill your role, but like, don't pretend that you're not being a dick.
I forgot Khalil Mack's on the Chargers.
Yeah, me too. I always forget. I still think he's on the Broncos for some reason. I'm so far behind with Khalil Mack.
So what was it? 191 or 194 or something like that?
190 flat, and then 213.
190. Okay.
Yep. So
we're
we're getting
20,
there.
20 picks away.
Yep. We're getting closer. Perhaps to the punt god. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Gosh, I hope so.
I think that would be fun. I mean, that's maybe one of the more fun players we could get at this point in the draft.
Right.
So.
That right now we're at like an A for me. That would put it A++.
Oh yeah, you
just
get the
for
punt
that pick
god.
alone.
You know, that's the only
Right.
pick that matters. I won't even write up the other ones. We're just gonna talk about Matt Ariza and give it an A+. But
Mm-hmm. So I do wonder because I'm weird and obsessed with jerseys and numbers and stuff. What number Ritter's going to wear? Because he wore 9 in college, right? That
Right.
Lorenzo Carter guy we just signed took 9. I mean, I
Might
guess
have
they
to
could,
buy it from him.
nothing's in
Yeah.
stone, but
might have to buy it. From him. I hope he switches to 7 just because
he's not
7's an
wearing
awesome number.
2.
But
yeah, but Younghoe Koo,
yeah, that's true.
like,
That's true. Maybe 8.
4.
No, 8's Kyle Pitts.
8's
He
Kyle
might have
Pitts,
to. He
right.
might have to buy it off Carter. I don't know.
5's Drake London, so he ain't
Yep.
going with that route.
Maybe.
10
And Mariota's
10 is
1.
basically retired.
Yeah.
Nobody's worn it since I think Barkowski. So
I bet he'll just
11's
ask.
Julio.
I bet he'll try
or
to.
was Julio.
Yeah, I bet he'll just try to buy it off of Carter. I
Yeah.
don't think.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If that doesn't work, I
Yeah.
mean,
I don't know. 19
you're gonna
maybe. I
have
don't
an
know if we have a
ugly
19.
number.
Yeah.
16
I think he'll
is-
probably try to buy
Yeah.
9. That would be my guess. Look, Corey, I know 7's a special number for the Falcons. Okay, I forgot Younghoe Koo was wearing it, but 7's my favorite number. So I feel like if you wear 7, you have to be good. So I'm just hoping that Desmond Ritter's good. But you're right. You know, it's Younghoe Koo's number. I'm sorry for the disrespect. Very sorry.
Everybody was upset when he took 7, though.
I
Now
know,
it's
it's-
acceptable.
Yeah, as
Like,
long as
oh,
you're
well.
good, you can wear 7. So
Yeah. The only problem is you can't really prove it until you're already wearing 7. So
that's true. Yeah, but everyone should most of the people that wear 7 for the Falcons end up being good, but at least
Yeah.
somewhat good. But tackle Braxton Jones from Southern Utah. This was another Senior Bowl guy, I think. Developmental tackle sort of player. Someone that I do know, I am aware of, so that's an improvement of the last pick.
well, we're almost in the 6th round.
Yeah, we're almost there, guys. We're getting there. You know, this is actually going, on schedule for the most part. So
Also, I love that everybody watching right now, like all of us, it's like that meme, like we're all the sickos. Like, what are
yeah.
we doing?
Oh yeah, super
Why are we
super
still watching
degens.
this?
Super degen hours now.
You all
Yeah.
need help, including us.
Yep. I'm contractually obligated, but
Yeah, but you'd still be watching.
I'd still be watching. Yeah, I just might not be talking about it.
You're
all the
just
time.
don't hide behind your contract. You're
Yep.
sick, dude.
Yep. I'm definitely a sicko for sure. It's the only way we can make this thing work. If I wasn't a sicko, it just wouldn't work. It would be fake. It would just feel fake. So.
I don't know why. I didn't know Vegas had like a big lake thing like this. I just
Yeah.
knew that like one thing with the. Is this new?
I don't know.
Like in all the
Maybe.
movies and stuff, I don't remember seeing like a massive lake or whatever.
I feel like the fountain thing has been around for a while.
But I thought it was like smaller and more
Maybe
condensed.
maybe
or
they made it
something,
bigger.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
Maybe they made it bigger.
It's 5th round conversation right there.
That is.
You know,
big one.
Vegas has a lake.
Did they always have a lake? Did they? Is that
You know,
always?
they've got a Statue of Liberty too.
Mm.
I don't think it's the real one though. I think the real one's still in New York City. So.
Well, I don't know. That's debatable.
Ty Chandler. Is that who went to the Texans?
Ty Chandler.
Or are they just talking about it?
I think they're just talking about it. No, Ty Chandler here to the Vikings.
Oh, is that where he went?
Yeah.
That's good.
Ty Chandler. This is about where I thought he would go. I know he has some fans for sure. We got the Texans now at 170. Might be getting in another guest here too, folks. We're seeing what we can work on. I know you guys are waiting with bated breath for it's going to be hard to top our current guest roster here, but we're going to do our best. We got Magnus Wired or something like that with the $3. Thank you, Magnus. Says, is it weird that I'm more excited to win 3 games with Ritter than I was to win another 6 or 7 with Ryan? I don't think that's wrong. I think we did the right thing letting Ryan go to a team that could actually win in the next few years instead of like forcing him to be a part of this rebuild. So I don't think it's wrong. Maybe as long as it's like Ritter gets in and Ritter's the one that wins those 3 games, and we have a lot of hope for next year. But I hope they win more than 3.
We don't see him.
Yeah.
Aside from maybe come in like for a quick play or preseason, like
right.
It's technically possible Mariota just plays the rest of the season, the whole season.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because that's been the thing with Mariota. We've mentioned it before that he hasn't really made it through a full season in a while. He was a backup the last couple years. So we'll see, but yeah, I mean, I sort of expect that we'll see Ritter this year. I don't know if it means that he'll be the starter or if it's that he's coming in for a couple games for Mariota or what. But I do think that we'll see Ritter at some point. I feel like somehow it's going to happen.
It makes sense to just like me and Randy were talking about where it was such a low risk selection because you either get your quarterback of the future or you get to at least try him out and be like, okay, he's good, but he's not the guy we're looking for. And it doesn't stop you from going after one of the quarterbacks next year or whatever. So like not playing him at all, you're not doing any analysis on him aside from what you see in practice or what happened in preseason. So to me, it makes sense to play him as much as possible just because unless they fully believe, which I mean, I don't believe it, but that Mariota's like, quarterback for the next couple years or whatever, I think they mentioned. So I don't know. I'd like to see as much as possible just for kind of, see what you have,
Yeah. I get that. And I agree. Like that's why I sort of just feel like he's going to play at some point. Like either like after they've been eliminated from the playoffs, I know it's controversial to say that they're going to be eliminated from the playoffs now, but it probably will happen. I think the over under on their win total this year is like 5.5. So I think, just take that in mind, people, when we talk about this. It's not like we're going against the grain when we're skeptical that this team will make the playoffs. I feel like once you're officially eliminated, just let Ritter play if he's not already playing. Like we need to know, sooner rather than later. We need to know if we're taking CJ Stroud or Bryce Young and mortgaging our future, or if we're going in a different direction. So
exactly.
Yeah, I guess the thing I worry about is putting him behind our offensive line.
Well, I think that's fair. That's very fair. Welcome to Falcoholic veteran Andrew Hirsch. Andrew, how you doing?
Doing well, man. How you doing? Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Welcome in. We're in the dregs of day 3 with the true draft degenerates. So thank you for helping us out here.
Yeah. Just absolute sickos.
Yep.
Every single one of you who are listening to this on here.
Yep.
Randy, I don't think we've ever virtually met, but it's good to see you.
Andrew, nice to see you, man.
Yeah.
Great to be here. How you guys feeling about everything? I was watching your show on Thursday. I was really enjoyed it. I think the energy you guys were sending out into the universe was, I think, the same energy that I was.
Yeah.
I'm
sort
still
of
just
like,
really.
Yeah.
I'm still just so bummed about the Ridley situation, man, because it just feels like a team with so many needs, and how often do you get a top 10 pick? And I'm happy to give London, all the chances to prove himself. He's a very talented player, but it's hard. I think like pass rusher, lineman. But I'm really happy with day 2. What's your overall feeling right now, Kevin?
I like it. Day 2 to me, I think made me feel a lot better about it. I mean, it's not. I think all the day 2 picks were understandable. I didn't really have a problem with any of them. I think. The only one that I think some people questioned was Troy Anderson that early. But again, I think when you're drafting a player that's like a 10 RAS, like if you want that player, you're probably going to have to draft him earlier than the board says, because someone's going to come out and take a shot on that player earlier than you expect, just because, look, this is an unprecedented level athlete. So yeah, I mean, I'm happy with the picks overall. I think when you if you just take the whole draft class together, I think I'm happy with it. You were there. You heard what we said about wide receiver philosophically not making sense, but Drake London is a guy that I like. So it's sort of like, if you're gonna take a position that I don't want, at least take players I like, and that sort of check that box for me.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
I hear you. And one thing I've been thinking about, the last few years, been thinking about this when I was working for the team when they drafted Keanu Neal, and I just remember, being, writing for the website and being very tapped into what's going on social media and the fan reaction, just how overwhelmingly negative it was, and how overwhelmingly negative the response was from draft experts who had Neal as more of a second round guy.
Yeah.
I get really frustrated with the instant reaction. I know that, of course, when you're writing and covering the draft, you got to get, your thoughts out there. But, I think with a guy like London, kind of similar to when Quinn and Dimitrov took Neal, he wasn't like the flashiest pick, but he was just such a great fit for what they were building. And it seems like London's another guy who really, really fits what Arthur Smith is building there on that offense. So
Yeah.
it's exciting. We've been so spoiled with skill position players, man. I mean, you think back to 2008, started the Matt Ryan era. He had Roddy and Jenkins, then Tony came and Julio, and the talent hasn't been there up front on either side of the ball, but we've been really lucky to see so many talented receivers, so many talented backs over the last decade and a half or so. So I'm really excited to see what London and Pitts could do together forward.
Yeah, I think that's a good fit. Call it the Twin Towers or whatever. The two towers. I prefer the Lord of the Rings version. But
Lord of the Rings reference will be a
that's
little
what I'm
better.
saying.
Yeah,
go for the two
yeah.
towers. Avoid the Twin Towers. Go for the two towers. Slight change. I think that solves your problems. Then we can get some great memes going. With
Those
Sauron
towers are
and
pretty
everything.
evil, though. Yeah,
They are,
so, I
but
don't know. Yeah.
if we're trying to go back to the Dirty Bird sort of thing, maybe evoking Sauron, maybe that would help in that regard. So
Yeah. And Ritter said he likes to be a villain, right? A quiet villain. So maybe we can just make that the whole brand of the team now moving forward.
Go back to. I think a lot of people would be happy with going back towards that more Dirty Birds sort of style. Based on how the team has performed lately. So they're like, no more choir boys or whatever.
Just need the next Harvey Dahl, and they'll be ready to go.
Yep. Yeah, they missed out on Trevor Penning, so that they missed out on that nastiness. All right. 174 we're waiting for now. We are inching closer to the Falcons being on the clock again. 15 picks or so now, so we're getting there. Getting there, folks. All right, let's see. What do we got? Jamari Salyer's still there for Georgia. They better take him if he's still there at 190. Like they better take this man. This man's a starting caliber guard. So not many of those left at this point in the draft. Yeah,
and this is the
Lindstrom's
time
there
when you
too.
want to get a little fan service too. Take the George boy.
Yeah, got to get a dog. If they don't get a dog in this draft, they're going to be, fans are really going to be crying like anti-Georgia bias or something like that, which they were going to do anyway. If they took anything less than like 4 dogs, people are going to be like, "Oh, what the hell? What the hell's wrong with you Falcons? How can you not take more dogs?"
I've still heard people complaining about Gurley
Yep.
taking Beasley. People are never going to let that one go.
No, never. They can't. It's not possible. Should have taken the dog. At least
Kevin, I was relieved that they did not trade Grady Jarrett while you were wearing his jersey on the live stream. That would have been a really sad moment.
Yeah, that would have been really sad. That's part of why I've been really careful about when I was wearing it on this draft program, because I didn't want to risk it. But yeah, I was nervous for sure that was going to happen.
Dare.
Yeah. Once they saw me
wouldn't
wearing the
dare
jersey,
trade
they were like,
you.
"No, we can't do it."
Yeah, as long as you're wearing that jersey, we're safe.
It's safe. Yeah, so I just gotta have to keep it on at all times. Might have to get another one so I can cycle it out and wash it. At some.
You know
point,
what? Shower in it.
Yeah. Why not?
That's you're doing laundry.
It's the sports performance fabric. It should be fine. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Dominique Robinson from Miami, Ohio. 174.
So there's a place in Ohio called Miami,
Yes.
or there's a
And
place in Miami called Ohio.
That's a good question. That one, maybe there's both. I know there's a Miami, Ohio, but there may also be an Ohio in
Ohio,
Miami. Yeah, that I've never
I feel
investigated.
like if there's not, there should be.
There, yeah, just so we can really mess with people. I think that's important.
Have a college called Ohio in Miami.
Yeah, it's Ohio and then parentheses Miami. You know, so that we can really get it the both ways going.
Right.
NFL Network. I love their little like blurbs. They put like exclamation points on some of the traits. It's like effort, exclamation point. Really got to like show this guy. He's given the it's not just regular effort. It's like exclamation point effort. So, A+ there. And we're
I know
seeing
there's a lot of successful college players, just no effort whatsoever.
I know. Yeah, you just
Really got to point out when guys actually make an effort.
got to give that exclamation point to the guys to really hammer that home.
That used to, back in my day. E for
They
effort,
brought their
man,
lunch
you
pails.
suck.
They brought their lunch pails to work every day.
Yeah.
Real good lunch player guy.
You're like, well, you tried.
They just tried hard. And that's at the end of the day, that's really what matters. We got to try our best, guys. That's what we're doing here at the end of the 5th round. We're trying our best to deliver this content to you. So,
Dude, props to you guys for keeping this going. I mean,
we're going.
I mean,
yeah.
It's barely.
Kevin, I hope you get a lot of rest this weekend after all this is done.
Yep.
Just to keep it on the air. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you have water
We're
in your
going.
cup right now, Kevin?
I do. Yeah. I had a beer. Now we're back to water. Maybe some more
Definitely
beers
keep
later.
hydration.
Yeah. No, I got this one, which is tea, and then I got this one, which is full of water still, as you can see. So we're good. I'm all set up here.
Nice. Then round 6 starts. Crack a beer.
Then it's something else clear, but it's not water anymore. So.
Oh, okay. So okay.
Yeah, we're just passing out immediately as soon as the last pick of the 7th round is. I'm just face first on the keyboard after that. So I don't know that I'll have to say this. Yeah, I don't think we're going to need to stay through the end of the 7th round. As soon as they announce the post-draft press conference, then I feel like we're good. But last night they had the post-draft press conference before the end of round 3. So, I'm hopeful that they're not going to pretend that they might make a pick in the 7th round. But as long as the punt god's on the board, we might have to stay just in case. We can't.
So Evan, I know you're the special teams expert around here, and I have not paid super close attention to the punters this year's draft. I know I apologize for that, but
it's okay. I forgive.
How does the punt god not be the first punter off the board?
I've been bringing him up every 20 minutes just to keep his name fresh, and I have no idea. I thought he'd maybe not go as the first punter, but definitely in the top 2. But to see 2 go ahead of him, I don't know. I mean, it could be one of those things where, the Falcons know he's hopefully going to be there in round 6, and that's when round 5 or whatever. Or, I mean, not round 5, round 6, and take him, and that's why they didn't take him in round 5. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised because I mean, his average last year was I think 51.5 or something, which by NFL standards would have been like first or second average last year. And the thing with you can't compare a lot of positions from college to NFL, but like punter's one of them because nothing's really changing aside from maybe a different ball, but he still got an amazing leg. So I think it'd be good value for definitely a need, but who knows?
That's a good point. It's not like he has to learn the West Coast offense on the fly.
Right.
Just gotta keep doing the same exact thing he's been doing.
Punt it.
Yeah.
Right. It's like one of the positions that's probably like safest transition.
Yeah.
I feel like kicker is same, right?
For some reason, there's kickers who just like suck in college or they're okay and then get to the pros and they're better. I don't know why exactly, but I've seen that happen a bunch of times where they're okay kickers and then it's like at the next level they're just like really good.
And then you've got like Roberto Aguayo who gets drafted in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look at two Falcons guys. I mean, first Matt Prater. I don't know if you guys remember during that right after Vic left, where he was just brutal, and then all of a sudden
Actually,
he becomes
we
one of
had
the top in the
Keenan
league.
Forney on, who told us a
you
story
did?
about him.
Yep.
I think Keenan was saying he like missed a kick or something, and everybody was like, "Oh!" And then he goes to the Broncos or something and kicks the longest field goal at the time.
Yep.
It happens.
It does. I feel like kickers.
Youngway Koo.
Yep.
I mean, he was not in the league. Now he's a Pro Bowler. So it's interesting.
I feel like the kicking game is so mental that like it is. Once it clicks for you, that's really the most important thing with these kickers. It's such a high pressure position. If you can get that sorted out, you could be a good NFL kicker, assuming you've got the natural talent. I mean, there is certainly some of that involved as well. But
that and the other thing that people sleep on is the people around them. Like if your long snappers, usually your long snappers got to be pretty good to be even starting. But the placeholder, if you have a rotation of punters or whatever due to injury or whatever, it takes effect on the kicker because they have to be like pretty much in sync with how he wants it placed and stuff, which doesn't always happen.
And I'm sure part of it is the larger team too, because it is such a high pressure position. But I think some players who, play more physical positions can feel like, oh, this guy this wimp who comes in doesn't really, do the physical effort, comes in, blows the game for us. If you get that vibe in the locker room after a loss, as opposed to having them, they'll all come pick you up when you're down. Make a big difference, I think.
That's what's amazing about that position, because it's like, if a receiver makes a great catch on the sideline to get him into field goal range, he's basically winning them the game. But once the kicker makes it, it's the kicker who's like everyone's jumping on, not really that receiver. Whereas if the kicker misses it, he's like what the hell did you just do?
Yeah, you get
so. I mean, you're either living high or down low. There's no real in between.
There's no in between. Yep. It's either a great job or you suck. There's no in between with the kicker, so it's a tough position to play. All right, let's see. Yeah, we had Matthew Butler pick a go. One of the top interior defenders left on the board, so it's all thinning out, folks. The positions are thinning. The one guy in the top 100 left is Jamari Salyer from Georgia. So maybe the Falcons could make everyone happy and get a dog at 190, but we'll see.
How many guys do you think in the draft every year actually go on to have like great careers?
20.
Damn.
Like great careers, like 10 to 20, maybe total.
Yeah.
In terms of like guys
one thing that's fun, go on Wikipedia and just look at a random like recent draft. Well, not too recent. Maybe like go like 2012 or something, or 13 or 14, and just scroll through. And every now and then you'll go like first round, it'll be like, okay, hit. You get to like 4 through 7 or whatever, and it's like, oh, there's a hit. And then you just keep scrolling, and it's like, I don't know who any of these. There's a hit, like that's pretty much the hit rate later on. But a lot of them just end up, some of these guys may not even actually play an NFL game. They could get cut or injured in preseason. Like it sucks, but it happens.
Yeah, it does. So it can. Once you get into this part of the draft too, it's a lot of dart throws. It's more dart throws than anyone realizes, I think. So it's
that's why if you think you have someone who's like not to keep going back to the punt god, but like that's a starter on your team. Whereas it might be that, to me, that's better value than maybe adding, I don't know, a corner who's going to get lost in the shuffle, or a linebacker who might be able to, do something on special teams.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Like I think at 190, the Ariza punt god, it's like this guy, if he's going to be a Pro Bowler for you, even if it's at punter, you'd have to think that's probably a much better hit rate than any other position at 190. So.
Remember how upset people were when I think it was in the 7th round, Hofrichter or whatever, a couple years ago. Like it didn't pan out, obviously, so hindsight. But there was a lot of people upset with like even them using a 7th round pick.
It was a late 7 too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if he turns out to be a punter for you for the next decade, that's amazing value compared to like But that's a bad example because he actually didn't work out.
Right. Well, yeah, that's true. But there goes Damon Clark too. One of the best linebackers in this class that unfortunately is having spinal surgery. It's gonna miss the whole season, so it's just like no one really knows if he'll play. But yeah, pick 176 if he does play. That's good value. So, but again, once you get past like 150, 170, it's just
And I always like when they take the guys who have one potentially fatal flaw that could be either ironed out or just won't be a big deal. Because I remember when the team drafted Jared, I was talking to some of the scouts in the building, and some of them are like, not going to name names, but one said like, I don't think his height's an issue at all. I mean, I get that he would have probably been a first round pick if he was 3 inches taller, but like he's got everything else that I want in this position. So there are going to be a lot of guys there in 5, 6, 7. So if you have that mentality a lot of the time and you've got a good scouting department, really in sync with the schemes that the coaches are running, I love the idea of just taking a bunch of guys who are just like are missing what people view as that key element to being a successful NFL player. Because then you can say everyone can say what they want about the Quinn years and whatnot, but like he was also a coach who said, I can coach this guy into the kind of player that he should be. And so you look at Dean Pease being who he is and Arthur Smith being the offensive mind that he is. I would love to see a few guys like that added with these last few picks.
Yeah. Man, everyone's dunking on D-Led about it, tweeting about their running. Did you come
It's
on
still
before we
happening?
started? Did you come on after we started? We talked about that about D-Led.
I think it was after.
Yeah, I think it was after.
I came after. I saw the tweet, and I'll tell you, he loves it.
I know he does.
Dila loves that. Yeah, I love it. I love him for it too. Just lean into the troll role. Yeah.
Yep. And then in the replies, he like argues with people. He's like, "Oh, well, he did have the fumbles." It's like, yep.
Yeah.
It's like that meme. It's like, oh, that's bait. Yep. DW. All right. I keep calling him. That's the second time I called him DW. No, D-Led. Another D name. And yeah, I know DW was in our chat today, excited about the Colts draft. Which how did DW get out of here and go to a good team? That's just not fair. He should be forced to suffer too.
Yeah, I owe that man a phone call. What happened here? I mean, I get why he switched over, but have to give him a little talk.
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty much it. The Deshaun Watson thing and just being.
I think he said
out.
it before and just stuck to his, credit to him.
Well, yeah, when they were talking, when it was looking like it was going to be Deshaun Watson to the Falcons.
Yep.
Like,
but it did throw me when I saw I think it's Stampede Blue podcast.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a second.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. Yeah. Because he's a great podcaster, so I'm glad he can get to do it somewhere else if it's not going to be here.
You know what? Fuck DW.
Yeah.
Oh,
you traitor. Yeah, you traitor.
It was getting confusing though, seeing people say DW for Watson, and my mind always straight went to him.
Yeah, that's true. That's funny. Yeah, so that confusion, it's nice to have that, out of the picture, but
it's just as weird to see DW write about the Colts as it is to see Matt Ryan wearing blue.
It is.
Yeah.
We lost 2 good ones to the Colts.
We did. All right. We're getting up to 10 picks until the Falcons are on the clock again. We're 1 pick away from round 6, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
We are almost there. DGen hours continue with the 6th round. So they're showing the Lamar Jackson tweet, the WTF after the Marquise Brown. It's like, man, that's rough. It's rough. I mean, the Ravens got tremendous value for Marquise Brown though.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't blame them if that was the offer that came in. I mean, I don't blame them. So,
did you guys see Mike Vrabel's reaction in the war room to the AJ Brown trade?
No.
Oh.
So what happened with that?
So he didn't know about it or something?
I think like as it was going down. I mean, I don't think it was 100% confirmed that like it was in the moments after, but there's just I'm sure you'll find it on Twitter if you look. Very much like got up, circled around a little bit, tried to keep his calm, and
Yep. Man. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I mean, it's like, I don't know. We should talk about that because, like, if it's true, the rumors that they offered him 16 million, like, I would be like, okay, well, I'm leaving. Like, that's insulting. It's insultingly low offer.
That's one of those. That's one of those moves that if you're a fan of the team, you're like, all of a sudden, that's what a red flag for the regime that's in charge to think you've got this franchise player and you're undervaluing him so much.
Yeah. It's just, I don't get it. Like, I mean, there goes Kingsley and Igbare there at the final pick of round 5 to the Packers. One of my top edge guy left for sure. But yeah, I don't know what was going on with that. I don't understand it's like the Titans, and they got Malik too, which I like, but it's like, I think maybe they're realizing that they're actually like not as close as they thought, and they need to go in a different direction. But again, like, you know, so I forget who mentioned it yesterday on the show, but they were like, AJ Brown's like not an old player. Like, you could give him a big contract and he'll be a part of your rebuild. Like, it's not like you have to worry about him not being a part of your rebuild. It's just like, you know, you better hope Traylon Burks is AJ Brown or you're going to look real dumb in a couple of years. So,
and that's just it's tough pressure for that kid too, right? Because it's like, all right, they immediately trade away their star receiver and you're his replacement.
Yep. Yeah. Good for that. You know, just go out and be our franchise receiver. So, you know, no pressure. I mean, the Falcons are doing the same thing to Drake London, but at least they have Kyle Pitts here to like take some of the pressure. All right. Pick 180. We are in the 6th round, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. Spicy time right now. We're going into the 6th round. So.
God, where are we? Okay, we're the 11th pick.
Yeah. 10 picks. We're 190. So
here's some people still available, but obviously they can go quick. That JoJo Dahman's still there. Josh Joby or Job, I don't know how you say that, from Alabama corner. Rasheed Walker from Penn State offensive tackle. That Jamari Sawyer guy. Kellen Deesh or something from Arizona State offensive tackle. I've heard of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Deesh. Yep.
Still the punt god.
Punt god.
Justin Schaefer from Georgia.
Yeah, it's the other Georgia player, the other Georgia offensive lineman. Salyer's better, so I would hope Salyer would get taken first.
Yeah.
Darian Beavers is still there. I'm surprised by that, the linebacker. He tested out really well. Let's see.
Looking at what we've already selected, though, where do you think they'll go? Now that they've addressed running back, they're not going to add another running back, obviously.
I mean,
be
a corner,
lineman, right?
I think I think it could be an offensive lineman. I think it could be a defensive lineman too. I know there was some connection between them and Matt Henningsen. Oh, there goes the punt god. Well, the dream died, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, I'm seeing you.
Well, that's it. We're logging off. All right, you'll have a great day, guys. I hope you enjoyed day 3. Punt god's gone, so we're going home. So.
Wow.
R.I.P. the dream.
Watch these highlights. Look at that. Oh my goodness.
Clearly,
that's an
they
unfortunate landing space, though. He's going to be playing in the icy colds a lot of the year.
Yeah.
It's going to really bring down his numbers.
Going from San Diego to Buffalo.
Yeah.
That's a change of weather.
Yeah.
Well.
All right. So
I'm not having fun anymore.
All right. Well, the punt god is gone, so that ends that dream. So the dream dies in darkness. And we're back to pick 181 now. The Eagles on the clock. But yeah, I mean, I think considering the offensive lineman left, like I think Salyer is a slam dunk if he's there at 190. I mean, that's just absurd value. I'm guessing there must be something going on there. I don't know if it's medicals or what, because he's like a top 60 player. on a lot of people's boards. So there may be something going on there. I don't know. But you know, at 190, you have to think like, well, maybe it's worth a shot. I mean, it's pick 190 for God's sake. So, I know Lecitus Smith is another offensive lineman that I thought could be a fit for them. Chris Paul, Cade Mays is someone that's got fans in the Falcons community too. Defensive line, yeah, like I said, Henningsen. Some of the guys that we interviewed, Charles Wiley and David Aneni, we know they had interest in 2 more edge guys. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if they took another edge, just because, I mean, the state of the edge group is still pretty bad. So, we have a trade. The Eagles coming up. I said it would get spicy, guys. As soon as the 6th round started, the spice is coming back. So, all right. So the Eagles are going to be.
Eagles have made some good moves.
Oh yeah,
used to be sick.
Yeah. The worst team you know just made a great pick.
Yeah.
Let's see where they go here.
Oh yeah, Alec Lindstrom's still out there.
Yeah, Lindstrom. That's a good one. You'd think
Little
the family
Rebel
connection.
mentioned him.
Maybe that could get that one done.
It'd be good marketing. I could see them
would
just
be.
market the
It
shit
would
out
be.
of that.
Yep. The Lindstrom bros. I feel like that's actually worked out for the teams that have taken like brothers on the offensive line. I feel like it's generally worked out pretty well.
I'm not expecting it, because one thing I've learned about this regime since they've joined is they do not care at all what the fans think about their
Yeah, they
decision
don't.
making.
Yeah.
And there not going to be a lot of fan service there.
Yep.
Which I think is great.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
probably
that's
for the
I think
best.
it's fantastic.
It's probably
It
for the
definitely
best.
is.
Yep. So, you know, I wouldn't expect them to take Lindstrom just because just because he's got a family connection. If they take him, it's because they think he's the best offensive lineman left. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, but they should go best brother available.
Yes, I agree. BBA, you know. That's important. That's underrated. That's underrated in the draft grading process. So,
Tom Fernelli just tweeted out Josh Allen and Matt Araiza having a competition to see if Allen can throw the ball further than Araiza can punt it.
I don't know. I feel like Araiza could punt it further, but
Yeah, if the bouncing counts.
especially if the
Definitely.
bouncing counts. Yeah, that's a slam dunk. I'd take the over on that one for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, they're doing their thing now where they just like show like 5 commercials and they announce like 4 picks back to back. So we just have to sit here with nothing to really talk about while we wait for the Falcons to make another pick. At least the Falcons have picks at this point in the draft. Like, you can't really sign off before the 6th round, so at least they have 2 in the 6th round. But like, yeah. So I'll always remember 2019 where they had those 2 day 2 picks and then they traded them up at the last second to get Caleb McGarry, and then we were like, oh crap, we have to come back tomorrow and talk about no picks at all. So I did it, but you know, I'm just saying, please don't do that again. Please. I like this strategy of let's get a bunch of day 2 picks. Like, I'm into that strategy. That was fun. I enjoyed that day 2. That was maybe the best day 2 that I can remember for this team. So I would encourage that strategy going forward. I'm a big fan of the multiple day 2 picks. I believe they had the most of any team, actually, the 4. After trades and stuff, that might have been different, but I think initially they had the most of any team on day 2 with 4. So, big fan. Maybe this means that
Got to be a little bit of a bummer to get drafted in the middle of like a Mucinex commercial.
you know, doesn't quite have the shine of some of these guys, but
No.
honestly, I bet most of these players, they just don't really care. You know, they're like, that's fine.
Yeah.
As long as I get drafted, we're good. We're Gucci. So. Right. It is Kyron Johnson from Kansas to the Eagles here at 181, who they traded up for. Another player that's not on my board. I blame Draft Network for not having these players. It's not my.
What do you
board
give
now.
up for a 6th round
Oh no, he is on the board. I'm wrong. He's on the board.
draft pick?
He's a linebacker.
It was
technically
if they have an extra 7th or something
Yeah.
next year,
7th.
probably.
Yeah, you can do it for 2023 7. I'm sure. So
I mean, I guess you're
It's
shooting
real-
a
it's
shot
really
every
cheap.
time, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was drafting, I would just be like, whoever, man.
I don't know.
Get
Pick a
it
name
over
out of a
with.
hat. Yeah.
The 6th round, bro.
Yep. Pick
They're not gonna
pick a
work
name.
out.
Yep. Pick a name. Any name, really.
But I guess you gotta pretend like you really fucking care.
I do. I have to care a lot. When the Falcons are on the clock, I'm gonna care. I will make you believe that I care who they draft at 190. I just remember. I mean, fans care. Like I got tons of complaints about drafting Matt Araiza at 190 in my mock drafts. Just like, oh, what the hell, drafting a punter? How dare you? How dare you, Kevin?
Yeah.
They're like, it's like if you have strong opinions about who anybody drafts at 190, you need to go outside. Like, go
You're a
outside.
fucking monster.
Yeah.
of those mocks we've done on here, were any of them right? Like, not 100%, but any players that
Oh
we
yeah.
picked on the live shows?
I'm trying to remember for live. I'm not sure. I mean, we definitely took Ritter on the live mock, I think, at one point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, in terms of players they drafted, I'm not sure I ever drafted Algier, and I don't think I ever drafted D'Angelo Malone in a mock. But otherwise, yes, all the other players I had mocked them at some point. Ritter multiple times. London, I had them trading down for at one point. Ebiketie early, and then Troy Anderson, I mocked them as well. So I think it was either the 3rd or the 4th round. So it wasn't exact spots, but oh man, Adnan makes his return. The return.
I'm a man of my word. What can I say?
Yep. Gonna pop in for a second, before the pick gets announced, and you have to go back. Go back to your.
Just making appearances. No, I think I'll be here for the next couple picks.
Okay.
And
But then that'll
I'm
be
ass-
the end anyway. So
I'm
yeah.
assuming that'll be the end.
Yeah.
Unless you just want to analyze the 7th round.
No, I don't really. So as soon as the post-draft press conference gets announced, then I think we're in the clear. So last night they did it like 20 minutes early before the draft ended. So I think we're probably going to be good to go. Darian Beavers finally comes off the board there to the Giants. That's a great pick at 183. So love me some Darian Beavers. Dude is huge.
How many Darians in this year's draft?
I know there was a Dumarian. I don't know if there was also another Darian. It's not spelled the same because Darian Beavers has 2 R's. And then I've sometimes seen it like Darion. Maybe 2 like versions of Darian in this draft. I don't know, but yeah, I feel like that one's.
I like having trivia questions that I don't know the answer to.
Yeah, you just want me. You're just teeing me up to go talk about something for 10 to 15 seconds. So anything to help get us through really is good. Yeah.
At this point, if this was Madden, I'd be drafting based on names. Just be like, oh, that's a cool name.
Yeah. Why not? Kevin Harris, shout out to Kevin.
Is that Smoke Monday guy still available?
I believe so.
that name.
Yeah.
His name is Smoke.
Yeah, there's a guy named
Yeah,
Smoke
Smoke
Monday.
Monday.
Yep. Maybe we should just
And
start
then
stacking
Panay
the board
Sewell's
based on.
brother.
Yep. Noah Sewell or whatever.
See.
There's a guy named Dare Rosenthal. I feel like he's daring teams to draft him now. So yeah, you like that one, guys? No, okay. Moving on.
I like it.
Okay, thank you, Evan. Thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome.
We're moving into hour 4 of
Yep.
day 3.
Yep.
Still somehow have 230 people watching.
Yeah, this is the DGen hours, man. There's plenty
As
of them.
Andrew said, a bunch of sickos.
Yep.
Everyone
Bunch of
needs help.
sickos.
I mean, I feel like they're just like washing dishes.
Yep.
Yeah, have us in the background talking the draft a little bit,
Yeah.
just talking
Yeah.
some football.
Oh yeah, why not? I could think of worse things to do on a Saturday, certainly. I mean, I'd be watching the draft if I wasn't doing the show, so it's might as well just do it and have people care or at least pretend to care about my takes. We got Mad
That's-
Tom K. Sorry, Mad, I missed your tip earlier with the $5. Thank you, man. He says, I know this is very early, but when do you guys think Ritter might get his first start? I mean, I think it could-
mid-season.
yeah,
mid-season.
you guys wanna- mid-season, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Mariota gets injured.
Yeah, I mean, I think Matt was like, wondering about that, but I could be as early as week 1. I think Ritter has a legitimate chance of winning a competition. I wouldn't bet on it, but I think there's a chance. But I think we'll see him get a start week 10-ish, probably, maybe earlier. These rookie quarterbacks just seem to find their way onto the field somehow.
Yeah.
It doesn't always. It's not always clean, but
Let's see how many sacks Mariota can take before he fucking snaps.
Maybe that was their strategy all along. They're just like, we're gonna break Mariota, and then we're gonna throw Desmond Ritter in there.
Yeah. But Mariota, here's $6 million to make it worth your while.
Hey, $6 million. I mean, I would consider going out there and taking some sacks for $6 million.
There's nothing to consider, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'll go out there and drop back in shotgun every single time for $6 million.
Yep. I'll just wait. I'll just get like the full flak jacket, bubble boy armor. Go out there and throw ducks less than 15 yards, and take some hits.
Pads.
Yeah.
You get a helmet.
I get a helmet. That's enough, right? That should protect me.
Oh man, we're getting so close, guys.
It's so close. I can
Vidarian?
taste it. Vidarian.
Low?
Vidarian.
Yep. That's a great name too.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. Guys, I'm not seeing on the draft board. Okay, here we go. Vidarian's
Christian
like down
Benford.
here. He's
Alec Lindstrom is still there.
Yeah. Yep. That's an interesting one.
18th. Tackle. Where's Lindstrom? I don't even see him on my.
Sailor's still there.
Yep.
There's no way we're taking anyone who we're going to mention in the next 5 or 10 picks, though.
No,
Yeah.
it'll
It's
be.
gonna be someone.
random.
Oh yeah,
completely
it's
random.
always somebody 100% random. Always. Vidarian Low. And then we got Christian Benford from Villanova. Definitely don't know who that is. I don't think he's on the board either. It's about that time.
I'm going, this best cams fan adult dating site bot is really persistent.
They have to make
Yeah.
make a new YouTube account every time they do it, because every one of those accounts gets permabanned. So they
It's
must
incredibly
be
persistent.
just
Yeah.
making
Is
new
Carson
accounts.
Strong really not been drafted yet?
Yeah.
He has not been.
Wow. Holy
I
shit.
think he has knee problems, right? Or he has some injury
I
issues.
think that might be what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got 2 surgeries on his right knee.
That's no bueno. When you're giving the keys of the franchise to someone, I think he'll go undrafted. There's a point where you get into the 7th round, and I think you'd rather just go undrafted, because then you can kind of pick your team. You can negotiate your own bonus.
It worked
Hey.
out for what's
Collins,
his
right?
name last or 2
Lyle.
years ago.
Yeah, Lyle Collins. Yeah. He just cashed in again, I think.
Well, I mean, for the Falcons, what's his name?
Hawkins, right? Javian Hawkins.
The kick returner.
Oh, never mind.
I was thinking
Oh,
like
yeah.
2 years ago.
Hmm.
What's his name? Roland or whatever, right?
Oh yeah. Chris
Wasn't
Roland.
he
Chris
like the
Rowland.
He got a big
top
bonus.
paid or
Chris
something?
Rowland, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
To where I think he made more than what a 7th rounder would have made if
Yeah.
I remember correctly.
Mhm.
So it worked out for him.
Yeah, not too shabby.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
I
at
think
all.
Jalen Hawkins.
Or Javian. Yeah.
Javian Hawkins.
That was
yeah.
that's who it was last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a pretty nice bonus last year, more so than the 7th rounder.
I'm surprised he didn't stick. I thought his
Yeah.
tape was really good.
Yeah, we had
he was
really
my guy
nice-
last year.
Yeah. Just
And it
shows
wasn't
that you
just
never
us.
know.
There was some well-known people talking him up as
Yeah,
being
Thor
like
loved him.
a.
Yeah.
Then they ended up cutting him, and he went to Tennessee, I think,
Yep, and then Tennessee cut him too.
or something
so,
like that.
yeah.
Yeah. And then I think he ended up with 49ers or something like that. I can't remember.
49ers can never have too many running backs. So
Andrew, did you watch the draft the last 2 nights when it was at like 2 a.m. your time?
No. Where do you think I live?
Oh, sorry. Oh my God, no. I got you confused. Yes, my mistake. I got you confused with the guy who lives in England.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
Andy.
Nope.
Yeah, the other Andy.
Yeah, Andy.
Yeah, you would have thought with my accent that I'm from Bristol, but I'm in Boston.
As soon as
I
you
was like,
started talking,
did I miss a lot of the draft? Was it going that late?
as soon as you started talking, I'm like, I've made a grave mistake. I've made a big
Grave
mistake
error.
Yeah, I watched the first round. I had to be out last night. I was checking Twitter and got to watch a little bit of the live stream last night. I'm really pumped about day 2. Really pumped what the team got.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I'll say about now that they've got a young, promising quarterback who also is not going to have a ton of pressure that comes with being a first rounder. As sad as I've been about Matt Ryan's departure from the team, I feel so much less pressure to like will the team to win from my couch now. It's just like, all right, they're actually in a rebuilding mode.
Yeah.
They might not use that word, but it kind of, I feel almost like I did when the Braves started rebuilding, and it's like, if they win, it'll be fun. If they don't, let's see how the young guys do. I think just the last few years, as there's kind of like that last gasp of trying to make things work under the cap.
Yep.
And of course, they're like getting close to the playoffs last year, even though they would have gone nowhere. I think if the team is not going to be a contender, it's nice to have a lot of these young guys in with low pressure, and for all of us to not feel like, because I didn't feel like the Falcons were going to be a contender last year, but I wanted them so bad for Matt Ryan to get there, and to just not have to put that on ourselves is kind of nice.
Yeah, and sometimes you just really have to rip that Band-Aid off and just admit that it's not working and just rebuild. The Braves did it and they won a title out of it. The Hawks did it a few years ago and they're better off for it. The worst thing you can do is just not be able to admit your sunk cost and just keep banging your head against the wall, doing the same thing over and over again like the Saints.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, good point. And now, next off season is going to be fun as hell.
Oh, it's going to be so fun.
It's going to be awesome. And it's nice that they're putting themselves in that position. I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, we could have over 100 million in cap space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a lot of offensive linemen.
Just all offensive linemen all the time. Who cares? Some of these
we'll
guys
get that
are
top
be
5 draft pick.
Yep. Oh hell yeah. Get Will
That-
Anderson in here. Yeah.
That quarterback competition between Bryce Young and Desmond Ritter next
It's gonna be
training
fire.
camp is going to be insane.
That's what I love about taking him in the 3rd round, because it also doesn't, we see teams that, take a QB late in the 1st round or early 2nd round, and they feel that pressure, like they has to be the guy, because if you're the GM and you're giving up on them for 1 year, like a Josh Rosen situation would be the time where you bite the bullet, but otherwise, you pass up on a potential franchise player just because you feel like for your own reputation and for the team's reputation, to stick it with the guy who
Yeah, and even
doesn't
with the
have that
Rosen,
talent.
that was Kingsbury coming in and making his own pick, because Rosen was the 10th pick, and then his coach got fired, his GM got fired, and it's a lot easier to move on. But yeah, I said the same thing earlier. You can also trade Ritter potentially if you need to.
Yeah.
He has trade value. Quarterbacks have trade, especially if Ritter goes out there and has a good 2 or 3 games. Teams will swoon over a quarterback with 2 or 3 good games of tape.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
another Falcons, I believe, 3rd rounder who did that and got a nice return was our old friend Matt Schaub.
Yep.
Mhm.
Same thing.
Wowed when Vic was hurt. The timing at the time didn't feel great, because then you lost Schaub and then you lost Vic. But didn't he get was it a 1st round pick, like a late 1st?
It was
From
something
Houston?
significant.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo also got a 1st, although he was a late 2nd rounder. but I think he had like what 2 or 3 games where Tom Brady was suspended, and I mean not even all of them because I remember Brissett won one of those games against the Texans on Thursday night, and then everyone that was just a bidding war for Jimmy G.
Yep. All right, we're almost on the clock.
All right.
So close.
So let's predict positions because I don't think I know much about any of these players at this point. I'm going with cornerback.
I
Guard.
think offensive lineman.
Yeah,
Me
like,
too.
we gotta get a dog in here. Gotta get Jamari Salyer.
Yes.
Gotta get.
Wow,
a
you're
dog.
calling the school too, Kevin?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, gotta get a
Doubling
dog.
down.
So
Yeah, no, that's completely incorrect.
BGA best
Atlanta does not
UGA
take
player
any dogs.
available.
Atlanta does not take anyone from UGA.
Yep. Not allowed.
Oh, best cams is back.
This dude has come in 6 times, at least 7 times.
Yeah, he's
someone's
gonna-
just
You know what?
constantly making new accounts over and over. It's
If they don't
obviously some
stop,
sort.
I'm gonna have to click it and find out what all.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's
It must be like somebody's got the effort to do this. There must be something there, right?
yeah, it's very persistent. Like I'm kind of intrigued at this point.
Yeah.
That's the kind of grit and effort you want to see from these prospects.
Exactly. Yeah,
Exactly.
they're really gritty. They're really putting in the effort, especially on day 3. I gotta respect it.
Exactly. We got to invite this dude onto the show to talk about it.
See, the thing is, though, your show's made it when you have spam bots.
Yeah, we're like worth
They're
spamming.
like, we
now,
got to
so-
get in on this.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that.
Back
at
during the
least.
Facebook Live days of like
Yeah.
10 viewers, nobody was spamming.
Nobody
us.
bothered at that point. Nobody even cared. So
Man,
Yeah, it was-
you
it was
had
a
me
clean
at best cams fun dash best adult
dash
dating site.
best. That's some SEO right
Fun
there.
best.
That's a great job.
The fun
Yeah.
best adult dating site, guys.
Yeah.
I'm in. Let's
mean,
go.
I'm not
What's
gonna
not to
lie.
like? Yeah.
I'm
I
very
like it when it was
intrigued.
fun. I love it when it's best. When it's fun best.
You throw
Shit.
Cam in there too. I mean, man, we're going. We're going places.
It's
The-
like, watch the 6th round, go to the best.
Go to best cams fun best adult dating
I
site.
think they know that like as the night goes on, the desire for some other form of content increases. So they're just gonna keep
Oh,
coming
yeah, for
back
sure.
stronger. Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
Mhm.
At this I don't know if this is just it being hour 4 into hour 4 of day 3 of the draft, but I'm intrigued to see if Best Cams comes back. I'll be on the lookout.
Oh, they'll be back. They'll be back. I know. They'll definitely be back.
Somebody said it's Dave's meet. It could be.
Yeah,
him
that's
just
where you
trying to
can maybe
promote.
that's where you can find the Dave meet.
That's good
The Dave meet
promotion.
shots. Yeah. How
Yeah,
close
we
we
have
are?
been talking about
They're
making-
on the clock. Yeah, they're on the clock.
We have been
One-
talking about
one-
making a
yeah, here we
Falcoholic
go.
OnlyFans.
Mhm.
Yeah, we should. We should hit that up. That's an untapped market. Yeah.
It'd be a lot harder to make that work now that DW's gone, though.
Yeah.
Ah,
yeah.
that's true. That
Which just doesn't have the
beautiful
same.
bald
It
man.
doesn't have the same flash to it without DW. So. All right. The Panthers
go.
pick is
Guys,
being
this is
announced. Falcons are on the clock. Pick 190.
That's it. There we go.
This one's for all the marbles. Nothing else
Panthers picked
matters
up an edge.
but pick 190. So
Yep. They're gonna take the full. What are we at in round 5? 5 minutes.
oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, Amare
Please,
Barno
for the
goes
love
to
of
the
God, don't take
Panthers.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. no,
The guy that
take
ran
those.
Ooh,
4.35. So that's a pretty
Okay.
good pick.
I found it. I saw who the pick is.
Oh,
wow.
you
Alrighty.
cheater. You cheat.
Hey, I have to write this up.
Okay, well that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Go dogs, sick 'em dogs. Yeah.
Does that mean the pick is already in? They just haven't announced.
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
Okay.
Kevin, let's just say. What?
I don't. Do I know who
I-
it is? Is what I recognize.
Maybe a spoiler. Let's just say go dogs.
Oh, go dogs! Hell yeah, let's do it.
Are you,
I feel like
Are you-
there's so few dogs
Are you
left
ready?
that sick 'em dogs.
I can't believe Evan went off cam right before.
He must have known it was a dog. He had to take off. Yeah.
No,
All
my
that dog
phone
slander.
is on 1%, and I have to put it on
Oh,
Instagram.
okay.
and
That's fine. That's
Facebook.
fine. That's okay. I like that little shot of it's like the side of your head, like while you're trying
Yes,
to plug it
it's-
in.
Yeah, sorry,
Just the
I'm
top
over
of your
here
cap.
by the outlet, so yeah, I'm.
Now you can see the focus as Adnan live plugs in the pick here. This is some
Yep,
behind
yep,
the scenes
yep.
action. Yep.
Here we go. I'm I'm waiting like a true fan
I'm so hyped
And-
for pick 190. It's incredible.
and not like a sports reporter.
Yeah.
I'm just here waiting. Here we go. Pick is in.
All right, here we go, guys. We're gonna do it.
Very excited.
I feel like there's only one dog left, so I feel like it sort of has to be Salyer.
Is there? Did they already get what's his name?
Because Zeus went, and James Cook went, and Channing Tindall, Nakobe Dean, and Quay.
Yeah, Justin Schaefer, is he still?
Oh, it could be Justin Schaefer too. I guess that's the other dog. If it's not Salyer and it's Schaefer, you sort of have to think there must be something going on with Salyer, maybe medicals. I don't know, but the pick is in, and we wait with bated breath. We will do our best not to spoil it, guys. We will wait till the broadcast announces it. So if you're streaming, you might be slightly behind us. So if you really want to see it pop up on your screen, you might want to mute it. I don't know if you're that serious about pick 190, but probably not worth it.
I mean, we've waited this long.
We've waited this long. You just have to just be patient at this point. Got to find a way.
Here we go. Well, no, I thought it was coming in.
Yes, no, yes, no.
Looked like it was coming in for a second there.
No, it was just the tease. A lot of teasing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
A lot of Pete Carroll on my screen. Yeah.
Auto refresh.
Love it. Everyone's so hyped for pick.
Well, yeah, I don't want to.
I'm really
like,
proud of you
start a
guys.
conversation, you know.
Yeah, really
Here we
proud
go.
of you guys
There it is.
for this.
Justin Schaefer.
It is Schaefer. Okay, so there's obviously something going on with Salyer, but the Falcons get a dog, ladies and gentlemen.
Get a dog.
A dog after all. So
Wow.
there must be something going on with Salyer because he's a top 100 player at worst. So, yeah, honestly, I thought Schaefer was pretty good at the Senior Bowl. He wasn't someone I was super familiar with, but really large guard. Like, I mean, I'll pull up his RAS. I've been doing that for everyone else. But if anybody else has Justin Schaefer takes, go for it.
Oh, where do I begin?
So many, actually, so many.
Yeah. When was the last time the Falcons drafted a Bulldog?
I don't know. A long time, I think, right? Didn't they draft someone in the 2010s? I feel like they had like one dog.
Well, that DJ Shockley was drafted.
Yeah.
He can't be the last one.
Man. Yeah, but that is an offensive lineman, so I think everyone that was on the offensive line train, we were on the right path there. Yeah, Justin Schaefer. I will read off the RAS here. He's a 7.53 overall, which means he's a 75th percentile athlete at guard. Pretty good. Better than I actually thought based on the little bit I've seen of him. But 6'4", basically 6'3" and 7/8. But, I'm 5'11" and 7/8, and I call myself 6 foot. So he's 6'4", damn it. 314, so good size. 8'11", 8'11" broad, which is actually 84th percentile for offensive guards. He's got some short area quickness there. 5'14", 40, which might not sound fast, but that's 86th percentile for guards, and a 1.72 10-yard split, which is damn good. That's like 96th percentile. So he's got that short area quickness. The 3-cone, the shuttle, both below average. I think a 4.85 shuttle, 8.09 3-cone. So those are below average, but short area quickness, he's got it. And at guard in this scheme, as long as you've got sort of that baseline quickness, you can do some zone stuff. They don't always ask these dudes to pull like crazy. I mean, sometimes they do, but in terms of his long speed overall profile, I think he's athletic enough to do this. So
I was gonna say Akeem Dent, 2011.
Oh, that's right, Dent. Yep. It's a tight end that I don't have on my board, getting drafted here. Yeah, I mean, even if you guys don't know anything about, Schaefer in particular. You like the selection of an offensive lineman there?
Yeah, for
Is he
sure.
a left guard or right guard? Or
I'm
did
Played
he
left
rotate?
guard for Georgia.
He's left guard. I'm
Oh,
pretty sure.
okay.
Yeah. Which might also make. I mean, Salyer played tackle and played a bunch of spots. So, but Ogletree's who just got drafted, but Schaefer played left guard, as far as I know.
I'm seeing stuff about Schaefer's run blocking. I'm not seeing anything about his pass blocking. Anybody got any info on his pass blocking?
I mean, you probably have to look it up on PFF. I don't know. I mean, I think for the most part, he was a good pass blocker. But if I told you that I watched multiple games of Justin Schaefer tape, I would be lying to you. Now, if I definitely watched a lot of Georgia because there's so many damn Georgia players in this draft, but I wasn't necessarily paying too much attention to Schaefer. But I do think, honestly, both their guards were good. Like, sometimes when I was watching Salyer, I'd be like, oh, that was a great rep. And then I'd be like, oh, wait, that was Schaefer. So, I mean, it's not bad. I do think he's a good player. That means Falcons now 1 pick left, 213. We won't have to wait super long for it. Not as long as the last gap, thankfully.
Wait, Falcons still have another pick.
Oh, yeah.
Eesh.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
213.
213, baby.
Oh,
Let's do it. That's good value for Schaefer, too, though. I think this is about where I expected him to go, but I think he's got potential for this late in the draft. Could be sort of a Wes Schweitzer sort of guy, like comes in, immediately sort of stabilizes a position, just plays better than anyone expected. So,
God, I can only hope.
And not that Jalen Mayfield needed, hopefully he doesn't need someone to light the fire under him, but to have more competition there is
there's at least
definitely not a bad
somebody.
thing.
Yeah, there's at least somebody there. So. Another player that's not on the board, Devin Harper. Going to the Cowboys, linebacker. So congratulations, whoever's the lowest ranked linebacker. You get to be on the board. All right. Wait, I messed that up. There was a tight end that went before that. I can't find him either. I can't find anybody these days. All right. There was a tight end and linebacker taken there. They were out of order. I apologize. But the Saints are on the clock here, so crazy predictions for the Saints pick, ladies and gentlemen. You know, did they take Salyer? Do they go for, you know, a falling player that maybe if it is medicals, there's something going on there? They take a chance on him. Maybe they go for, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, who did they take earlier? I know they had obviously Olave and Trevor Penning. I think they took a linebacker. What is that? Jordan Jackson from Air Force, defensive tackle, is who the Saints take here. Also not on the board. So, man, we're running out of players. We're running out of players that I know about. That's for damn sure. So,
Okay. So, Falcons got their guard.
they got their guy.
Got best. Sorry, I'm just now catching up. I see best cams came back too.
Oh, jeez. See, this is what
Good for them.
Yeah, no, Schaefer. Normally, you would never have the conversation for a 6th rounder starting from day one, but with how bad Jalen Mayfield was last year, I think Schaefer will possibly, like, he'll have a chance to fight for that starting job from day one. Like, I'm sure the coaching staff would rather Mayfield improve and win that job, but it's going to be a competition. You can't just go in training camp just giving Mayfield the starting role. Not after last year.
Yeah, I agree. Like, he needs to have someone at least push him a little bit. I think that's sort of what Schaefer will do. I don't know if he'll actually maybe this is what they wanted. They wanted like someone that they could be like, oh, we got competition for him, but like they're like, oh, well, Mayfield should win, you know. But this is like low key, you know, sort of propping up their guy. But no, I like the Schaefer pick, and it shuts up the you know, people. They're like, Falcons never draft dogs ever. So we got at least one more dog in here, guys. So you know, therefore,
Yeah, we have a quota to meet. We need at least 2 dogs.
gotta draft at least 2 dogs.
Yeah, so now the next pick has to be a dog as well to meet that quota.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. So Salyer's the only dog left, I think. So we're gonna have to get that one going.
Okay,
Hey,
double dip.
Schaefer's from Ellenwood.
Schaefer.
Nice.
So let's see.
Good for him. He hasn't even left Georgia in the past
He doesn't even. You just go right down the
8
street.
years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right down the street.
Good
Yeah.
for him.
All right, so TDN's report on Schaefer. Dre Harris, this is the guy who wrote the report. Dre's a good scout, smart guy. Yeah, Schaefer's an average athlete. In the run game, he's a power blocker. Comes off the ball with physicality. Very good on double teams. Can get to the second level. Can struggle a little bit due to the athleticism. He can struggle with really quick defenders in pass pro. Has great functional strength. Doesn't bend particularly well. Yeah, best serve staying on the inside. Yeah, and really his critique is that he's a guy that plays one spot. Like he plays left guard only, so that could make him tough to roster. But for the Falcons, I think he's going to be competing at left guard. So,
I mean, he's not a great athlete, but for his size,
he's
not
fine.
a terrible athlete. Yeah.
No, he's a 7.53 athlete. You know, RAS. It's not like he's a bad athlete. He's just not gonna pop off the tape.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, there's like athletes, and then there's like, all right, you're 6'3", 330 pounds. Like, how athletic is there?
Right, you know, and I think for this Falcons team, like getting the run game going is sort of a priority for them. I think that's sort of, they need to do that. So going after a guy that's a really good run blocker doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all at this point.
Yeah, no, it's definitely needed a guard. Definitely
that's
needed
right.
one. And
Yeah, Darion Kendrick still around, and that's another dog. So we have one more dog left we
dog.
could go after. No,
Another
Darion Kendrick's
thing-
not getting drafted, guys. Sorry, he ran way too slow.
Another thing, the Falcons have really been prioritizing those super physical guys in this draft, especially in the offensive side of the ball. Every single one of these guys is super physical. And Schaefer is one of those guys where in every scouting report that I've read, they just talk about his mean streak. Like, it's highlighted. And, you know, it's about time that the Falcons had some guys with a mean streak. You know,
Yeah, for sure.
especially along the offensive line. Like, there's Salyer. He goes to the Chargers.
Man, the Chargers just keep crushing it. So good for them.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna head out, get some things
All
done,
right.
catch up with you guys on the 7th round pick later. But it was great to see you all.
Oh,
And
God forbid there's a 7th round pick. Andrew.
Yeah, please no. But yes, I
know.
thank you, Andrew, for putting up with, you know, day 3 late as long as you did.
No,
excellent
always
job,
happy
guys.
to join you guys. Yeah, I hope to do it more. I appreciate the invite.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on, man.
All right,
See
take
you,
care.
Andrew.
Take care, guys.
Yep.
See
Have
ya.
a good day. All right, then there were 4. You know, we'll see how many make it to pick 213. So less than 20
I
picks.
mean,
now.
it's not that much longer.
Yeah. Hopefully these ones keep coming in, you know, hot and heavy. So
I don't think Evan can go anywhere. I think Dave set up a shock collar around his ankle.
that's true.
Mhm.
That's
So
true.
if he tries to leave the chat, it just shocks.
Pretty much.
Nope. Chargers just took Salyer.
Yep. There.
This will be Evan's time to shine, though, after the draft is over and we get into the
Yes,
undrafted
I'm
portion.
preparing for
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Undrafted time. Yes. Oh, so on the Falcoholic.com, for those interested, after the draft, like immediately, players who weren't drafted start like flying off the shelves to the different teams and stuff. So we'll have a draft or a undrafted player tracker like we do every year.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Just
yeah,
look for that.
yeah, guys.
So if there's somebody you're watching and you're like, what the hell, they didn't get drafted, they might end up in Atlanta still. Just keep an eye out for it.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We're waiting for the Ravens pick. We got the concert going. I'm assuming this is footage from the other day because it's dark. So
I think it was on Thursday because that Weezer one was on Thursday. It said, man, Ice Cube's sweating.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. It must be hot.
He looks like they put Vaseline on his face or something. It's like
man, when you can
really
you gotta
shiny.
do it. Yeah. Oh, there goes Tyler Beatty. The top player left on the board, according to TDN, running back. He's good. Really good receiver. Actually had a really good year as a runner this year as well. His first real chance to carry the ball, like a lot of carries, and he turned in a great season. So good for him. Great fit there as well. Ravens they just keep. How do they keep doing this? Like every pick, they're just like, we'll just take the best player on the board. Wow, it's like amazing how that works. You just do that.
Yeah. I mean, Hamilton fell to them at, what were they, 14 or something?
Yeah, 14. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like their draft, Eagles, Colts had a good draft. Jets, like we talked about, but with their luck, it'll just not work out. But it's a good draft on paper.
Yeah, yeah. It is, for sure. All right, guys, we're getting there. We're getting there.
All right, fellas, that's it for me.
He's tapping
No,
out. He's tapping
we lost
out.
one.
Yeah.
No.
I can't. He was trying. I saw the struggle. You were trying, so I appreciate you trying as long as you did.
I can't do 15 more.
Hey, but you were on here very long.
Yes,
so.
you did a
Yeah,
great job.
for a couple hours, yeah, like 3 hours.
Yeah. No,
round
that's
of
more
applause
than we could possibly ask for. So appreciate that, Randy.
Mhm.
All right, good catching up with you guys. It
Bye,
was a great
Randy.
draft. Yeah, can't wait for the season to start. Hopefully, I can join you guys again once we get to some actual football.
Yeah, absolutely. Be happy to have you back on, man. And we'll be, everyone, watch Stranger Things in May. If you weren't going to do that already, definitely check that out. He's Mr. Randy Havens on Twitter. Randy, again, thanks for your time today.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Bye,
Yep.
Randy.
All right, man.
Bye,
Have a
guys.
good one. All right, then there were 3.
Well, I think I'm gonna hit the
okay,
old
well, yeah, we're all gonna
dusty
leave.
trail.
Just gonna be like just empty like gray screen for like the last 10 picks. Just like nobody here. So
I'll put one of my dogs in my chair.
yeah, I'll get some cats in here. Get a good stream cat going to carry us through final 20 picks.
The worst part is I have a glare from the angle I'm sitting at, so I can't really see the glare from the window shining on the TV, so I can't even see what pick number we're at.
Yeah. No, as of now, we still have more people watching than the pick number. So as long as we can keep that ratio positive, I think we're in good shape. So. Oh, you're muted, Adnan.
I said, ew, they're showing a Falcon season ticket commercial.
Oh, gross. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's you could
Shameless.
could not give me free tickets to watch this team in person this year.
I mean, I would go because the stadium's awesome, but
Now the stadium's awesome, but it's like I'd much rather watch at home, just
it's
because
so comfortable.
it's so comfortable, and it's also a trek to get to the stadium from where I'm from.
Yeah, yeah.
Like you gotta drive down there. You gotta find parking. I don't know. It's too much.
Yeah, I usually like MARTA in from somewhere else.
Yeah, but
Okay,
even then, like I'm not even close to MARTA because MARTA
Yeah.
never expands.
No, that's right. Yeah. So, yep. Yeah, it's difficult. I wouldn't even, man. I can't. I couldn't even bother trying to actually park downtown. I feel like that would be a total nightmare.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's maybe if the team was good, like then it's worth it. But the team's gonna be dog water this season.
Probably. So. All right. Got Gregory Jr., cornerback from Wachita Baptist University. So
Hmm.
there you go. That guy is
for
on
him.
the board, actually. I'm impressed.
You have to
Wachita
be. Think how
Baptist.
good you have
Yeah.
to be to like make yourself known at that level.
Yeah, you must be pretty darn good. There goes one of the last tight ends, Grant Calcaterra from SMU. Definitely someone who has fans as a receiving tight end. Going to the Eagles there, 198. Then the Panthers are back on the board here at 199.
Ooh,
So little
what are they
division
gonna do?
rival action.
I'm terrified of the Panthers.
Just keep trading up, man. They're so
They
close.
got old Matt Corral. We could have Corral versus Ritter.
Ooh, that's going to be a battle for the ages right
Juicy.
there. At least Malik Willis didn't go to the Saints.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one thing I'm happy about. Like if he succeeds in Tennessee, I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
happy for him.
Tennessee.
Yeah, but if you go to the Saints, I can't cheer for you. So it's just like, please don't.
Okay.
So does that Ferris wheel actually move, or is
I
it
think
it
so
does.
slow?
I think it does.
No, it does. It does.
Yeah.
It's an
It
actual
does.
thing.
Oh, okay.
You-
It looks
you
like
can-
it's just sitting there.
Yeah. Oh, you mean there? I thought you meant the one in downtown Atlanta. For some reason, like I
Oh
don't know
no,
why you were.
they're showing on. Oh, well, I'm on ESPN,
It's
so
Yeah, they were showing it on the broadcast a little bit. I
Ah.
think. Yeah, the like Vegas one.
Oh, okay. I'm on NFL Network.
Sometimes you can see it in the background, but
yeah.
I don't see
Well,
why
every
it
time they
wouldn't
show
though.
it, it just seems like it's like sitting there. Like maybe it's
Right.
closed, but
Mm.
maybe it moves so slow that it doesn't even look like it is.
right.
What's the point of like
Which-
making one if it's not going to move?
Yeah. Well, I think it's just like a slow thing. Like it probably is like 20 minutes to go around or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it takes a while because they like load.
Which my mind goes to like I would get to the top and be like, gotta use the bathroom.
We're trapped.
It's like
Yeah,
you can't do anything.
Also, I will say it's refreshing that we're not getting videos of Thomas Dimitrov talking about what a great pick every single pick was from the from the team's Twitter. Like that was so annoying. Like, dude, just get back to the draft room and just do your job. Like nobody cares.
Cade Mays goes to the Panthers. That's a good pick. I like Cade Mays.
That's
He's pretty good.
that's a former dog right there that
Yeah.
transfer portal to Tennessee. That was a former, I think, 5-star recruit.
Yeah. Didn't really ever take off to the level that I think he was expected to, but I think he's got potential.
There's some drama with like him and his dad and like
Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
I
hearing
don't
about that.
remember what exactly it was, but it was some drama going on.
Yeah. Little
He's a
Rebel
Tennessee
says
guy.
Alec Lindstrom UDFA. Man, I hope not. I hope he gets drafted. He deserves to get drafted for sure.
Weren't there talks of him being like a day 2 pick and like
early day 3 I think is where he usually ended up going, but I don't.
I
give
mean
him
like
full-
earlier in the process there were like some talks about him going like really high.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's so low. I mean, I think it's sort of like he's a zone scheme only guy, so that limits his appeal to a certain number of teams. But
If he is a UDFA, we have his brother.
oh yeah, if he's a UDFA, he's coming to Atlanta. Like, unless they're like, look, you're not going to be able to make this roster, which I think is fair.
I mean,
But because he's probably a center. I mean, I think he has a chance to play guard, but he's a center. And the Falcons already have Hennessy and Dahlman, and they're probably.
I
just
mean,
not
you'd have to
carrying
beat out
37.
Dahlman for it.
Yeah, so it seems unlikely, but I mean, I think if they thought he could play guard, maybe they give him a chance to come in, but it would be tough for him to make the roster here. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes elsewhere. But if the Falcons had space for him on the roster, I think they would definitely have an advantage in getting him here. But or maybe he just comes to Atlanta for the preseason, getting a shot, and then hopefully he looks impressive and catches on somewhere else after preseason. But
I don't know what's been going on in the Falcoholic comments, but I just looked at the one for the article that we pushed out of the Falcons getting Schaefer. And one of the top comments is, will that one dude finally shut up? So I'm assuming someone's been complaining about the Falcons not getting enough Bulldogs.
Yep. Yeah, someone like tweeted at me like this morning that was like, "Oh, this draft makes me barf or something." You know, like I just was tweeting out their day 2 picks, and he was like, "Oh yeah, 99.5% of people like think this draft is like barf or something." I was like, "Oh yeah, maybe if you graded on the curve of how many dogs did they draft."
That's how it was on the Facebook page for when Anderson was drafted. It was all about like Nakobe Dean. Which
I was like, oh,
I get it, but like,
I mean, I questioned it at the time, yeah. But now that we know
it was coming out about stuff, with the shoulder or whatever. It's like, I don't know. I'm excited about that pick.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
I think like for day 1, a lot of people were either like over here or over here. Or like day 2, I think most people would agree was like, obviously there's not a lot of days to go off of, but day 2 really made me feel good about this whole draft altogether. Like day 3's been okay, I guess, but day 2 was really solid, I thought.
Yeah, no, I think it's hard to be too upset about London. I think you can disagree like with the philosophy behind it, but day 2 was just really solid, and then day 3 it's like just
day
draft good, like somewhat interesting players. That's really all you have to do on day 3. So I mean, I think Algier certainly makes sense. Schaefer certainly makes sense. We'll see what happens at 213. But again, it's pick 213. Who the hell cares? Like, I mean, I care clearly, and you guys should care and stay until pick 213. But
yeah, stay, guys. Don't go.
Yep, stay.
Yeah, it's someone's gonna be pissed off about pick 213. It happens every year. It's like, dude, it's the 213th pick in the draft. Like, it's fine. Whatever they do here, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. It's totally fine. Yeah, nobody leave. You can't go. You guys have to stay. You're not allowed to leave.
This team will stress you out enough throughout the season. You should not be stressing over pick 213.
Yeah, there's enough things going on in this world that actually matter, and 213 is really far down the list, like super far, like even in the context of football. Now, like, I get it, especially in years where the Falcons don't have a lot of draft picks. It's like, oh well, this is one of like the 4 players they drafted, so like we're gonna get upset about it. So like I get that, but not this year. This is like pick 8 of 8. So
yeah, it's like over here, like, oh, why are you so upset? Oh, the Falcons took this dude at pick 213 instead of this guy.
Yep. All right, we got another player that's not on TDN's board, defensive tackle Sam Roberts. So,
this is a good question from the chat from K Quick, asking who's your guys' favorite player from the draft so far.
Like the Falcons have taken?
The Falcons took?
Yeah, the Falcons.
Man, it's a tough call. I mean, I feel like the obvious answer
Anderson
is Ritter,
pick makes me excited.
Yeah, Anderson's really excited too.
Why.
Why don't you, yeah, go ahead. Talk about Anderson. Yeah.
No, I mean, like, just because I didn't know much about him. Like, I heard his name and I knew he was like super athletic and stuff. But like, I'm not a draft guru like Kevin and putting in all that time and stuff. So like, I knew his name and that's about it. But then like seeing footage on him, reading up on him after, as you should always do with anybody the team picks. Dude played some quarterback, I think, in high school and even in college, but did some running back even. But like as a linebacker, he was the fastest linebacker at the combine. I think it was like a 4.42 or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
Faster than Kyle Pitts. I'm pretty excited. Yeah, and it sounds like he could be a day 1 starter. So
yeah, as long as you're okay with the variance with him, like.
Yeah,
he's only played linebacker for like a little over a season. The instincts aren't fully developed. He's not going to use great technique taking on blocks or anything like that. But again, when you're that athletic, and he's a super high effort guy too, like super high motor, just a tremendous athlete. Like, yeah, I agree. Like, just sort of get him out there. I think he'll probably be like, if Deion Jones sticks around, he probably won't see the field a ton on defense this year. But if Deion Jones gets traded, he's going to be the 3rd linebacker, and I think you'll see a fair amount of work, like when they go to like 3 linebacker groups and stuff like that. And obviously he has really high upside and coverage and things like that. So you know, I really like the pick. I think in terms of upside, it's impressive. Yeah, that defensive tackle that got taken by the Patriots, I was watching it on the NFL.com's pick ticker. They don't have a picture. They don't have the school entered. So they were like, it was like 5 minutes behind the live announcement. So they literally had to enter manually this player into the system. So I've never heard of that player, but Sam Roberts is like, oh, that sounds like a name that maybe I've heard of, but I actually don't know who that is. So
it's always wild at this point. I know I always make comparisons with like the NBA, but I remember everyone to this day talks about how Nikola Jokic was taken the second round during a Taco Bell commercial, where they just like it was a commercial and they just showed it, and it's like now the guy is like about to be the back-to-back MVP in the league.
Yep. There goes one of my late round guys that I took a lot, Michael Woods from Oklahoma. Took him at 213 actually a bunch of times. So that dream dies. I do think they will consider a wide receiver. I think they'll consider literally anything with this pick.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, they've addressed most of the most of the positions. I think the only one is defensive, like interior defensive line.
Yeah.
Because they didn't really. I mean, like, I'm not saying they picked like players that solved the, depth or whatever at the positions, but like you know, they needed a receiver. They added a receiver. They needed, and
running back.
My things died. So
Okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can still hear you. Yeah.
Oh, can you? Okay.
Yeah.
You sound distant though.
Let me grab my.
All right. As Evan finds his way back to us from the tunnel.
Yes.
Yeah, no, what he was saying, the Falcons have filled a lot of needs. They got some, and the thing is, you can't fill everything in one draft. Like, they only added one offensive lineman, but that's kind of the opportunity cost that you have to make, in exchange for filling in your need at pass rusher. Well, the Falcons got two of them. Had a need at linebacker with Foy Lewican leaving and with Deion Jones' days numbered. Wide receiver, running back. They needed another running back. I think you could have gone into the season without a running back, but it's better to have one.
Yeah.
But yeah, so now the offensive line, they're hoping for some organic growth with the O-line moving into this season because, obviously you can't really give up on these guys that you just drafted yet. And again, I'm beating the drum for Matt Hennessy this year. I think that Matt Hennessy, I am driving the Matt Hennessy hype train this year. Like, he is going to be my guy this season. I think he will take that next step. But yeah, Dahlman, Mayfield, you can't really give up on them. You just spent a day two pick on Mayfield last year. It's bad business to just like completely like give up on him after a year. If those guys don't pan out, Hennessy included, then you go back to the well for offensive line. But this team has had so many holes going into the offseason, and I think Fontenot for the most part has done a good job of addressing a lot of those holes. Got Casey Hayward in the secondary. Evans coming in and leaving. It's kind of throwing me off a little bit.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know if Fuchs was trying to talk and we didn't hear him or what, but I know he changed headphones. He was having trouble getting it to work earlier.
Yeah. But yeah, basically, there will be time, to address these other holes going into next off season as well. I don't think that this will be a playoff year for the Falcons. So this is a great off-season building block. This is one of those off seasons where you really had to swallow, eat your vegetables a little bit, and swallowing a lot of that dead cap, and the team will be better off for it moving forward.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Evan, try to talk for us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you're good.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my AirPods died, so that's what
okay. Got to go to the wired.
Yeah,
I would call you a peasant, but I'm also wearing wired headphones.
I only wear wired headphones on the show, to be honest.
Yeah, I can't. I just feel like if it goes out, it's going to cause chaos. So,
Yeah.
Yep.
But I think Adnan pretty much summed up my point. Just they've addressed what the issues or their holes were. They haven't completely fixed those. Not saying they completely fixed those positions or anything, but really the only one is like interior defensive line.
Yeah. That's the one they haven't addressed. I mean, safety maybe. If they're looking for more depth there, it's another player.
The thing is, at this point in the draft, like you've said, you take, best player available. Like if there's, a receiver or somebody like that you like, you don't reach and say, well, but we do need an interior defensive line, so let's take the guy who's like 30 spots below him or something.
Right.
Like, go with who you think's, going to bring some value to your team.
That's true. Yeah, I agree with that. For sure. We're getting closer, guys. Less than 10 picks till the Falcons go on. As a result of that, I'm going to take like a 2-second break to refill my water. I will be right back, and I will leave the show in the very capable hands of Evan Birchfield and Adnan Ikic for just a second.
Kevin comes back, and the show is just completely lit on
They're
fire.
just fire in the background.
Yeah, it's just fire. we're down to like 6 viewers somehow. Like, well, what the hell happened? I was only gone for 3 minutes.
Yep. I'm trying to look at best available.
A lot of the chat is really into Justin Malone, or excuse me. Yeah, Justin Ross.
The receiver from Clemson. Yeah. I don't, like I said, I don't follow it enough, like during the, the draft processes like Kevin and, the rest of them do. But like Justin Ross, 6'4", 205 apparently. ESPN has him as the 21st best receiver, overall 150 rank. He sounds like in pretty good, value for this late.
Yeah, it's yeah, the team could use another wide receiver.
I wouldn't hate it. And the thing is, you add him, like all of a sudden we've gone from, those years where Julio was the tallest by far, to now you got, assuming they added him, Justin Ross 6'4", Auden Tate's like 6'5", London's I think 6'4", 6'5", and you got still Pitts 6'6" or whatever.
Yeah,
all of a sudden everybody's tall.
That's Arthur Smith's scheme right there. He loves his big, tall wide receivers who are gonna outmuscle and out-physical you. That's why Calvin Ridley just did not.
Right.
Like Ridley's a good wide receiver. Don't get me wrong, but he does not fit what Arthur Smith wants. Just because first of all, he's smaller than a lot of these guys, but also he shies away from contact. That's
we've seen the videos, and it's not even being harsh on him. Like, there's literally plenty of footage of him going out of the way to not get tackled. Which,
like, you can be like a short wide receiver and still very strong and physical. Like, look at Steve Smith for the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah,
Ridley just isn't. Like you said, he will not fight for that first down. He will not go up and win a jump ball over a DB. He's a great run after the catch guy when he's not running out of bounds. But yeah, so we're kind of shifting away from that philosophy. And this is what happens when a new coaching staff comes in and and the chat is clarifying. Ross had a fused vertebrae. He's had some back issues. So
but is he healthy now? I wonder. Like, I assume he's.
I assume so. But even when you have those injuries, it's
but then that's where you get good value.
Yeah.
Like if he's cleared from it, then it's like, well, I don't, that's why he drops and stuff. But it's like if he's medically cleared, good value, because those do make them fall. We've seen it with other players, but.
Well, we don't know if there's an added risk in the future.
Yeah, there goes Matt Henningsen, by the way. That was a guy I was going to be like, oh, if he's still there, they'll probably take him. But I know they visited with him, the defensive tackle. he tested out like an absurd athlete too. So I know someone in the
Yeah.
chat said that like that's probably a good clue about who they might take. Just look for like the highest RAS player left on the board. So
Yeah, might as well. I don't know. I don't think they'll trade the pick because if I was Fontenot and I was looking to trade it, I would have traded it a lot earlier. Gotten out of the office for the day.
yeah,
Yeah.
Maybe you can still catch some sun. It's a
Right.
beautiful day in
it's a
Atlanta.
beautiful day. Yeah, beautiful day.
I'm
up
kidding.
here in New York. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it
That
cloudy down there or
reminds-
something?
Bro, that reminds me of I think it was at the NBA trade deadline. They like photos surfaced of the Lakers general manager at like Disney World or something, and everyone's like, "What the hell are you doing right now? Like, why aren't you working the phones?"
Yep.
I've heard of this guy, Mario Goodrich from
Oh, yeah,
Clemson. Is he pretty good?
Yeah. Yeah.
if
did
they
he
went
just go?
corner.
Or
No,
is he-
I'm just looking
okay.
at best available.
Yeah, yeah. I
Um,
like Goodrich. I like Goodrich a lot. I think I had him as like an early day 3 sort of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The way
only 1 year as a
ESPN has
starter.
him, it might be
Yeah.
like 7th round, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, he only 1 year as a starter at Clemson. He played across from Andrew Booth, who was like a top prospect.
hmm
So yeah, I mean, I'd be down for sure. Another guy like Kalen Barnes, the Baylor corner who ran that like 4.23 or whatever. I mean, you could see the Falcons just sort of like saying, "Screw it, like let's see if we can do anything." Yeah, JoJo Doman is a guy, just a good coverage linebacker. If they're looking for more linebacker depth, I sort of think you don't really need to take 2. I'd be super down for like Rasheed Walker if he somehow makes it. He's just a solid offensive tackle. Like I think he can be a average NFL starter like quickly. So that's a great value at this point in the draft. Jesse Lukita from Penn State. I like him as like a off-ball edge rusher hybrid. There's a lot. There's some tempting players here still. I know a lot of people are saying Justin Ross. I like Justin Ross. His testing is alarming. So I don't know if they're gonna take another big receiver now because they've got Tate, they've got Drakeland, and they've got Kyle Pitts. It's sort of like, okay, at a certain point, like you have too many big receivers. But I sort of think they'll go more the like Bo Melton route, who tested out super well, was impressive at the Senior Bowl, more of like a gadgety Z receiver type of guy. Kevin Austin, if you're looking for like height, weight, speed, he tested out in like the 99th percentile or something at the combine. Another guy I like at wide receiver, Jaquari Roberson from Wake Forest, sort of just fell out of favor, but I think he's just like rock solid. Like I would love to get him as like a wide receiver 3-4 sort of guy. Good size, good athlete, does everything decently well. So I mean that's sort of a deeper down the board sort of guy. But let's see what we're looking at. We're at pick 207. So we got, 5-6 picks left till the Falcons are up. Carson Strong's still there. Obviously, don't think the Falcons are going to spend another pick on a quarterback. Don't think they're going to go running back either, and I don't think the depth is like... I mean, there's still some guys here I like. Zonovan Knight and Devontae Price, both guys I like. Price, more of like a speedster. Knight sort of does the same thing as Algier, so you sort of think that's unlikely to happen. I know Zaquandre Wright has some fans too. Tight end, you sort of think like maybe that could be an option if they like one of these guys. I haven't seen Garrett Prince, the guy from UAB. I know he has fans. But I have not watched him, but that could be an option. He's the best tight end left on the board. Jalen Weidermeyer was a guy that had a ton of hype, then ran like a 4.8 something, and that killed his stock. But again, if you're getting him at like the end of the draft, he was really, really good receiving tight end in college, like really effective. So, maybe there's a chance they take a chance there, but that would be the opposite of sort of their RAS sort of standards. Offensive
Selfishly,
tackle,
I'm hoping it's those 2 guys you spoke with, just so we can get them back on the show.
Yeah. Wiley's agent said he would let me know if the Falcons were going to draft him if he got advance warning. So I'll break it if I can.
David?
Nenny,
Anina,
yeah.
He's projected to go higher, right?
Yeah, I think slightly.
What was Wiley? He was like a 7.
Yeah,
projection?
like 6-7. I think Aneni was sort of in the like 5-6 range. So it's definitely within range here for both of those guys. Doug Kramer going to the Chicago Bears here from Illinois. I have to admit, I don't know who that is. This is starting to happen. Oh, wait, no, he is on the board. So he is on the board. Great job, TDN.
Yeah, I know this is the point. It's a 6th round. Just hurry up. Thank God they don't have a 7th.
Yeah, apparently I missed
They need to just trade their 7th every year. I said it earlier, but just trade your 7th every year. Make the draft show, a bit more bearable.
Yeah, I agree. I think 213 is like long enough, like it's still like interesting at this point, but if we had to wait another like 2 hours for another pick, I think it would just not be worth it for like a 7th rounder, I feel like 213
Imagine the old days. Didn't they
Yeah.
have like
Oh,
15
God.
rounds or something?
Yeah, they did. They used to have so many.
Kevin, you'd have to bring a sleeping bag.
I would. I'd have to camp out overnight.
That'd be wild. A nice 24-hour live stream.
24-hour stream. Some streamers do that, man. I don't
1 a.m. Kevin starts telling ghost stories.
Oh man, Connor Hayward goes to the Steelers. This one was obvious because I think it's Cam Hayward's brother, right? I'm pretty sure it's Cam Hayward's brother. So
That's pretty cool.
fullback drafted here. We need to get Aaron Freeman back on here. Talk about his boy.
And then, also, I can't remember who it was. Somebody was mentioning in the chat how Malone and Schaefer first cousins or something.
Oh,
that's
wow.
pretty crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to give them their credit, but I can.
Oh, it was Nerman.
Okay.
In
Yeah,
the chat.
that's a good nug there. Yeah.
Yeah, they were.
I mean, think of the odds of that. For you and your first cousin end up.
yeah, they played together in high school too.
Yeah, just to make it to the NFL, like in general, is amazing.
Yeah.
But like then to be on the same team.
Yeah, both get drafted on
Yeah.
on the same draft to the same team. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting there.
Yeah,
Let's
and
see.
Hayward, you said the brother of
Yeah,
Cameron
right?
Hayward. Yep.
Yeah.
Both sons of former Falcon great Craig Ironhead Hayward.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's great football family right there for sure.
And what position was he?
Fullback.
Not the
Fullback.
dad.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, and the Cam Hayward obviously is defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Luke Tenuta.
Yeah, right around the bend here.
Yep, we're getting there, folks. We are getting there. So, 4 more picks.
The home stretch.
Yep, 4 more picks. We're almost there. You guys can make it. Yep.
Oh, you just remind. We need a draft to get this template
Get
ready.
this draft going. Yeah.
I don't know what I was thinking. Just lollygagging around out here. Falcons have taken all offense today so far.
Yeah.
After it's been a pretty offensive heavy draft.
It has. Yeah, I guess overall it has. I mean, I feel like since 2 of the, 3 of the early picks were defense. Like 3 of the day 2 picks were defense. It's sort of like makes me feel better about it, but
We're almost there, folks.
we are almost there.
Fullback's a dying breed.
It
Not
is.
like back in the day when fullback actually meant something.
Yep. Back in those days. All right. Guard Chasen Hines of LSU. I feel like every single LSU offensive lineman has been drafted.
I don't know where my remote
went. Chasen Hines. See if this guy's on the board. Yes, he is. All right. Good job, TDN. Great job. All right. Now it's pick 211. Falcons are almost up, folks. We need the Lindstrom brothers gimmick. Yeah. Hopefully it wouldn't be a gimmick if it happened. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be upset about that. Yeah, we were Dare Rosenthal, Rasheed Walker, Kellen Deesh, all those are guys that are offensive tackles that are well worth this pick, in my opinion, if they wanted to keep building the trenches. Honestly, like defensive line, like Haskell Garrett, I mean, he would be a solid value here as a guy. He's more of like a 4-3 tech, but, you know, again, at this point in the draft, you know, maybe it's you just find a way to make that work. I don't know who these other guys are. Christopher Hinton, LeBrian Ray, I know has fans, the Alabama guy. At edge, if they were to go that route, we talked about the two guys the Falcons have talked to, Charles Wiley and David Aneni, Cade Hall, Chris Allen, Jeffrey Gunter. You know, there's some names there. Linebacker, you think it's probably unlikely, but there's a lot of good linebackers still. Jojo Doman, Jesse Lukita, both guys I would consider well worth this pick. Corner, that, you know, not been secondary hasn't been addressed yet, so Kalen Barnes, if they're going that, you know, sort of RAS route, that could definitely be a guy they would consider. Mario Goodrich from Clemson, Evan mentioned, that's a guy I like a lot, so that would be sort of the guys I would think of there. And then at safety, there's a lot of guys. Like safety, honestly, might be where they go based on what's left. Sterling Weatherford, I really like. He's like very much discount Kyle Hamilton, but same sort of build, like 6'3", 220s, you know, big safety. Good athlete, not quite Kyle Hamilton level, doesn't have Hamilton's instincts or anything like that, but he's very much a discount Kyle Hamilton, but it can do some of those things for you. I know Smoke Monday has a big fan group, and just the name alone, maybe that would be great. But there's some good safeties. Verone McKinley, Reed Blankenship, Juanya Thomas, Niceville connection, let's go. I like Leon O'Neal Jr. as well, so maybe a safety, honestly. That wouldn't shock me. There's some good safeties left.
Oh, best fans Cam's
Yeah, they're back. I think that's like 10 times now.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, buddy.
They said, well, might as well see what the pick is.
Man, I've been in here like spamming this long. I might as well get that pick going.
Kyron Williams to the Rams. It
Yeah.
could kind of mess with my strategy of getting Cam Akers in fantasy drafts this year.
Yeah. They just keep adding running backs, man. I think they have a problem. I just need those running backs, man. I just need them.
Oh,
I love the chat talking about the best cams.
Oh God.
Jason Helms said the first dozen times I said no, but the 13th time best cams you wore me
They're
down.
winning me over. They're winning me over,
Mhm.
guys. Like, yeah. Speaking of safeties, safety goes here to the Patriots, to the Rams. Quentin Lake. Rams actually have back-to-back picks here before the Falcons. So one safety goes Quentin Lake from UCLA, and then
Day
one
3
more
is
pick, and-
the only day when the Rams will be picking for the foreseeable future.
Well, as long as they nail it, then it seems like it doesn't matter. So, but imagine if we had to do those draft parties for the Rams. That would be very boring. So I'm happy we don't have to do that. That would make the draft really boring. So
We take like a 4-hour intermission. We'll be
Yeah.
back.
we'll be back
Yeah.
tomorrow. You know.
Those playoff parties would be much more fun. We haven't had
Yeah,
any
I
of
think
those
I
with
might trade it
Falcons.
for the Super Bowl. Yeah, I think I'd be willing to give up, the good content for a Super Bowl. I would fall on that sword for sure.
Ugh.
When was the last time what was that, 2018? We were in the playoffs?
No. It was 2017.
Well, it would have been 2017 season, but
It was
yeah, technically it would have been
2017 season,
in
yeah.
Wow, I just realized maybe I'm a jinx. I haven't been with Falcoholic for a playoff run.
Oh, trust me, Evan. I was added to the Falcoholic a week after we after we lost to the Eagles in that last playoff game. So I have not. I've been with the Falcoholic for 4 years now, and I have not been here for a single playoff season.
Ugh.
Yeah, no, I came in 2016, so it's not my fault. If anything,
Mine
you
was
guys
October
put down,
2018.
Yeah, you guys
The-
put down my good juju. So
The Falcons
Falcons are on the
Uh,
clock officially.
the Falcons are on the clock. That's a nice tweet from Cam Hayward. He said, "I guess I got a roommate at Connor Hayward."
That's nice. Some
Yeah, the
wholesome-
Falcons have not spent a single day with a record above 500 since I've been with the Falcoholic. It's
Man,
been 4
that's-
years, and the Falcons have not been above 500 one time in those 4 years.
Well, I know who to blame now. Thank you.
Not one. Do you know how hard that is? Just start the season 1-0. Like even the Jags have been above 500 more often than the Falcons the past 4 years.
Yep. The Falcons got off to some really bad habits under Dan Quinn, where they were just an awful early season team. Even the years like where they ended up being better later, they were just a bad early season team, except for 2015. That was the one exception. He came out and that was all of his good early season juju was that one season, and he had none left after that. So, yeah, we did have
For the record, I'm not accepting blame for this. I don't believe in any jinxes.
That's fair.
But
That's fair.
But no, it's been just, I don't know. It's been fun, but I
Yeah.
can only imagine how much more fun it is when the team is good.
Yes, exactly. That would be nice. That would be real nice. So, all right, we're waiting for the Rams' second pick before the Falcons make their selection. I did have a tip from Jason Gaines. Welcome back, Jason. Thanks so much.
Jason.
Says, before Justin Schaefer was drafted today, the last UGA player the Falcons drafted was linebacker Akeem Dent in the 3rd round, 91st overall in the 2011 draft. Well, they're instead of Dimitrov doing these cringy draft day videos, now they're doing them with the scouts. So, well, hey, at least we got a dog in here, so I know you guys, people who need a good dog.
Dogs. Hey, one more and we fill the quota.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
The only one left is Darion Kendrick, so I think so. Yeah,
he just
okay,
went to
they're
the
starting to
Rams.
talk-
The Rams just took him. The Rams just took him.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, well then we can't do it. It's game over then. Game over, man.
Is Stetson Bennett draft eligible?
I don't think
Get
so.
the,
People
get the mailman in here.
the mailman. Stetson Bennett. Yep. All right, guys. Well, I know how hyped you are for pick 213, the final allegedly pick of the Falcons 2022 NFL draft. We will do our best to not spoil it for you and wait for the announcement, but the NFL is really bad about announcing these picks on time. Like they're talking about Baker Mayfield still. They've been talking about Baker Mayfield for like 5 minutes. So,
Has the pick leaked?
I mean, it might have. I would be shocked.
Not from what I've seen, but just says they're on the clock.
All right, come on, let's get on with it, guys.
Get on with it. And then just
Okay.
immediately.
Oh
Are you hyped, Evan?
no,
You
I'm
hyped?
hyped for people who care.
Yeah.
Like I don't care. But
Oh, okay. You're
people who
tamping
are
down your
hyped are-
excitement. Would I be
Yeah.
hyped?
Ooh, the pick is
No, not you. But a lot of the viewers will be hyped and the readers, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. You don't think I would like the pick though?
I don't. You haven't mentioned this person.
Oh,
At least
okay.
I don't think so.
But the viewers have mentioned it.
in.
the-
Ooh.
I mean,
Another dog! We
Yeah.
filled the quota! We
What other
filled
dog is
it!
there? I feel like I'm
It's
missing.
John Fitzpatrick.
Oh. Who?
tight end.
The
Oh,
redshirt junior. He's 6'7",
a player I have no idea.
83 yards in 2022. What the hell?
Is his name actually capitalized like that too?
Yeah, the P is, which
Yeah.
is, or no, well, yeah, I guess
What?
it is, isn't it?
Apparently he's a really good blocker,
38.
so hey, that does not surprise me then if they were looking for a blocker. All right,
You
I'm gonna
wanted dogs.
you guys wanted a dog.
we got
You
you
needed
too.
the dog. Yeah, so we got the dog.
I was just joking about the quota, guys. Like, I didn't think they'd take it seriously.
Fontenot's watching this. He's
This is
like,
all your
oh
fault.
man, the quota
This
was
is all
2.
your
I thought it
fault,
was
not-
1.
No, I mean, apparently great blocker. I will not pretend that I've watched John Fitzpatrick at all. But you guys got a second dog. This is twice as many dogs as we've seen in the last 10 years already. So, they were really like, you know what we need to do is like shut up all these people that say we never take dogs. We're going to take 2. So, Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't have any good takes on John Fitzpatrick. I've never watched this player. But all of you UGA guys, you can give us some takes about John Fitzpatrick. So apparently that Georgia has set the record for most players ever drafted in a single class with that pick. So good on the Falcons for helping that one get home. So all right. Well, there you have it, guys. That is the Falcons draft class. Let me get the full edition here. Cobble it together. Yeah, I mean, what do you guys think about adding apparently he's a good blocker. I mean, some of you guys have watched Georgia football, I imagine. But obviously hasn't done anything as a receiver. But what do you guys think about the addition of a certified OG blocking tight end to this roster?
Me? Oh,
yeah, anyone. I don't care.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess. They added Ferkser. They have John Rain. Feel like there's somebody else. Is Jaden Graham still on the team?
No.
No. Wasn't there another tight end on the roster, or maybe not?
Yes.
I mean, basically almost 7th round, 6th round, sure. If he ends up being a good blocking tight end, I mean, those are valuable. You saw, what's his name, Lee Smith. He was pretty much a blocking tight end for his whole career and made a pretty good living from it. So yeah, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it's hard to be mad at any pick at 213. To be honest, like it's pretty hard to be mad at that.
Yeah. I just don't know who he is, so
right.
I
scrambling.
Don't have a lot to say, but
yeah, I'm scrambling for information on John Fitzpatrick with the capital P.
But what they're showing is this is a different regime. They're not afraid to take in dogs. It was a little later than people probably hoped for, but
yeah.
You got two
shout
dogs.
Shout out to Zerline, Lance Zerline at NFL.com. He has a full report written on John Fitzpatrick that I will communicate to you guys now. We also got cornerback Jasser Taylor going to the Chargers. That's a pretty sweet name. Okay, so actually, Lance likes this guy. Gave him a 6.2, which is pretty damn good. Eventual starter is that grade. He is a redshirt junior, like you said. Let's see. Yeah, he's apparently an Atlanta native. First team All-State in high school on defense, and then as a junior, and then transitioned to offense as a senior. Let's see. Very limited role as a pass catcher. Only 83 yards. 6 catches for 83 yards. So this is how... Yeah, Zerline compares him to Jack Doyle. Obviously, pretty good NFL tight end. Not like a huge impact guy, but definitely a long-term NFL contributor. Said he was projected to go in rounds 5 through 6, so seems like pretty good value, basically, with a 7th-round pick here. His overview, inline tight end, good size, room for even more mass, determined demeanor. Fitzpatrick is an extension of a physical offensive line, hard-nosed football player. Still has room for improvement in terms of blocking, but already makes a lot of really great blocks, especially in the run game. Also actually a decent athlete. Can get catches, but again, mostly a blocker. Should compete for early reps for a team that values physical tight ends. So, yeah, very much a blocking specialist. Again, like Lee Smith, is more than capable of going and catching dump-offs and stuff like that, but not someone who's going to be a featured part of the passing game. But again, for the Falcons... and there goes Leslie Smith. That was the top player available on my board for a while, going to the Cardinals here. For the Falcons, getting that blocking specialist that they lost with Lee Smith, I think makes a lot of sense. When you factor in, like, Parker Hesse, I think is someone that they like, but I don't think they necessarily want to depend on him turning into something. With Fitzpatrick in here, you've
Oh,
got
Parker
more.
Hesse. I said John
Yeah.
Rain. What is
John
Rain?
Rain's in here too. I think he's
Okay.
a tight end fullback sort of hybrid.
Oh,
but,
okay. I get those two confused.
But yeah, Hesse was the converted defensive tackle who switched to tight end in Tennessee, and he's been with Arthur Smith for a few years. So I think they like Hesse as like a tight end 4 sort of guy, and maybe he does end up winning the job. But I think it was smart of them to go after a good blocker who they're going to have under contract for cheap for a while as the tight end 4, tight end 3 type of guy, because they went and got a receiver in Ferkser who is a good complementary receiver, but he doesn't block. So, you missed out on a lot of the dual threat guys, the high end guys, but getting a blocking specialist this late, not risking losing your guys in undrafted free agency. I think that makes a lot of sense. And again, with these positions that we said have all this depth, we'll see what happens over the next, round or whatever. I mean, we're not going to probably stay super much longer here. We got a few more picks in the 6th round. We'll go at least through that. But, if these positions have a lot of depth right now, the chances are that they're going to make it. Some of these players are going to make it to undrafted free agency, and the Falcons have been one of the most aggressive teams in adding undrafted free agents over the past few years, especially last year. They were the most aggressive of all. So they're good at pitching that these guys have a chance. So I'm interested to see what they target in the UDFA class as well.
I looked, and this is the first time they've ever drafted 2 Georgia players in the same season.
Yeah.
In '84, they drafted 3 straight from Oklahoma, which I was like, damn, that's kind of bizarre. But yeah, first time they've added 2 Georgia players in the same draft.
Sick 'em dogs. Woof, woof, woof. Yep. So, I think they did it just to shut up the people that were complaining about them not drafting Georgia.
I'm here for it though. I love it.
Just they're like, you know what? We want this guy anyway. Maybe, that's the best player available fills another need, and it's not necessarily an on-field need, but it's like a PR need. So, underrated bonus there.
Okay.
You got takes?
Yeah, I just got done writing it up.
Okay. Yeah, you got takes. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a surprise. I'm not gonna lie. I did not expect the Falcons to go with a tight end here, but it's he's someone that's gonna have a role. Lee Smith just retired, so the Falcons were in the market for someone that can play that tight end 3 blocking role. And it's last year they gave a 7th rounder for Lee Smith. This year they're spending a late 6th, pretty much 7th rounder on a young player who can fill into that role. So, it's not something where you should be furious, pissed off about it. He's another physical dude. What this draft tells me is the Falcons are going all in on physicality. Yeah. This is one of those drafts where this is an identity shifting draft. One of those drafts where you're really taking that first step to completely change the identity of a team. And, it's been long overdue for the Falcons to finally become a physical football team. We were talking about it with Charles. The last time the Falcons were really known as a physical bunch was when they had that amazing offensive line with Harvey Dahl, Justin Blaylock, Tyson Claybo, Sam Baker. So Fitzpatrick is another one of those really physical dudes. He's really good at what he does. And even though he only had one touchdown at UGA, he's 6'7", 250 pounds. He could leak out in some of those goal line packages.
Levine Toilolo-esque.
Yeah, you know how much the Falcons loved throwing the ball to Lee Smith last year in the red zone for whatever reason. Yeah. So, yeah. And the thing is, he's going to be in there in the red zone pretty much every single time for those goal line packages because he's such a good run blocker. So, he seemed like an ideal candidate to be used, in the end zone as an extra sneaky weapon where, you match up a linebacker with him who's not 6'7", and, you can just give him a nice jump ball if you want.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to. Oh, I just want to say I'm a dip because my computer needs a charge before the undrafted stuff happens.
Frenzy. Yeah.
So I can if I can quickly plug anyone interested in undrafted stuff, go to the Falcoholic.com towards the end of the draft, and we'll have the tracker up.
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah. Thank you, Evan, for hanging out with us today. Really appreciate you, man.
Of course, guys. Congrats on another great year of doing the Falcoholic Live for all 3 days, and I'll see you guys later.
Yep, we'll see you later, man. Thanks again.
Bye, guys.
At Evan Birchfield, guys, Director of Guest Personnel, just did a tremendous job this offseason getting us a lot of great guests, getting us some draft prospects, getting us some players, setting up the relationships. We got, TV stars, Randy Havens coming on the show, and, Evan's responsible for a lot of that, so big shout out to him for all the work he puts in. Frankly, I think he just cold calls people, and he's totally shameless, and I couldn't respect it anymore I couldn't respect it anymore. He does it respectfully, he doesn't, and that's the difference between him and some of these other people. I'm not going to name names or anything, but, people that call people Brody in DMs, you know the one I mean.
I mean, I know what you mean. I don't think the chat does.
The chat won't know.
Yeah, that's a Falcoholic, it's a Falcoholic chat privacy right there.
Yep. So, we're just going to tease that one. But yeah, I like it. I'm looking.
We filled the quota.
We did. We got the 2 dogs. That's the most important thing. So I did think they were going to draft a tight end too. So I'm not shocked that it was, the tight end, the really good tight ends went early, the dual threat guys. So, at 213, first of all, guys, don't get upset about any pick after pick 150. It's honestly such a crapshoot. The team is just going after guys they like. That's just how it is. So if they really like John Fitzpatrick, they might think this guy's the best blocker available. They don't want to risk losing him in undrafted free agency. They want to make sure they get him. That's what these picks after pick 200 are. The difference between the guys drafted from pick 175 to the end of the draft is so small. It really doesn't matter. Get the guy that you want here. The guy that if you're worried about them possibly not making it to you in undrafted free agency, just go get your guy. And I think that's what they did here. I think they went and got a tight end that they like, a guy that they like Adnan was saying, it's sort of a mentality shift from the finesse teams of years past to a more physically oriented offense, a more balanced offense, I imagine too. And I think, John Fitzpatrick as a very physical, tough blocking tight end from the scouting report we read, certainly looks like he fits that bill. So let's see. All right. Well, we have our entire Falcons draft class, I believe. Technically, they could draft again, but I think it's very unlikely. Let me see. Okay. I have tweeted it out, so Okay, so we got the full draft class here for you guys. Round 1 with the 8th overall pick. Falcons took wide receiver Drake London out of USC. That's a pick that I think we were a little lukewarm on at the time, not because of the player, because of the philosophy behind it. But again, I think knowing what we know now with the rest of the draft, I think it's something that makes some sense. Let's see. Hold on one second, guys. Nope, this guy's not on the board. So we're gonna I'm gonna keep updating this tracker. I assume no one maybe cares, but as long as we're I'm gonna try to keep the picks going as long as we're on here. But Falcons traded up from 43 to 38 to take edge rusher Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State. Great pick. I think we all pretty much love that one. Then in the second round with the pick from the Julio Jones trade, the Falcons took linebacker Troy Anderson from Montana State, a perfect 10 RAS player, high upside guy, someone that I liked a lot as a third-round pick, but I'm not surprised that he went a lot earlier than that because of all of the things that we've said, right? He's a perfect 10 RAS. Those guys are always going to go early. After that, just maybe the best overall value player in their class in quarterback Desmond Ridder at 74. Just a great player and a great value. Someone that really could potentially be a franchise quarterback. Obviously, The odds of that happening for a third round pick are exceptionally low, but I think Desmond Ritter's a lot better than a third round quarterback typically is. Like, I think this is a guy that could have gone late first, and maybe that would have been early. I think you could make that argument too. But I think in terms of like second round valuation, at least, Bucks take a tight end as well, Kieft, which is an amazing name. So he's probably going to be great, but definitely also another player that's not on my boards from Minnesota, Kieft. Nope, he's not on the board. Okay, it's fine. I'll just plug in a random other tight end.
Yeah, it was a nice draft overall.
Yeah. Where was I? D'Angelo Malone. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
D'Angelo Malone may be my favorite pick from this draft. He's going to be my guy this year.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that pick too. I think he's a pass rushing specialist probably this year, but I think it's possible that he could play a versatile role in time, and he can drop a lot of, like, he can drop in coverage and do that stuff too. So I think he's got potential there. All right. After that, round 5, because the Falcons gave up their 4th rounder to go up for Ebiketie. Tyler Algier, the running back from BYU. I know he has a ton of fans. Obviously fits what they're looking for. Big physical downhill runner, early down sort of guy. Chance Campbell, linebacker, going to Tennessee here. We also got at pick 190, the first dog, Justin Schaefer, guard. I think this is a good place for Justin Schaefer. I think this is a guy, left guard specialist, but that's probably where they need him. And I think he's got a chance, to compete with Mayfield, and we'll see what becomes of that. But at least it's a legitimate chance. At least it's some kind of legitimate competition for him now. And then finally, last pick, round 6, pick 213, tight end John Fitzpatrick, blocking specialist. Again, it's sort of, at this point in the draft, they probably didn't want to risk losing. They know they needed a blocking specialist. They didn't want to go out and pay one, obviously, in free agency. So they went and got one with their final pick. I think it makes sense. So yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I think I cut off your overall thoughts.
Oh, no, I was just saying,
but go ahead.
I think it's an overall a good draft, a lot of physicality. They filled a lot of needs. I don't think you can be really disappointed. And I think with day 2, it made the day 1 pick a bit better as well.
Yeah.
Just seeing what they did in day 2.
Oh, man, a UCF player just got drafted. Charge on. Kalia Davis, the defensive tackle. So, #charge on. Don't know anything about him, honestly. I do sort of remember him, but I didn't. It's because he had a torn ACL this year. Okay, that's probably why I didn't see him play much. I like it. I like it overall. I think this class has a lot of potential to help turn this team around. Now, if you're hoping for this class to be this like transcendent, great class, I would caution you a little bit. But I think there's a lot of potential here. And not all of these guys are going to hit. It's almost exactly. It's very rare that you're going to get 100% hit rate in draft. I don't think it ever happens. So unfortunately, some of these guys are not going to hit. Not always because they're not good players, but because injuries and the fit might not be right and all this stuff. But I think there's a lot of potential here. I love the long-term projection of a Troy Anderson. I love the 2 edge rushers early. I like the offense. I was sort of like, are they really going to take an offensive lineman late? Is that guy really going to come in and compete with Mayfield? But the one that they did take, I think, is a good option for that. So I'm impressed with that pick. And then again, like the running back, it wasn't exactly the one I would have taken, but I think it makes a lot of sense for them. And then the blocking tight end, I thought they were going to take a blocking tight end, and they did. So sort of all there is to say there. We are in to the 7th round now, I believe.
And yes, Evan will be doing a UDFA tracker.
Yes,
he
Evan
will
is
drop
doing the
that
UDFA
as soon as
tracker.
possible.
Like he's literally working on it right now. If he gets anything, he's working on it right now. They will start to get UDFA buzz soon. A lot of these guys will sort of I think it's not supposed to be allowed, but they'll sort of They do. Like I think there was a story about this last year, or the year before, with the Saints found out. I think that the Panthers were going to sign a quarterback as an undrafted free agent, so they like traded back into the draft. They didn't have any more picks, so they like traded back into the draft using next year's picks to snipe this guy out in front of the Panthers as an undrafted free agent, and they cut him that training camp. So it seems like that was just purely spiteful, but it's whatever. But we're gonna see what UDFAs they get. They often do a good job with UDFAs, so I would expect don't necessarily expect them to be like the highest profile players. It's just sort of like that they do tend to do a good job with these undrafted free agents. Let's see. Take a drink here for a second. Yeah, it's a good draft. I like it. I think overall, it's good. Let's see if there's anything else. I'm keeping an eye out for the Falcons draft press conference, because as soon as we see that, we know they're not picking anymore. So keep my eye out for that.
Yeah, I think I need to get out of here.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we got 5:45 is when that press conference is going to be. So you taking off, Adnan?
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate you sticking with me for as long as you did. I'm going to wrap it up here in a second anyway. So thank you, man. Guys, you say which way. Adnan, thanks again.
All right. Thanks, guys. See you guys on Wednesday's show.
Yep.
Coming up, remember to plug the show Wednesdays.
Absolutely. Yes.
Right.
Yes, I will. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks.
I mean, obviously.
Obviously. Yeah. Guys, really appreciate everyone for tuning in today. The Falcons have scheduled their post-draft press conference, so we can probably be pretty certain they're going to not make any more picks. I think it would be pretty silly to trade back in for somebody, but still going to make these picks. I can't help myself. I'm filling it out. We're going Monteric Brown to the Jaguars. Yeah, guys, there's not much else to say today. I really appreciate everyone for tuning in. Like I said, please like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Both those metrics really help us out. It was a good class. I was happy with it. I hope you guys were happy with it too. I hope you guys enjoyed our coverage. Like Adnan said, we do a Wednesday show every week. Except when I'm on vacation, technically not every week, but otherwise every week. And there's going to be more content coming your way in the form of the Falcoholic podcast, which I am taking over as well. So look for that. I'll probably do a pod recap, and the podcast episodes are going to be short, maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes or something like that, but it's going to give you guys some content, particularly earlier in the week. And then we're going to have our Wednesday show, and then of course we'll have our post-game live show as well. So those will be longer, and then the pod will probably be a little bit shorter. But again, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. Just really appreciate it. Like I said, like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. You can follow the show too at Falcoholic Live on Twitter if you want to help that account grow. I'm obviously at Falcoholic Kevin. I'm our draft guru, but we have a lot of great guys working on stuff there all the time. Like we said, Evan Birchfield's going to be running the UDFA tracker. So you can look for that. I will be covering this post-draft press conference, so look for quotes from that as they come out. 5:45 approximately is when that's going to kick off. If you guys haven't checked it out yet, you can check out our Patreon page, patreon.com/Falcoholic Live if you want to support the show. That really helps us out. Really appreciate all 23, 24 of you guys that are pitching in there. It really makes a difference. It helps me cover I don't incur a lot of expenses running the show, but it does help me a lot with the ones that I do have to incur. So thank you guys. You guys, for this fancy setup, it makes it look very professional here. So thank you guys. We appreciate you. Go there for some exclusive content. We're going to have stuff all through the summer. It'll be a little bit quieter after the dust settles around the draft. I am going to try to go to training camp this year. I believe I will not have any problems whatsoever getting credentials again. we're probably going to do another fundraiser. I appreciated everyone who pitched in. You guys helped us meet our goal for me to get to the Senior Bowl. That was awesome. I want to keep doing that. And, no offense to Dave and these guys, but our site budget's not that big. So, they generally aren't paying for my travel. I know you guys were super generous. So we're probably going to do another fundraiser over the next couple months for training camp. I'm hoping to be there all 8-10 days, whatever it is, of training camp that's open to the media. So I'm hoping to be there all those days and give you guys that direct coverage, those clips, everything again this year. And I just really appreciate it. This marks, I think 2017 was the first draft party, maybe 2018, but either way, it's like 5 or 6 years of doing these now. I think it's 2017. So it's been great. It's been going up every year. Every year we get more viewers. Every year more people tune in, and it's been a lot of fun. I really don't, we do a lot of grinding the gears about, oh yeah, it's day 3 is so bad. It's really not that bad. You guys make it fun. So it's been great. I enjoyed it, and there will be more content coming your way. And again, thank you guys so much. Like and subscribe. Check out all of our stuff. And we will see you again on Wednesday for the next episode of the Falcoholic Live, where we're going to break everything down in detail, have some great guests on, and we will go from there. Again, guys, yeah, Alex Falgone's all right. When's your 2023 mock coming off? Yeah, that's going to be a minute. I didn't do a 2022 mock until week 10 last season, so I'm hoping I can make it that long without having to do draft takes. But with this roster, we'll see. I think the draft was good, so maybe there's hope. But we'll have to see how it all turns out, and they could make some more free agent moves and stuff like that too. But yeah, guys, thanks again. We will talk to you next time. Wednesday night, 8 p.m. will be our next live show. Until then, guys, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy the rest of your draft. For those of you degenerates that are going to keep watching over the 7th round, I will. I don't blame you. So have a great night, guys. We'll see you next week. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out with us during the Falcons Draft Party 2022 here on the Falcoholic Live. Until next time, guys, have a great night.